won't be able to bring citizens' proposals forward. So please take the time to go and re-register this morning. Good morning, folks. So another quick reminder, if you have not yet registered for today like you did yesterday, you must have a blue wristband today to vote and to introduce citizens' proposals. If you have not yet got one, you can now do so over in the corner of this room. Registry is just over in the corner. Please take a few minutes to go and do that, and we'll get started right away. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I think we are now sufficiently ready to start. We'll recall the citizens gathering to order. I have 9:20 a.m. I will call on the Secretary of Citizenship and Registry to find a microphone and advise if we have achieved quorum for today.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. My name is Joe Shadisky, and I am the Secretary for Citizenship and Registry. And it's my duty to report to you that at 9:15 a.m. this morning, we had exactly 200 registered citizens.
Very good. Quorum is established for today. I will now invite our esteemed elder, Norma Spicer, to open our day with a blessing.
Welcome. Please join me. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Heavenly Father, we ask for your blessing and that you would give us great vision and enthusiasm as we continue our presentations and discussions that will shape our collective future. May our discussions also be marked by grace, patience, and a spirit of collaboration. May our efforts yield fruitful outcomes and contribute to the growth and prosperity of our Métis people. Dear Lord, with your loving guidance, we will emerge from our two-day gathering with a clear sense of direction and purpose as we continue to work on our self-governance structure while staying true to our Métis values and traditions. We offer this prayer in humility and gratitude for all that you do for our people. Let us place our trust in you, now and forever. Amen. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
That was beautiful. Thank you, Elder Norma. That takes us into the reports section of this morning. The first report for today is the report from the Secretary of Records, and I will invite your Secretary of Records, Secretary Sarah Wolf, to join me on the stage and deliver her report. Please make Secretary Wolf welcome.
Good morning, everyone. It's so nice to see all of you here this morning. It's a nice 9:22 a.m. start. My name is Sarah Wolf, and I am the Citizens Representative for Fort Edmonton Métis District. And as of June 4th this year, I have the honor to serve as your Secretary of Records. A little bit about me. I come from the Lattiser and Cardinal families from Lac La Biche and Fort Smith. Many of you may also recognize me as I have been performing the Métis National Anthem, the Canadian Anthem, and other musical sets across Alberta and at Métis events for over 15 years. My grandmother and mother taught me how to sew moccasins into bead, which I like to do to relax. I also enjoy reading, playing video games, and gardening. The duties as, thank you. The duties and responsibilities of the Secretary of Records include maintaining the public registry, making sure they are accurate and orderly written records, to ensure all records are verified as a true copy, and to cause electronic, hard copies, and certified copies of the documents in the public registry to be publicly available. The public registry must include the following: the Constitution, laws and regulations, and amendments to Otipemisiwak Métis government laws, orders made by the President, any modern-day treaty or land claims agreements, and written decisions by the judicial branch. I'm also to include the records of the Citizens Gathering, records of Citizens Council meetings, minutes of the Cabinet meetings. I serve as one of the signing authorities for the Otipemisiwak Métis government, and I act as the custodian of all books and documents of the Otipemisiwak Métis government. My priorities for 2025 and 2026 include maintaining and modernizing the public registry and ensuring that all laws, treaties, and records of the Otipemisiwak Métis government are accurately recorded by administration and easily accessible to citizens in both digital and physical formats. Increasing meeting efficiency and collaborating with administration by developing review and recording standards for meeting minutes and records to ensure accuracy and transparency in an effort to avoid unnecessary procedural delays. Enhance transparency systems through a live stream regulation. As we all know, live streaming is an important tool to ensure transparency and accessibility for our citizens to engage in government procedures. I am to collaborate with administration to publicize Citizens Council meetings, ensure meeting recordings are accessible, and to develop a regulation which supports and regulates the live streaming and video recording of Citizens Council meetings for the benefits of all citizens. Since being presented my mandate, the development process has already started, and I am looking forward to when I can bring it to Cabinet. Safeguarding government archives. To collaborate with administration to preserve historical documents and personnel files in secure and organized systems, streamline information sharing, and support the creation of standardized procedures for cross-departmental record management that comply with our laws and Constitution. And develop regulation. Collaborate with administration to develop necessary regulation in Cabinet that recognizes and regulates the official marks of the Otipemisiwak Métis government and the Métis Nation within Alberta for approval by Cabinet. For those of you who don't know, official marks, which are names and designs used solely by public authorities, are a type of trademark law that protects against use or registration of similar marks for all goods and services rather than just specific ones. And lastly, to represent the Otipemisiwak Métis government as an executive and serve as an appointed member on the board of directors of the Métis Education Foundation, and as I said earlier, as one of the 2 signatories for official government documents. Within the public registry, you can find our Constitution, laws of the Otipemisiwak Métis government, archived bills, bills open for citizen engagement, active orders from the President and officers of the Otipemisiwak Métis government, Citizens Council meeting minutes, judicial tribunal decisions, and records of the citizens' gathering. The records of the gathering include the notice of meeting, calls for special resolutions, rules of procedure, reports, including the annual report which you have in front of you, as well as the report on the 2024 citizens' proposals that President Sandmaier will be presenting later this afternoon. And you will also find the Citizens Gathering meeting minutes. You can find the Citizens Gathering meeting minutes at the back of the annual report, as well as on the public registry. These minutes reflect the official record of proceedings, motions, outcomes, and decisions, and have been reviewed for completeness. As per procedure, the minutes were made publicly available within the required time frame. This aligns with transparency requirements under the Self-Government Act. Minutes from this year will be following the same procedure. As the minutes were approved by eligible citizens yesterday, they will be published in the public registry for reference and posterity. Are there any questions?
Please join me in thanking Secretary Wolf for her presentation. Are there any questions for the Secretary? Thank you, Secretary Wolf.
Thank you so much. Can I shake your hand?
So have y'all ever made a mistake before? Because I have, happened to me just now. I skipped the president, so that's probably a conversation I'm going to get to have later. So please join me in welcoming President Sandmaier to deliver the President's report. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, we'll have a talk later. Just kidding. Tanse and good morning, everyone. I want to thank you, Norma, Elder Norma, for opening us up again this morning with such a lovely prayer. Your words mean so much to all of us, and it grounds us and makes us think about the day ahead, so thank you so much. And thank you, Sarah, for opening things up. That was amazing. It's good to be back with you all again this morning on day 2 of our Citizens Gathering. Yesterday was an incredible start. From the community connections to the powerful conversations to the stories being shared by citizens from across our districts. Thank you all for showing up, for leaning in, for continuing to guide our government that we are building together. Today I'm here to deliver the President's report, a chance to reflect on where we've come over the last year, where we are now, and where we are going as the Otipemisiwak Métis government. Let me start by saying this: we are doing the work. It's not always glamorous, it's not always fast. And yes, I've said it before, sometimes it feels like we're building a plane as we're flying it. But this is what real self-government looks like. It's showing up, it's doing the work, and staying accountable to the people who put you here. That's why I want to begin to thank each and every one of you for all of what you do, because building a government takes all of us, and your input matters. Earlier this month, I traveled to Ottawa for a historic summit with Prime Minister Carney, 6 federal cabinet ministers, and other Métis leaders. I want to share this with you. I am proud of the unity and strength that was shown in that room from all of the Métis Nation. It was amazing. We reminded the Prime Minister that the Métis Nation is not a footnote in history. We helped build this country, and we're ready to build it again. I told him that we have citizens who build the infrastructure that this country relies on. We are not just participants in the economy, we are builders of it. But to do that, we must be consulted, we must have a seat at that table. I also reminded the Prime Minister that our self-government agreement with Canada must be upheld, respected, and fully implemented. We have made some important strides in strengthening our government-to-government, nation-to-nation relationship with Canada, and that includes continuing to work towards a modern-day treaty. Our Constitution makes it clear that one of the fundamental goals of our government is to secure a modern-day treaty with the Crown. This is a goal that is protected under Section 35 of the Constitution Act 1982. I want to assure you that your elected leadership is united in its efforts to advance this goal and deliver on our shared vision of self-determination and self-government for our citizens and communities. During my first meeting with the Honourable Rebecca Alty, the new Federal Minister for Crown Indigenous Relations, she confirmed Canada's commitment to continue working with us to fully implement our 2 legally binding self-government agreements to finally establish a self-government treaty with our government. I would also like to share an important update on the status of our 2023 agreement. In March 2025, shortly before the recent federal election, we initialed an updated version of the 2023 Métis Nation within Alberta Self-Government Recognition and Implementation Agreement. While the initialing of the updated agreement marked the beginning of formal consultations, we were unable to make any progress during the election period and in the weeks following the election, while the newly appointed federal ministers were being onboarded. That took a while, a little bit longer than we anticipated. Earlier this summer, we were finally able to resume this work. The first step in consultation on our updated agreement is for Canada to send out Crown consultation notification letters to the Government of Alberta, Métis Settlements General Council, and various Métis groups in Alberta, as well as First Nations in Alberta. Earlier this month, Canada began the process of sending out these consultation notification letters. Many of these letters have already gone out, and yesterday Canada advised us that they expect all letters will have gone out by the end of August. Once all letters have been sent, we will be able to publicly circulate the updated agreement and post it on our website, ensuring that all of our citizens have the opportunity to review the updated agreement. It is important to remember that Crown consultation on our updated agreement does not mean others have a veto on whether Canada signs this agreement. However, we may need to make further amendments to our updated agreement depending on the outcome of these Crown consultations. It is also important to note that we have no control over, nor can we set any fixed timelines for these Crown consultations to be complete. This is Canada's obligation to fulfill, not ours. With that said, my conversation with Minister Alty and at our negotiation tables with Canada over the last few months have me reassured that Canada is committed to moving this process forward, and I'm confident that we will continue to make progress in a good way. This work is a priority, and it's ongoing, and I look forward to keeping citizens updated every step of the way. I've also met with the newly appointed Provincial Minister for Indigenous Relations, the Honourable Rajan Sani. I told her that as Alberta moves forward with resource development projects, our government must have a seat at the table and be consulted. I've also encouraged Alberta's government to actively promote unity in this time of uncertainty. I will continue to urge all levels of government to work together to advance a strong, united country, one that recognizes and honors the inherent rights of Indigenous peoples, and one that seeks unity, not division. Part of our work as a government is to tell the truth of who we are and where we come from. That means making sure the story of the Métis Nation within Alberta is told loud and clear. Our nation was born across this land in trading posts and in the river lots of Fort Vermilion, Lac St. Anne, Peace River, in Jasper, St. Albert, St. Paul de Métis, and beyond. These are our stories. These are our truths, and it is our responsibility to tell them loudly, proudly, and publicly. At every opportunity, I educate other levels of government and the broader public sector about who we are as Métis people, our governance systems, and pieces of our history that we need to heal from, like Métis Script, the 60 Scoop, and the residential school experience. Because truth is the first step towards reconciliation. It's why our government is working towards launching a number of initiatives to help our citizens reconnect with their family histories, including work on residential schools, script, and historical communities. This year, we continue to roll out programs that reflect our government's priorities of economic self-sufficiency, family well-being, and cultural resurgence. We launched new supports for students, funding for sports and recreation, including hosting the 3rd annual Métis Cup tournament, and continued our investment in child and family services, housing, health, education, justice, and environment. During the gathering, you've heard our provincial secretaries, you'll hear from more of them today, and the departments and affiliates. They've been giving you details about programs, services, initiatives, and priorities across our government departments and affiliates. Each of our programs is a Métis designed and it's Métis led. They work to fill the holes left by colonial systems and respond to the needs of our citizens in a way that reflect our values, our culture, and our unique experience. And that is something to be celebrated. But we know there's always more work to be done. Our Citizens Council has also been hard at work building our governance structures. One area in particular that I would like to mention is the work being done to implement the constitutional requirement to implement a council of elders and knowledge keepers to provide advice and support to Citizens Council. While this council has yet to be implemented, important foundational work has been done to determine how the future council will operate. Citizens Council has chosen the name, and please help me out, maybe, Secretary Collins. Kaksikatek, a Michif word that means those that know. We look forward to providing more details, such as the nomination process in the coming months. And I believe the team has some information out in the showcase on the council as well. Later today, you will hear from our Chief Electoral Officer about the elections held this year. And we know it's been a lot. There's been a lot of elections. But the work of forming this new government and making sure it is truly representative of all of all citizens cannot be rushed. We now have over 50% of our district councils established, and that number will continue to grow. So please stay engaged with our government. Vote in the elections, engage with your elected officials, and even put your name forward to run for office. Because piece by piece, we are building a government that is for all of us, and we are getting stronger every day. We are strengthening our self-government, we are telling the truth about our past, and we are building a better future for the next generation. So thank you once again for being part of this journey. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for your trust. And thank you for continuing to walk this path with us as we reclaim our stories, build our governance, and recommit to the promise of self-determination. Merci.
Okay, before we get into questions, speaking of mistakes, if you are the owner of a black Volkswagen, license plate number 0D0399, it must be moved immediately or it will be towed. Again, that's a black Volkswagen Tiguan, license 0D0399. Are there any questions for the President in respect to the President's report? Oh, it's a quiet bunch. Were we at a coffee this morning? Seeing no questions, please join me in thanking the President for delivering the President's report. Okay, with that, we will carry right along through the agenda, and I will invite your Ombudsman, Ombudsman Philip Worth, to come and join me on the stage and deliver the Ombudsman report. Please make welcome Ombudsman Philip Worth.
You're here so you can help me. Good morning. Thank you for having me. I am your Ombudsman, and I'm going to attempt to explain my role so everybody kind of understands what it is and where it's going. It's an evolving role, and we will go through that. First off, I want to thank all the honored guests that are here, which is everybody. And I want to thank the employees that are putting together such a professional operation and enjoyed by all. I also want to thank the Métis leaders of the past and the present, and the ones that are going to be going into the future. They have done a lot for us. We have come a long way, and I know that I have personally benefited from it, and my family has benefited from the programs and the sports and everything else that's come our way. And that's why I want to thank all the leaders for that. Okay. I don't want to bore you. When I was a young fella, I was a school teacher, and I was told that people only listen for about 3 or 4 minutes. And if they're not impressed, they're not listening. So I will try and move along. No, I think I can do that. When I was a young man, as stated, I wanted to be a policeman. And basically, I grew up in Saskatchewan. I was born in Uranium City. I spent my high school times in North Battleford, and then I went to further my education in Saskatoon. I taught school on a reserve and basically a Métis community in Saskatchewan. And then after I had those experiences, I was qualified to move into the police work. I worked in Edmonton, and I guess basically in a nutshell, most of the time I spent was doing investigations, I started out in gangs and drugs, then I moved into homicide investigations, and then at that point in time I finished off my career in financial crimes. So that's a bit about my background and experiences that I believe qualify me to do this job. So I'm not going to read this verbatim, but I'm going to try and give you the snapshot so you can kind of understand the role. So the Ombudsman is an arm's length officer of the Ottawa-Mississauga Métis government and oversees investigating complaints, mediating disputes, making recommendations to the Ottawa-Mississauga Métis government and its institutions. Okay, so that might sound fancy, but at the end of the day, I get concerns is probably a better word, and then I look at impartially and fairly, I look at both sides of the situation, and then at that point in time I make a recommendation to the government. I don't have the final say on how it shakes out, but I make that recommendation. And the investigative jurisdiction extends to administrative actions, inactions, decisions of the Ottawa-Mississauga Métis government and its institutions, as well as the actions, inactions, or decisions of the leadership, officers, employees, in the exercising of their duties. As such, the Ombudsman fulfills an essential role in the government by ensuring its actions and decisions are fair. And that's the main thing, in that they're fair. So sometimes when there's concerns that are brought forward, the first person that brings their concern forward sometimes gets the benefit of the doubt, but that's not always correct. It's best to go and see both sides of the story and try and mediate the situation, which I will call a concern. So like I said, if we're talking about the concerns or situations, basically 80% of them get mediated very quickly and easily. So I'm going to move along. I'm not on the next slide yet. Before investigating a complaint under the Act, the Ombudsman must notify all the parties that are involved. So there's kind of like two things. The person that's involved, the people that are involved will be aware of what's happening, and 80% of the time it will be an informal resolution by basically talking to both parties and coming to a conclusion on what happened. Then there are some that require more. So I'll just leave it at that for now. At any time before, during, or after an investigation, the Ombudsman may consult with the authorities I will call the leadership roles to settle the complaint, if that's the easy way to get it done and fair. So in the last year, there was 40 written submissions that were looked into. 75% were submitted. There's an online form on our website, which you can find if you have a concern. And out of those concerns, 80% were resolved, normally within 30 days, roughly, and 20% are still ongoing from the last year. Okay, so basically there's an increase in concerns as people get to know who I am, they know my role, and they know how to get a hold of me. So, to move on from there, we had our 40 concerns. There was 28 investigations, and there was 11 recommendations presented to the OMG, and there was 6 reports submitted to the OMG for review. So just so you know, roughly how it would go when the concern is received. all relevant materials involved would be reviewed. Notify and communicate with the parties to see if it can be resolved. At that point in time, gather information, conduct interviews, and write a report. And then submit the recommendations to the senior management. And I just I can't emphasize enough that my goal is to ensure fairness, accountability, and transparency throughout the process and to respect everyone involved. That's my main goal. So the priorities for the last little while and going into next year, based on the concerns that I got, is to assist the citizens and the staff of the government with having their needs fulfilled to the best of our abilities together. Follow up through regular communication to ensure that all parties are somewhat satisfied. Of course, not everybody will always be satisfied, but I will try and do my best to communicate with them and have some level of satisfaction. And the good news is that a lot of times there's very successful outcomes for the people that make and have concerns. Okay, so in the next year, hopefully we can facilitate communication, investigate our concerns and inquiries impartially, mediate disputes, and make the proper recommendations. There's a level of professionalism and confidentiality. When people complain, they always have that thought in their mind: am I going to get blackballed and then I'll never get anything that I want, and people will have a negative thoughts. But your confidentiality will be well respected. The Ombudsman and staff of the office must maintain confidentiality in respect to all matters that come to their knowledge and in the exercise of our duties. There's also sometimes conception when I talk to people that I can take my recommendation and implement it. But you have to understand, after I'm done reviewing it, I make a recommendation. At the end of the day, I don't have the final say on what does happen. I can try and influence it, and that's where that goes. So basically, if you do have a concern, the best thing to do is to go onto the website. You can find the appointed officials. That's where I am, and in there's a link to the form. So basically on the form, you want to put in what your concern is, what's happened, if anything has been done to try and mediate it already, include your name, contact information, and signature and date. Those are kind of essential for what's required for me to move forward with it. And basically, I hope that people would feel comfortable that they could come forward and talk to me. I'm going to have my phone number and email. You can phone, ask questions, and email. And sometimes that's the best way to get moving forward on things. And there was one thing that I thought of that I wanted to make a point of. I just have to look to see where that was. With the trends over time, I just wanted to explain that basically most of the inquiries are about programming. If people or groups are eligible for the programming, and if they are they going to get whatever that might be, whatever service it is, whether it's their citizenship card. That is most of what we deal with, the programs and services, and those are usually 100% successful as far as moving that forward and getting a decision made and getting the service provided. And the other one is financial transparency, which is very important. And then there's some workplace situations that are mediated, and I would basically move that along, and that's dealt with by communication and whatnot. So that basically concludes my presentation. I hope you weren't bored to death. So I have my contact information on here. And like I said before, I hope that you would feel that you could contact me. So if you have a concern or questions, feel free to call me anytime, and it will be held confidential. Thank you.
Stay up here for a second. Just take a seat by there. Okay, thank you, Ombudsman Worth, for the report and presentation. Are there any questions in respect to the Ombudsman report this morning? Microphone number 1.
Good morning. I'm a bit late this morning because I was watching Corner Gas. But anyways, a couple things. Now, you stated, you make recommendations. How many of those recommendations have they acted on or acted on from the perspective of the complainant? Did he or she get what they wanted? And the second part is you mentioned something about, well, if I complain, I may not get whatever. How can you alleviate, those feelings? Because they are real.
Ombudsman Worth.
From my perspective, most of the recommendations that I made were well respected and well received and acted upon. So for the second part of that, if I understand it correctly, every situation is differently, and of course, in the back of your mind, maybe you might feel like, oh, it's not going to work out, it's not going to be good. But I think that in most instances, people, the service that they wanted to get, they got. And if they didn't, there was an explanation so that it was clear on why they did not get it. So to me, if you understand why it happened, then you understand the outcome was fair. And like I said, most of the time, the government is very accommodating and will try to help people out to the best of their ability, and that's the experiences that I had.
Very good. Thank you, Ombudsman Worth. Any further questions from the floor this morning? Seeing nobody approaching the mic, please join me in thanking your Ombudsman for the Ombudsman report this year.
Thank you.
The next order of business before us is a report from the Judicial Branch. I will invite Chairperson Lionel Chartrand and the Judicial Branch to join me on the stage and deliver the Judicial Branch report for this year. Please make welcome your Judicial Tribunal.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, elders, dignitaries, and all of you here this morning. My name is Lionel Chartrand. I'm the chairperson of the Judicial Tribunal. I'd like to introduce my fellow members. Sitting in the middle is our Vice Chair, John Phillips. He is elected He's appointed to represent the Battle River Territory. We're missing a couple. Is Arlen Delisle here? He's not here yet anyway. Arlen represents the North Saskatchewan River Territory. Shay Taylor also is not able to be here today. He's representing Peace River Territory. And we have Corinne Willier to my immediate left, appointed from the Lesser Slave Lake Territory, and Janice Cunningham to the left of John Phillips, Lesser Slave Lake Territory. And I'd like to give a special introduction to Lindsay Henderson, who is under the TV screen there, who is our famous court clerk and administrator, and without her, I'm not sure where we'd be. We would have probably made a wrong turn out of Edmonton and be looking for this place. Anyway, Lindsay's invaluable. She comes from a previous job as a court clerk with the Provincial Court of Alberta, so she brings with her a lot of experience, and she's really invaluable for administration and communication. Thank you, Lindsay. Before I start the formal part of my report, I just want to make a few remarks because, you know, as a Métis Nation, we're in a very pivotal and important time in history where we now as a nation, we have recognition from Canadians and from the government that we are independent nations, have rights to self-determination and self-government. So we're right now literally in a time of transition. We're in a real transition period where we're transforming our identity as a nation from the old corporate structure under regional and national laws to our own laws. And I think we should be proud of that and thank the many people, our previous leaders, and all of you, and the commissions and the town halls, and all of our grassroots and our elders to give us the wisdom and the knowledge and the information to be able to start on that journey. And I think we have to remember it is a journey for our Métis Nation. It doesn't just create one day and it's happened, and there has to be a transition period because everything, you know, was operating in certain ways, and we have to transform to a new way where we are our own drivers, we're our own force. So it's a very exciting time, and I'm very honored to have been chosen to be the chairperson of the Judicial Tribunal. Myself and all of my members, I know I'm speaking for them, take this role very seriously, and we know that we have a very important function to do. Under the Constitution, the judicial branch has been created, and the Judicial Tribunal is analogous to the court. That according to 13, our authority comes from Section 13 of the Judicial Branch Act, and it talks about the authority of the tribunal being to decide and prescribe the resolution of disputes regarding the following matters. And it lists a number of matters. It lists 6 matters. A, citizenship in the Métis Nation within Alberta. B, election of leadership in the Otipemisiwak Métis government. C, the interpretation and application of the Constitution. D, the validity, application, and interpretation of the Otipemisiwak Métis government law, regulations, or policies. E, actions, inactions, or decisions of the Otipemisiwak Métis government or its institutions. And F, contraventions of the Constitution or Ottipemisiwak Métis government law. So right now, that's our jurisdiction, and as the report I'll read out indicates, we began functioning roughly a year ago, and we've made approximately 6 decisions, which are published on the website. So those are the categories of areas that we have authority to deal with. Now, under the Constitution, our government can pass and create laws to create new and further areas of jurisdiction. So the Constitution is very well worked out, and it confirms the relationship between everyone as members and its elected officials, the executive branch, the officers of OMG, and the judicial branch. So it's a relationship, and like anything else in life, we all need to function well, and we need to work together to advance our plight and the welfare of our people, our children and grandchildren. At this time, I'll start to read the formal report, which covers the activities of this last year for the judicial branch. The remaining 2 of 6 required judicial tribunal members were appointed at the May 29th, 2024 meeting of the Citizens Council, being Janice Cunningham, who I introduced earlier, representing Lower Athabasca River Territory on a 2-year term, and Corinne Willier, Lesser Slave Lake Territory, also on a 2-year term. They joined the previously appointed members Lionel Chartrand, chairperson, 4-year term, Arlen Delisle, North Saskatchewan River Territory, 4-year term, John Phillips, Battle River Territory, 2-year term, and Shay Taylor, Peace River Territory, 4-year term, who were all appointed on November 20th, 2023. The Judicial Tribunal held their first meeting on July 27th and 28th, 2024. This meeting was a workshop where the tribunal heard from several departments within Ottipemisiwak Métis government and focused on drafting the interim rules of procedure for the Judicial Tribunal. The tribunal held a second meeting on September 28th and 29th, 2024. This meeting was a workshop where the tribunal heard from a speaker on alternative dispute resolution processes and focused on finalizing the interim rules of procedure. The tribunal met for a 3rd time on November 24th, 2024. This was a virtual meeting to review and discuss 2 active files before the tribunal. Decisions were made and issued on both matters, and the decisions being signed December 5th, 2024, and sent to the parties shortly after. The tribunal then held virtual meetings on January 26th, 2025, February 16th, 2025, and March 16th, 2025, to review and discuss 2 new active files before the tribunal. A decision was issued on one file, and the other file was determined to be outside the tribunal's jurisdictions, and both files were closed after review. Currently, the tribunal has 2 active files, both of which are currently held in abeyance. All decisions of the Judicial Tribunal are publicly available online. And in closing, I would like to thank everyone for being here, and thank my fellow members for being here, and I thank you for the invitation to speak today. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Are there any questions in respect to the report of the Judicial Tribunal this morning? Seeing nobody rushing to the mics, I will thank the Judicial Tribunal for the 2025 report on Judicial Tribunal activities. Our next order of business on your agenda today is the report on harvesting and culture. So I will ask you to join me and make welcome Secretary Grant Lacombe, Secretary for Harvesting and Culture, and Manager of Harvesting Craig Latender.
I'm not much of a public speaker, so what you see is what you get. Welcome, everyone. Thank you, Norma, for that prayer. I was outside, but thank you for that prayer. My vest keeps me a little too warm, so. I'd like to begin with maybe mentioning two people that are never forgotten, Jacob and Maurice, the two Métis hunters that were taken from us. So I just want to acknowledge them. Good morning, Tansei, Grant Lacombe, Nasigasun. I'm privileged to be the District 21, Lesser Slave Lake District Citizens Representative, and also the Secretary for Culture and Harvesting. I've lived in Slave Lake for 47 years. I do all my hunting and fishing there. I raise my family in Canyon Creek. I've got a beautiful wife of 25 years this July. Thank you. 3 wonderful kids and 3 wonderful grandchildren also. I grew up with 4 brothers, 2 sisters, all of who were brought up Métis, and thank you to my dad and mom. So whether it was hunting, fishing, or gathering medicine, I was always taught to stay connected to our culture and to share that knowledge. As Secretary of Culture and Harvesting, my mandate is to protect our harvesting rights, strengthen our culture through partnerships, negotiations, and education. This work is grounded in respect for our ancestors and our future generations. One of the most meaningful pieces of our culture work in the last year was the reburial project in Medicine Hat. There were 3 individuals that were unearthed 67 years ago, I believe, by a badger. And in May or June, I met with First Nations in Edmonton to discuss what should be done and how the ceremonial process should happen. It come to a consensus that their spirit's already gone, and the bones will be returned to the earth. And that's going to happen in September 23rd. And I want to thank Jeanette, Representative Catherine Schnell, and I believe her name is Amy. Forgive me if I'm wrong. They've done a lot of work, those ladies, and they finally get to be put to rest. This process is being guided by elders and knowledge keepers, ensuring that everything is done the right way with compassion, respect, and care. We're also continuing our efforts with the Royal Alberta Museum to repatriate Métis artifacts. Together with First Nations partners, we're reviewing items and working to return them to the communities they belong. Healing for our nation includes bringing these pieces of history home, not leaving them in colonial institutions and in boxes. On the harvesting side, we are building programs to reflect the needs of our citizens today. Many have asked for the introduction to harvesting via a course to make it more accessible for beginners, including men, women, and youth. I designed a 5-day course at at the request of the women's representative last year, and a lot of citizens stopped me and asked me about that. So I had knee surgery last year, and I was sitting, and I thought, well, here's the time, right? So I did design that to show how you start hunting. You don't go into hunting and go out and shoot a moose just because you're a harvester. There's a process. You start small, and then you learn the land, you learn how to hold a gun, handle a gun, all that kind of stuff, right? So I've done that, and we're working to try to implement that. We're looking for the feasibilities, the funds, all that kind of stuff. So it's in the process. Programs like that on available funding, exploring the opportunity to move forward. We're also working on a Métis Trappers Relief Fund. Trapping remains an important part of who we are as a nation, and this fund will provide direct support to our Métis trappers so these traditions can continue. This past year, I was honored to take part in a buffalo hunt in Banff National Park with Captain Amber Boyd and Craig Latonder. This was an important monumental reclamation. That's the first time we hunted in Banff National Park in 144 years. That hunt was, I discussed with the hunters that there's First Nations involved before us, and they went in on horseback, and so as anybody knows in hunting, you go in on horseback, and if everybody else is going in on foot, you're going to be walking a lot farther than what you should be. So I asked them just to take it in, enjoy the scenery. If we get lucky, we get lucky. If not, you get to hunt with people that are passionate, that will always look out for you, make you safe, and that's something you probably never do again. Hopefully we can do it again. It's only a 2-year project, I believe. So to go in there and be able to do that is pretty grounding. We didn't get anything, but we got really good memories, right? So it's called hunting, not shopping, right? So let me find my page I'm on here. Another area I'd like to bring back is the Hunter Advisory Body, and I'm working with Craig a lot, and the possibility of bringing that back, because that's really important to have those people in place in the territories at the very minimum, to be able to get their knowledge, their opinions of the people that are in their territories, and try to do something good, right, and do it right. Beyond that, we continue to focus on our cultural preservation programs that revitalize traditional practices like hunting, fishing, trapping, and gathering. We're also advancing youth educational programs with the Secretary of Youth, Sport, and Gender Equity to connect new generations with elders and knowledge keepers through land-based learning. So one of the things that I heard yesterday was that fella that was talking about traditional medicines. That's something we need to bring back. That's so important. So when you have people that know those things, learn from them, write it down. You're the ones we're going to be counting on in the future, right? So we've come a long way, and we've celebrated many successes. If I'm hesitating, that's just the way I do my public speaking, so. But there's still a lot to do to protect our harvesting rights, strengthen our culture, and generations that come after us. One thing that's really important is with our harvesting rights, and this is my personal belief, when you're out there in really bad burnt areas, think of those animals, what they're going through. The offspring are getting destroyed with the fires and stuff like that, so you really have to be, we're the original conservationists. So think of the animals when you're going out there and shooting and harvesting. Maybe you don't need one from that area. Maybe you can take something that's plentiful. But the moose and the deer and the caribou and the elk, you really have to watch those herds. I just wanted to mention that. As Provincial Secretary, my door is always open. I want to hear from you on your priorities as citizens. Please feel free to contact me anytime during the gathering here. Now please join me in welcoming Harvesting Manager Craig Latonder to the stage.
Morning, everybody. It's awesome to be here at the 97th Citizens Gathering. It's great to see so many people out. Yeah, for sure. It's an accomplishment. It's awesome to be in our own building and on our own land. It's great. As Grant mentioned, my name's Craig Latender. I'm the harvesting manager. I've been in this position since we signed the agreement, actually a little bit before, so approximately 7 years. I deal with everything hunting and fishing related, anything with the policy and agreement. A little bit about myself. I'm an active M&A approved harvester. I've been harvesting all my life. I was raised by my grandparents, and my grandfather was a commercial fisherman, so we did a lot of fishing. So I've tried to transfer that through to this position, and you know, we do a lot of fishing, a lot of teaching, and we need to transfer a lot of that knowledge to hunting. And as Grant mentioned, Secretary Lacombe mentioned, we're going to do that, and it's in the works and it's coming. We're hoping to launch something this fall in relation to hunting, land-based learning. So watch for that this fall. As you can see up there, that's our. If anybody had the privilege to get one of our M&A lures, that was one of the lures that I designed, the sash lure. And I got that on there, and the lure really works. I actually guarantee it'll catch fish. What? Oh, one caveat: you got to know how to use it. A little bit about harvesting. We review and process applications. We've got it down to pretty good. It's more in the relying of 4 to 6 weeks. If there's problems with the file, then it does take a little longer. In 2024, we received 3,132 harvesting applications, which is an average of about 261 per month. And that's our team processes them and gets the cards going if you're approved and gets them out to you. To date, the M&A has over 15,000 approved harvesters, which is incredible. It's actually pretty awesome from where we came when we first started taking applications. We updated realm accounts to get recognized Métis harvesters for their domestic fishing licenses. Harvester relief support, that's a big one. We give out up to $200 for harvesters to reimburse approved items to help them out with their ammunition or their butchering or anything to that effect. We helped out 500, and we just did one here this past fall, and we helped out 523 harvesters. So it's pretty awesome that we're able to do that. We collaborate. The harvesting department is very much a support department. We support all other departments, and we do a lot of work with the environment and climate change team. We do a lot of work with the youth, with CFS. So yeah, we support everybody. In the priorities, we want to do more land-based learning. That's been a priority for us for a while. So that's like Secretary Lacombe mentioned, we're actively pursuing that, and we want to, make sure that we get that going. The harvesting department, as I mentioned, we answer all the harvesting-related questions. We try and help citizens out, if they're struggling to figure out the regulations or what they can and cannot do. And any questions about the cards and the application process, we send that through to our admin team, and they help us out there. Again, we're here to assist citizens. We have a small but mighty team. We have Beverly Lambert, who's a harvesting coordinator, Hannah Martin, another harvesting coordinator, and Jolene Bellum, who is our harvesting administrator. If you email harvesting@métis.org, your question will be directed to the proper person. Sorry. This is a very important slide to us. As Secretary Lacombe mentioned, conservation started with us. I've heard questions over the years of, the Métis, they're going to kill everything. They got their rights, they're going to kill everything in sight. And my response to that is always, if we wanted to do that, we would have did it 150 years ago. So there's still animals today, and it's because of conservation. This shows you, the results of shooting an adult female versus leaving her to produce offspring. If I had my way, and I'm pushing for it, trust me, we'll have laws around not harvesting cow moose at all. I firmly believe that yes, that is worth applauding for. I've been hunting all my life, and I can proudly say that I've never shot a cow moose. So it's important. Oh, I love this one. I found this one, and I think this is, what we really need. The world needs more tackle boxes and less X boxes. How do you go wrong with that? As the saying goes, a picture's worth 1,000 words. So in my report today, I've got 34,000 words as it relates to the harvesting department and the work that we do, and so what we supported. So this is basically a year in review with the harvesting department. Early June, we took out 15 to 20 ladies out to, with Secretary Ty Grauman at the time. We collaborated, and we brought out 15 to 20 women out to Pigeon Lake. I've coined this catch, clean, cook, and so we give them all the gear. We give them, a rod and reel and tackle to be able to catch. We help them tie their lures, teach them to tie, teach them, how to work a pickerel rig or anything to that such. Then clean, we give them a filleting kit, and we also do a filleting demonstration, teach them how, to fillet a fish. I mean, there's lots of ways to fillet a fish, so we always give them a couple options. And then cook. We give them a cast iron frying pan, which is goes right into history for everybody. That's what we use as a cast iron frying pan, and you can't get a better fish than through a cast iron. And so we give them that, and that's the cook aspect. We show them how we would do it. So It was awesome. It's a passion project of mine, and it's great to have that take part. Métis Fest, we support Métis Fest. We always have a harvester or myself out there doing some filleting demonstrations, teaching what our way of doing it. We also helped out at the Fort Vermilion Culture Camp, District 15 Fort Vermilion Culture Camp. It was awesome. It was a great weekend. We had lots of kids out there, families, and we taught them how to tie their lures, how to cast and fish, and took them down to the river there. Didn't catch nothing, but that's not always the measure of success. The youth, the 2024 Youth Culture Camp. We supported the youth team. We went out fishing at Cross Lake, and it was a great day. There was a bunch of youth out there. We taught them the same thing. We teaching a lot of our youth and all about fishing and how to carry on that tradition of harvesting for themselves. One young man there, he caught a little perch. It was pretty cool. He was pretty excited, and that was the only thing we caught that day, but it was still fun. Child and Family Services, we supported their Nurturing Connections down in Calgary. It was awesome. Every session was filled to the brim, and everybody is very keen on learning the culture and the information that we have to offer. We did another fishing, ladies fishing day with Secretary Ty Graham and Secretary Brooke Banfield. That was up in Fort McMurray. We again took 15 ladies out and did the catch, clean, cook out on the Clearwater River, and it was a good day. We had some challenges in that area of the river there where we had some posts there we had to deal with, so we lost some lures, but still a pretty good day, and we actually had some pretty good catches. That was a pretty nice walleye that this lady caught. We caught quite a few fish that day, and we also did a filleting demonstration. When we do that, we always do a fish fry, so a shore lunch fish fry. We fry up some walleye and my world famous French fries that we do right in the side of the body of water. So. As Secretary Lacombe mentioned, we had the privilege of joining in on the bison hunt in Banff National Park, and I can't convey enough, as Secretary Lacombe said, it was something. It's something out of this world when you're walking 20 kilometers in the mountains, searching for bison. It was pretty cool to be a part of that. Also, a huge thanks to Rocky View District 4 Captain Amber Boyd for putting this all together. She did a phenomenal job. We're looking forward to doing it again this year. As Secretary Lacombe mentioned, it's a 2-year project. We're hoping that it'll carry on, but it was good. And one of the things, although bison was not harvested, that is not the only measure of success. A lot of great knowledge and great Métis friendships were gained during this hunt, so it was pretty awesome. Just a few more pictures. The backdrop. How do you? It was just amazing. We also support the environment and climate change team with the ski fish monitoring. This was our crew. We went out to Christina Lake, and one of our knowledge keepers, I'd actually seen him here, Army. He was one of the guys that helped us out and showed us where to fish and helped us out in that regard. So thanks, Army. That was an awesome sunset. This is, it's not all fun and games. You can't always just drive out on the lake and drop a line or set a net. Sometimes you got to work. And we had to work here. We chipped for 2 hours the first day, and then we had to do it again the next day just to get out on the lake because there was a big ice heave. So lots of work to that. This was same crew. This was the same trip, our Calling Lake crew, and we had a pretty good catch. So we had enough samples to send in for our fish monitoring. We send in samples to get tested for biocarbons, mercury levels, and that kind of thing. I'm not a biologist, but that's that's what we do there. This was at Moose Lake, and minus 30. It started out at minus 30, and the show must go on, right? It doesn't matter. I mean, the year before was even colder. It was minus 38 when we were in Calvin Lake, so can be a challenge. This is our Moose Lake and Lesser Slave Lake team. We brought out 4 youth, actually 3. We only had 3, but 3 youth that we brought out, and we teach them the same thing, teach them how to fish, teach them how to set nets, traditional gill net setting, about the jigger. That's our catch, and that's us pulling the net there. This is one of our biggest projects, and it's in conjunction with Child and Family Services. It's grown to something amazing. We do it every spring. We do it 5 weekends in a row. We bring out 50 families over about 5 weekends, and we do the same thing. That we teach them how to, we give them all the gear, fishing gear. We teach them how to set gill nets. We had a little bit more of a challenge this past spring because the ice kind of got compromised due to the warm weather, so it presented a little bit more challenge, but just more steps in the day. We had to, carry everything out by sled, and but it's I mean, it's very rewarding to bring these families out and teach them that's something that they might never have seen in their life, which is always most likely the case. We ended up bringing up last weekend of the year. We got a group of youth out, and we took them out to the same area, set a net, taught them how to gill net fish, and they were very receptive. Everybody's always receptive to learn this knowledge. Just a couple small pictures here that I wanted to add in. So that knife on the bottom there, that's my grandmother's knife. My best guess is about 50 plus years old, and that one on the top is a brand new one that I purchased or I got a couple years ago. That knife has literally cleaned thousands of fish. Fish species in Alberta, that's kind of what we catch. Lake whitefish is kind of the staple that for Métis that we lived on throughout the years. Finish off with a little late night fishing under the northern lights. One of the harvesters and I were out fishing, and how do you go wrong with that? It was awesome. That's all for me. Turn it up to Eric.
All right, thank you, Mr. Latender. Are there any questions in respect to the Harvesting and Culture Report? I see some people headed for microphones. Microphone number 1.
Hello, Kathy Berglund, Nose Hill District, Calgary 5. I am a Métis harvester. My family names are Larondel, Belrose, Savard, Lavallée. So historically in Alberta, I can harvest everywhere except for in Calgary. Now, my family in the early 1880s had a river lot in Calgary at Shaganappy Point, but I have to go north of the Red Deer River. So where are we in getting our rights restored in southern Alberta?
Is this on?
It should be. Try it.
Hello?
Yep.
Yeah. So the South is, it's important to all of us. Not just the South, it's important to the Métis Nation of Alberta. So I'm glad you brought that up. So the way I look at it is, and what we really need to do is I would go to your elders, your grandmas, your cookums, mushums, to see if they have documents.
I have the documents.
Yeah, so where I'm going with that is if you have documents, that is the most important thing we can bring to those to the minister's level. that's our proof, right? They have a hard time getting out of their colonial mind that we weren't in the South.
Yep.
So we need to bring our past out of our trunks and boxes and stuff like that and prove that to them.
I can prove it in the script application, right? Because their land was taken in script in 1885.
Yeah.
It is documented in the family. Great-great-grandfather, great-great-grandmother, great-grandmother, their land was removed for them in the script process in Calgary.
Yeah, that's good.
So it's documented.
So in maybe this fall, I'm hoping it's going to happen this fall. We're going to try to get some kind of forum or meeting in the South, Medicine Hat, Lethbridge. I'm not sure where it's going to be. It'll be out in most likely the Voyageur Voice. And if you have documents and stuff like that, bring them with you. You can keep the originals, but at least give us a photocopy or something like that.
You can also, hello? You can also email them into harvesting@métis.org, and you just list your name and your card number, and just advise that this is the information that you have for a Southern Alberta connection to the harvesting lands. I can also advise you that we have sent letters, to the ministers and to the province. I'm not sure if everybody's aware, but we signed this agreement with the NDP government, back in 2019, and the UCP government hasn't been fully willing to, to discuss this with us. But we're trying to work amicably with them, and we keep pushing the issue, and make no mistake, we're still actively pursuing it. So don't think that we've forgotten about the South.
Yeah, I'll coordinate with Matt. He's working on a lot of that, and we'll try to get some Calgary people and get it all together and support it and submit it to you guys.
Thanks for the question.
Thank you. Mike 2. Nope.
Oh.
Mike 2. Thank you.
Are we on?
You're on.
I was wondering if the Métis are limited to the same regulations as the Alberta regulations, where you're only allowed one fish. It seems like a long trip to go and get one fish.
Yeah, I can definitely answer that. No, it's a question that I always answer very carefully. I can tell you we don't have a limit on most lakes. Not all lakes are approved for us to harvest on, and we're working on that as well. But one of the phrases I always use is, you can catch and keep enough to feed your family. So if that's 4, that's 4. If it's 10, it's 10. We don't follow the Alberta sport regulations. We follow our own Métis domestic fishing regulations. And that can be found on our website under albertamétis.com/harvesting.
Thank you.
You bet.
Mr. House at microphone number 1.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, fellow Métis. My name is Ben House, Region 1, District 19. I'm still transitioning too, so I don't know where to identify myself, from Region 1 or District 19. So
we'll find you later.
Yeah. And also I'm from the Kikino Métis settlement. I got a couple of questions, couple of points for the board. One is, have you sat and had any discussions with the Métis settlements on the M&A members coming onto the settlement and harvesting?
I don't.
I could probably answer that in a maybe a personal way. I've talked to Métis settlements in the past before I was in this position. I've never had any success with them giving me permission to hunt on the settlement.
I got a point to make. A few years back when Madame Patra was campaigning, I met with her, I sat with her. I asked her to involve me in this as a liaison between the settlements and the Métis Nation. I'm a third generation M&A member, I'm a third-generation Métis settlement member. My children, they're of age, they're fourth-generation M&A members and settlement members. We have a lot of pride being Métis settlement members and M&A members because of our grandfather's role with Joe Dion, Jim Brady, Malcolm Norris, Pete Tompkins, all these fabulous five, they call them. My grandfather played a role in that. We always feel that M&A members are welcome in our community. I don't know why the settlements are taking this stance with the M&A. My point with Madam Patra, the reason why I wanted to sit as a liaison was set up meetings with the Métis settlements before this constitution, and it didn't happen. So I know Karen Collins, she's an M&A member, she's also a settlement member. She's working diligently on this stuff. We need to come together. We got to sit down and hash out these agreements because this harvesting agreement, to me, is one-sided. And I'll tell you why, because the settlement members are allowed to go hunt in your regions, in your areas. So we got to come together and discuss this and come up with a terminal, with an agreement where it's, they're happy on both sides. Also, I'd like to say you talk about sitting on this Harvesters Council for 7 years. I had the honor of sitting on the Harvesters Council when it was its infancy back in 2008 and 9. We met with government people. I sat with the late, great Ron Jones, who was very passionate about hunting. To the lady here that was just before me on the mic asking about the southern region, well, we took a court case in Medicine Hat, spent thousands and thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars on that court case. It should have been opened up to the members down there. They shouldn't have, you know, any kind of obstacles in front of them. So maybe one of the people she could reach out to is one of the former harvesting council members, Guy Leroux. He's also a biologist or a fish and wildlife person down south. He would help her on a lot of this stuff. If you know, you gentlemen are struggling with it, don't be scared to say, you know what, reach out to Guy Leroux and talk to him. Also, the council, have you developed Fish and Wildlife Resource Management Act that's from the Métis Nation, not Alberta's, from the Métis Nation? Because if you haven't, I'm alive and well yet. I'd like to help you guys, because I'm a passionate hunter. I'm a gatherer, and I want to help you guys. I have something you might be interested in. It's me and the late Ron Jones, Guy Leroux, we put together a Fish and Wildlife Act. We also exchanged data with BC. I believe the gentleman's name then was Tremblay. And we also reached out to the U of A to develop this Métis Fish and Wildlife Management Resource Act. And the reason why I throw in the word resources is anytime you're dealing with fish and wildlife and in our ecosystem, that plays a role with the resource people, the extraction, you know, oil and gas, forestry, all that stuff. That gives us a seat at the table with the province when they want to develop our lands and our traditional lands. So it's very important to get a Fish and Wildlife Act in place, guys. We need it, and it governs us, and it also shows that we're being conservatives. We're conservationists. We're going to exchange how much we harvest every year with the province. We got to do that because we live in this province, so we got to work together. So I just want to mention that if any of you guys want to reach out, come talk to me, and I'll share my Wildlife Resource Act. We have it in its infancy where it was just in draft, but we're willing to share that with you guys.
Good. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ben.
Thanks, Mr. House. So it took a minute this morning to find what we were passionate about today, but I think we found it, and I'm disinclined to cut people off even though we're scheduled for a break. Is it okay if we continue? Yes. All right. Microphone number 2.
My name's Mike Hanley. I'm a citizen, a proud citizen of Métis District 8, Lac St. Anne. I've had the opportunity as a councillor in my community of Devon to reach out and work with Secretary Lacombe, and it's been an absolute pleasure to introduce you and consult with you. I just want to thank you for that hard work. My question today is about the disposition of the Hudson's Bay Archives and Museum. Never since the Hersecorn decision have I felt so ignored and basically disconsidered by our government at such an important time. Our history is so tied to that, and the history of Canada, it's such an important part, and it's just made me feel disregarded. Do we have an official position to approach the government about this disposition?
Probably the best way to answer that for me is, I'm glad you brought that up. It's been on my mind, but I think that's something that has to be in discussion, absolutely, Mike, because that's where a lot of our history comes out of there. They had the Métis as the knowledge in a lot of cases, and you know, as factors and all that kind of stuff. But that is a very good question, and I think that's something that has to come to fruition.
Very sorry I didn't ask you a little bit before. I did not mean to ambush you, but yeah, thank you very much.
That's okay. I'm a hunter. I don't mind being ambushed the odd time. You'll find out I'm going to win.
Microphone number 1.
That's a good one. My name is Alan. I'm a dual citizen, Kicknell Métis Settlement, M&A member. I didn't get the harvesting card only because pretty hard to go and hunt with a prosthetic out in the bushes, you know. I'm actually an IGA Sobeys person, so that's where I do my harvesting.
Sobeys harvesters, we need them too.
So, but anyways, a couple of questions, and you kind of touch on it. Where are the designated areas where you can use your harvesting card? Somebody mentioned Southern Alberta is not really part of it yet. And the second question is, now when somebody gets charged, what involvement does the M&A have there? Are they going to assist the individual that's being charged, or you leave that up to the court system? And
yeah, go ahead.
Thanks for the questions, Alan. Yeah, in regards to areas, there's 4 harvesting areas in Alberta. There's basically the northwest corner of the province, the northeast corner of the province, kind of a central area that is Area C that goes right, which is the heart of it is Lesser Slave Lake. And then basically from the bottom of Lesser Slave Lake to just north of Red Deer, border to border is Area D. So those are the 4 areas that are available for harvesting. And the main criteria for getting harvesting in them areas is to have an ancestral connection to them harvesting areas pre-1900s. So, and as you mentioned, the Southern Alberta, there currently is no harvesting, but as we mentioned, we are still working on that. As for charges, we work on them on a case-by-case basis. Basically, you know, if you've done something that goes against the agreement or the policy, then you're kind of on your own. We set them rules out, and the province has set them rules out so that we can follow them. And you know, if you're outside them rules, then yeah, sorry. Yeah. We try to educate everybody on the rules. But if you're within your rights, if you're, you know, if they're just trying to prosecute you for, you know, something that you've done legally, then yeah, we're gonna step up. We're gonna fight for you. So it's yeah, we definitely have done that in the past as well. So
okay.
Yeah.
You mentioned how do you say it? Ancestral connection?
Ancestral. Yep.
Yeah. Does that include exes?
Never mind. Depends if you still talk to them.
We're in a funny mood today. I like it. This is good. Microphone number 1, Mr. Fayon.
That's Alan. He does that all the time. So you guys I like your report. Of course, it resonates with me because of the cultural aspect, the historical aspect, all that kind of stuff. So I just want to make a couple of comments. First off to Grant. Thank you for the work on the trappers' efforts there. But I have talked with Mr. Latond over the years about forming a trappers association so that we can help them lobby for themselves. We know that a lot of the northern trappers are losing their trap lines to, well, if I was Bobby Bobby Paul up there and to the Mennonites, but us to industry and all kinds of people that can afford to buy them out. So it's very concerning. So we need to form, and then if you know anything about the Treaty 8, Trappers Association, that's very concerning as well. So someone needs to address those issues. And when you were talking about reclaiming your ancestors down in Medicine Hat, I was actually there when they did they had a ceremony at the archives. I don't know if you were there. And they were talking about the bones, not only the bones, but some of the archives. But our whole family, one of our family was there because of our own family being buried in the, they call it Kincooley, so there's another name, Riverside Cemetery. So we found some of our own ancestors, they're on a plaque. There's a lady here that was here yesterday, I talked with her, and she was telling me she's the one who negotiated to get that plaque there. She knows where the graves are, because we couldn't find the graves. So I'm going on and on about this because what we've learned is when you start identifying where your graves are, your grave sites are, that's your route to that land. So all peoples need to do what they can to start recovering those grave sites and those graveyards. So I know that the Métis Nation has a policy or had a policy in place that said they can own grave sites. We had negotiated that back in the day. Audrey would know that. I think she was going to talk to Andrew about that, or did talk to Andrew about that. But everyone should know that information so that if they know where there's some grave sites, please mark it, claim it. That's our claim to this land. Anyway, that's one piece. And then the piece on the hunting in the park, when I was Region 4 president here, we had a relationship with the park, Jasper National Park, and they had an overabundance of elk, and they were wondering what to do with them. So in your intelligence and your negotiations, you might want to have some of our people go out there and organize a hunt to help them clean that elk, and we'll all appreciate it.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
Thanks, Brian.
Thank you, Mr. Fayard. Microphone number 1.
Bon matin, Tanashikiawao, Dishinakashun Jackie Koshan, Newikin Stony Plain, District 8. Microphones and me don't get along. Anyways, there's a program. I was just wondering if there is a program. I'm a harvester card holder, and I'm wondering if there is anything that a person can get a PAL. Do we need a PAL for hunting? And just if there's something like that available.
As in a course to get the PAL?
Yes.
I believe that is a district answer. I believe the districts take care of that. Don't quote me on that, but maybe I'll let Craig.
We've been asked that question lots, and the unfortunate part is the harvesting department doesn't have any funds. You know what? We are working on that. We'd like to get funding, and we'd like to start running our own PAL courses. I have been in contact with the Alberta Chief Firearms Officer, and we're working on a program, and they're talking that they might be able to support us, in some courses. However, at this time we don't have the funds available to put on PAL courses. To answer your other question, every Canadian citizen needs to follow the firearms laws, which includes having a PAL to use a firearm. However, if you had a friend or a relative that had a PAL and you were with them, you could use their rifle alongside them. Actually, what it states is you would need to be within arm's reach of them to be able to use their firearm without your own PAL. So that's another option for you as well.
Okay.
PAL courses are offered, from private people all the time. I know there's an expense to it. It's usually $150 to $175. Then you need to submit once you've done the course, you need to submit the application to the RCMP to get your firearms license, your PAL, possession and acquisition license. And then there is one other thing that I will mention that You don't need to pay for your license. If you declare that you're a subsistence hunter, you don't need to pay for your. There's a form that you fill out for your firearms license. So.
You were mentioning about hunting and land-based learning.
Yes.
Does that include something for, I've never hunted before, but I want to learn?
Absolutely, that's exactly who we're targeting for this. And you know what? When we put it out, it will come out in the Voyager Voice, and you know, we're looking now that we have some of our own land, and we can take our people out and utilize this land and teach them the skills that they need for hunting. You know, we're going to be actively. Actually, I'm working with ECC Department Manager Jordan York, and he's been helping out buying some of that land up. So we're in partnership, and we're gonna get it going. We're gonna have one this fall, come hell or high water. So just watch for that.
Very good.
Like
Microphone number 2. Sorry, we'll go to microphone number 1 first.
I'd just like to add to...
Good morning. My name is Ernest James Quintel. My number 032838. I'm 80. I'm not phoning. I mean, I'd like to ask a question there. I've seen your pictures going camping. That's a great thing you're doing. You catch fish from everywhere. Are they safe to eat? The question is Christina Lake. You mentioned that. You mentioned the Clearwater. They're tied in together along with a lot of rivers going into that lake. There's students that do water testing. They test fish. All of their findings are negative. And none of this is mentioned to the general public. They replaced our water treatment plant because it was contaminated with mold and whatever fungus. That's all from the water. Everything that survives from that lake, we eat. We survive with berries, and we hunt the animals that drink the water, and we eat the fish. We're never told that stop doing that, never. But we're continuing to get sicker. The younger ages are experiencing old age sicknesses as myself. But with your findings, do you report to a boss that says this is not good? What you find out there, other than having a good time in the bush, teaching people stuff? That's my real question. Do you really come out with your findings and tell the professional people to warn us? We can go out harvesting and stuff like that, but there's dangers that you're not telling us. Like, we're doing this around these SAGD plants, gas plants. They got all kinds of chemicals laying around in the bush, and surprisingly, this is our old stomping grounds. But we're still taking stuff from there. And we're trying to hand down our culture and stuff to the younger generation, but we don't even know what we can teach them anymore, because what we were taught is not used, and we're not allowed to do anything pretty much. It's say there's signs, and you can't do this, you can't do that. You can't even go in the bush anymore. You can't even pack anything to protect yourself from the animals, but you have to. This harvesting that you mentioned is really a hard job as well, because you're harvesting to survive. So my real question is, do you test the water? Do you ask the government to give funding for the water? And what is their plan to fix that, you know?
Thanks for the question, James. Yeah, I can definitely answer that.
Okay, that's
so. With the ski fish monitoring, basically that's through our environment department, our ACC department, Environment and Climate Change. They do develop a report every year with the findings. Once, you know, getting the findings back takes quite a while because we send our samples away, but they do produce a report. I believe it's on our website. You can email the environment department if it isn't on there, but I believe it is on there. And then once, what we're doing is it's a 3-year cycle. So we'll test at these lakes for 3 years. So we'll do Christine for 3 years. We did Lesser Slave Lake for 3 years. all the lakes we do for 3 years. And once them 3 years are complete, we're going to do an overall report of the findings of them lakes. So that's kind of what we're doing, and that's just fish monitoring. That's when we send in the samples. I do know that we're going to be starting, and don't quote me on this, I've heard rumblings, but I do believe we're going to start our own water testing. I do know that the province does water testing at all the lakes. I know this, my daughter actually works for she works for ALMS, Alberta Lake Management Society, and so they test all the lakes across Alberta, and all their findings are definitely reported on their website as well. So,
thank you. President Patra, microphone number 2.
Good morning, Audrey Patra, St. Paul Cold Lake District 12, I believe. And I just want to say thank you very much for extending the time, Mr. Chair, because ever since I have been involved, even prior to being the president, this is one of the most important topics for our people. And I know during my 27 years, we worked really hard to be able to try to move that forward. And I want to just say a great big thank you to Ben House. Ben, I listened to you very, very closely. And Ben was there all those 27 years, I believe. And we used to try to figure out ways to work together, as you say. I met with every new council at General Council during my 27 years, and I think that was 8 different times, and tried to say, how do we work together? I believe that for me, my family is from one of those settlements. My father's family was one of the first families on the Fishing Lake settlement. So I grew up understanding about settlements and clearly tried to say, this is not about control, this is not about nothing. This is about working together and making it better for those generations come up, regardless of where they live in this province. So I just want to say, yes, there was suggestions came forward, just as Ben has said. Let's create a liaison group. Let's do all of these different things to try to work together. It never happened. And now I'm no longer president. While I was president, I tried very hard to always try to find a way to work together, not getting angry with people, not slamming people. But I'm going to say to you today, I am a citizen, just like everybody else here today. And it doesn't help when we, at the Métis Nation of Alberta, and I know there's many people that are here, that have a card on settlement, that have a card with the Métis Nation of Alberta, and I'm really proud of that. But I also want to say that it doesn't help any of us, whether it's the Métis Settlements General Council or the Settlement Associations or the Métis Nation within Alberta or our districts or anything, when we stand up and demonstrate and fight against each other in public. So when we're signing a major agreement, when we're signing major agreements with Canada and working hard to get that treaty that people have talked about so no one will be able to wipe it away, and we have Métis settlements leadership demonstrating against us, that doesn't help anything. And I'm just saying, I really wish that for one small moment even, we could all say, let's work together and see what we can accomplish, because we know what we've accomplished till now. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. I'm definitely going to reach out to Ben, and get some information. It's kind of coincidental. Just last week, President Sandmaier and myself and Secretary Lacombe met, and I've been really pushing for an Alberta-specific Métis laws of the hunt, so I'm very, I will definitely reach out to you, Ben, and get your information, and I'd love to chat with you about that, because I definitely want to push that forward and you know, have our own laws in relation to that. I mean, another law that I want to really see pushed forward is that, you know, no harvesting from, you know, basically February 1st to August 1st. Like, we don't need to be, you know, harvesting during that time. We have other avenues. We have fish. We have, you know, small animals, duck eggs. No, nobody eats duck eggs anymore. You know, we need to get back to that tradition. I love to see that. I'm glad you do. So I'll definitely reach out to you, Ben. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. That's well said. I appreciate that. You're absolutely right about the harvesting in January, February. Those are crucial months. So we have to protect and preserve what we have.
Absolutely.
I just want to say thank you to Audrey for those kind words and acknowledgement. I worked at Audrey a long time. She's always fought the good fight. We wouldn't be where we are today if it wasn't for Audrey, to be honest with you. So thanks to Audrey. Saying that, I've banged heads with my settlement council on a lot of these issues or with the M&A. My dad did it before me, and I'll do it, and my son is running for council now, and he's also an M&A member. He's going to try and blanket this, this province with Métis and one Métis only. You know, the problem is there's two separate Métis in the province of Alberta that's kind of hindering our progress when it comes to federal recognition. So we have to somehow bridge that gap and bring the two nations together, because we are one nation. We're not, you know, we're not two separate Métis in the province of Alberta, you guys. We're one. I have a point to make here for an elder who come talk to me. His concern was our treaty brothers. I don't have a concern with them, because when we discussed this harvesting back in 2007, we met with the local chief and councils around our area, Heart Lake, Goodfish Lake, Saddle Lake. They were on side with us, you guys. They were. The problem might have been further south with Slater Crowfoot and his bunch over there, but in our area, we met with them. We said, let's go sit with them. So we did. They supported us. So this gentleman was asking me about the Treaty Indians hunting on our lands, on maybe the settlements. We have that in the settlement. We have that problem, Treaty Indians hunting there. But we try not to discriminate. We're trying to form something where it's, you know, friendly, beneficial to both. So what we come up with is we have 4 guides in our settlement. We allow them to bring the status aboard and let them do their hunting if they want. Another thing I want to say with Audrey, we would sit with council, the Kikino settlement were willing to listen at the time. Now they're kind of taking this tough stance again. And that's unfortunate. But me being from a settlement, I'm willing to go and hash it out with them in the council chambers and discuss this, because they're being hypocrites. They're allowing Treaty Indians to hunt on our lands. They're allowing white people to come and hunt on our lands by way of a guide. But still, they won't allow an M&A member, and I'm an M&A member. I take the stance where we're all Métis. Let's have fun and harvest. Let's camp together. Let's go hunting. You know, we got to organize these things to maybe prod them, you know, provoke them into a little discussion, and we can fix it, because we're all Métis in the province of Alberta. And I honestly say, I'm not proud to say, you know, Audrey knows that what they're doing, what the settlements are doing right now is unfortunate. It's actually holding us back. We all got to fight together, stick together. We're Métis. And there's no such thing as off-settlement Métis, on-settlement Métis. Get rid of that, man. That's ugly. I don't like it. I fought a resolution one time back in the day, 2009, about on-settlement Métis voting in the elections. I fought that, and I said it's unconstitutional. If you pass that resolution, I'll take you guys to court, because it's unconstitutional to say there's 2 Métis in the province of Alberta. There's only one. So let's enjoy it, and let's all get together and work together. Our 70-kilometer radius around our settlements, it reaches into the region, into District 19. They have no problem with us hunting and gathering in Region 19. We go pick berries towards Conklin. I talk to these Conklin people. The problem is nobody's reaching out to these communities and talking to them about their rights. Unfortunately, they get charged. They do. There's people getting charged for hunting and fishing and stuff. I just talked to a gentleman from Conklin. I said, if you know, the problem is, he said, people are scared. They're intimidated by authorities. Well, they shouldn't be. You're a Métis, you know, maybe you should intimidate them and they'll leave you alone, but that's just me. I say I'm willing to go up there to Conklin and speak to these people and direct them and give them the, you know, the confidence to go out and collect without worrying about it, or harvest, collect berries, to go hunt. They got no voice, no direction. They got no support up there. So I told the guy, next week when you have your meeting, you call me and I'll come up. I'll talk to the people about the rights for harvesting. I know the rights. I know our rights. I exercise my rights every day. So I know my rights when it comes to hunting and harvesting. And people have to, you have to abide by law. You do. If we're going to be, you know, accountable and responsible, we have to govern, we have to put regulations in place, but we got to know what's available for us and our rights to harvest these things. So I want to say to you guys, if you got time, come up our way, come up to Conklin, Lac La Biche, and come and talk to the people about their rights and harvesting and stuff like that. And also the schools, the children, we have to generate the interest to our kids. Our kids are on cell phones all the time and different things. They have to know and enjoy, and I know they will once you take them out or you go to the school and explain what their rights are as children. They got to know from a young age, so when they grow to be adults, they know what their rights are. Right now, our kids are kind of lost. They're on the social media stuff, and we got to reach those kids, or we're going to have a lot of social issues. So I urge you guys, your leaders, your harvesters, they look up to people like you, so come out to the schools and come talk to our children and educate them and guide them, advise them. So that's one of my recommendations. So thank you guys.
Thanks, Ben. Thanks, Ben.
Secretary Collins, I'm going to come to you, and then the two folks who are at the mic behind, that's where we'll stop, and then we'll move on to the next one if we could.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Karen Collins. I'm the citizens representative for St. Paul Cold Lake Métis District number 12 in the territory of the North Saskatchewan River and with the Métis Nation within Alberta. Nonetheless, you know, this discussion really gets the fire burning, and it excites me. Our rights as Métis people are based in what we do within this portfolio. Our assertion is important. Our passing on of that is important because that's where our rights are born from. It's not from some of the other programming. It's wonderful that we get that, but this is our portfolio within our government that maintains our rights. And where's that man who told me, don't forget to say this? But anyway, so this excites me because it's about our rights. It's about our collective rights. I hear, and the fire gets going within me when I hear, and I'm excited about it. All these comments that come up about our relationships with Métis settlements, or, and you know, the many areas that we could be working on together. So that gives myself, and certainly I make eye contact with our president periodically, and we know what our path will be. I need to just say, it's with the, I'm trying to do this really politically and legally correct there, Madam President. So with the stuff she reported on this morning with respect to our self-government agreement and the consultation process that the federal government has a responsibility to do with First Nations, Métis settlements, and other bodies. While they are doing that, we've been advised as a government that we just hold in the wings because this process has to happen. It's like that comment where people say, I can't make a comment because it's in the courts. You know, that kind of comment where you can't. Well, even though that we have started stuff, we've had to put that on hold for the time being. And I say for the time being because this important conversation has to happen around our self-government agreement. When that process is complete, I know, and Madam President knows that I've been very impatient about this stuff because I like to move things. And so we've had to wait. So I just want to say that so that if you didn't hear it from me and you didn't hear it from her, that's because we've been advised to just hold back. So it's like holding your horses on a chariot. You can't let them run until it's time to run. So we've been holding back. So I needed to say that first off. You heard me yesterday, or for many of you that were here, you heard me yesterday. I talked about wakuhtuan, about relationships. Now, in that word and the way that I was raised, wakuhtuan, there's nothing negative about that. It's about positive. It's about learning from each other as relatives. It's about eating together as relatives, dancing together, going to celebrations. Nothing in that word is about we, they, to the best of my knowledge, and the way that the beauty of our language is. So that's the other part of the fire that starts inside of me. And, you know, all due respect, and I hope I don't say anything that hurts anyone, but it bothers me as a person when I hear people stand up and say stuff, we, they, those Métis over there, these ones over here, those, my cousins over there that live on a reserve. That's not about wakuhtuan. Wakuhtuan is about positive. It's about positive relations. It's about building those relations, maintaining those relations, and passing those relationships on to your children. We talk about maintaining our culture, our heritage, and everything we do as Métis people. Many of our people, and my good friend Angie here, our wakuhtuan goes back from when I was 16 in friendship centers. Who guided me? The women like Angie, who have guided me through wakuhtuan. I'm like a daughter to her. I know she has lots of daughters, but what the heck's one more? And so that's the positive relationship about wakuhtuan. And sometimes I know we get angry or things frustrate us and this and that. But if we put our feet on the ground and we remember some of those words that our elders and our teachers and other people say, and like I said yesterday, I'm really excited that we're starting to use some of those words because when you know and you believe and you understand the foundational meaning of some of those words, it goes deeper than air coming out of your mouth to say the word. And so I stand here and I say, I'm really glad that we got those comments because, this is our space for us to, say stuff. But I remind, we're online. Many of our Wakumaganak that live on settlements or on First Nations, they're watching us. So when you stand up here and you say whatever, you're being watched, just like they say, they watch you everywhere, right? Well, we're on. But I want to remind people that if we're building this nation, let's build it positively. And let's really embrace those words of wakuhtuan. Ay hay kinanaskum tinaw kakyo.
I'm going to ask the indulgence of microphone number 1. I don't want to keep grandmother Angie standing too much longer. Microphone number 2, please go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you. Honored. Yesterday, when we came in here, and it was quite a few, but our beautiful elder started a prayer, and everything changed. We started looking. We started watching each other, and people were happy. They were smiling, they were waving at each other, and happy. It was nothing like, I haven't seen that for a long, long time. She set off in a good mood with her beautiful prayer. And as Métis people, we are very, very strong people because we are, well, we always have been and always will be very proud of who we are. We've worked hard, we've suffered, and we've always helped each other many, many, many times. And we all know that life was hard. But we never gave up, never. The way the people cared and helped each other, they always did and they always will. To be alone for so many years, hiding, not telling, just sneaking to each other, afraid to start, we're quite ready. And when I was a child, my dad said, someday it's getting closer when the half-breeds will come on their own. There's a lot of work has been on for the last 30, 40, 100 years. But its time is coming. And don't you dare and not do anything. Go help yourself. Don't let everybody else working for you. And many, many of us all know that, and we live by. Yesterday, today, my heart filled, and I thought, oh my God, my Lord Jesus, we see this can happen to us every day for the rest of our lives. We're together, working together, being there. That's so important. We're not alone anymore. We have a nation. Not only that, we have our hearts. To me, I always remember as a child when we're learning about the power of prayer, how important it is. As a child, we were told by our parents that the power of prayer will always be there for you. And do not sit there and go and beg. Be open. Be open. Open your heart. Open your mind. Open your soul. And just remember, you are important. How many times we were told we're nobody? We were nobody, you never will be, and never will amount. You don't even have a name. But you know, look at it today. Look, think about it. Think about it today and what it was like 40, 50 years ago. And how far we have come. But we didn't do it alone. We did it together. And that, to me, I cannot express how hard it is. We have to work together. I have heard our past president talking for many years, but she acted, she worked it. She didn't just say a word. She worked it and she provided our guidance. And you know, we've been lucky. Look at yourselves. How much have you accomplished today? What? Love, the magic word. And for me, my Métis life has been very, very successful because I did not do it alone. I had a lot of people help me, and they still continue. And right in this room, I have many, many people I'll never be able to say thank you because I couldn't have done something without them. But they didn't give you, it's something, a smile. It's something, a kindness. Just something with saying, oh, you did really good. Just simple things, but it's so, so important to people that were shut down for over many, many years. I know the residential school has destroyed many of us, but we have come back. We survived and did better because when we put you down so high, so low, you learned that's enough. That's enough. Now, I'm going to do something, but I can't do it alone. Who can I see? Then you go. And then first you know, you're getting people, and then you're trusting. That's the main thing, our people is trust, because we haven't. We've so many betrayed, so many lost, but we go above it. You know how hard it is? Of course you do. You lived it. And to really, 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 when you start to think, take time and say, oh my Lord, thank you for the power of prayer. Without prayer, I would be totally lost. The things, you'll go in just go in a field or just go somewhere quiet by yourself and look around. See what you see. See what you listen. Listen. And see. Oh, everything we needed on earth to survive. It's so wonderful. It's so wonderful to be here and to know that for many, many, many years, over 50 years, my Métis life, I've learned so hard. I've learned so well, but I learned to love so much more because it's so important for you. For you make me. You make me feel I count. I'm not a number. We used to be a number in a convent. We're not a number anymore. We're people. And I just want to let you know that always remember, we are our people. We are together. We are a member, and we are the power of prayer together. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Elder Angie. Microphone number 1.
Hi. My name is Wayne Cossack. Originally, my roots are from Edmonton and Lac St. Anne, but I've been living up in Fort McMurray for 32 years and retired now for 3. And anyways, I wanted to follow up on this man's concern about the health of the fish and the areas that we harvest in. And rather than just think about posting the results in a report somewhere, we should be really thinking about a geographical information map where you can click on the lake and up comes the last date that the information is valid for. And, you know, you could use a color code for healthy, like green, yellow, red. I think that would go a long ways to spread the information rather than be buried in a report. And you could post it on your website and just this area, this lake, boom, all the information comes up. That lake, information comes up. That land, maybe you have a separate one for fishing and another one for hunting. I think that would be very beneficial. And thank you for the last speaker. She was very emotional and yeah, I appreciated her comments.
Thanks for that, Wayne. I'll definitely bring them concerns to our environment department. I think it's a great idea. I can let you know we do have a website similar to that, and you can find that on our website. It's called CLAD, Conservation Land Access Dashboard, and it kind of gives you a synopsis of all the areas that you know we can harvest. You know, some of the places you can harvest, some of the places you can fish. So it's a good resource for that. And I think, you know, your concerns are valid. I think that a map like that would be beneficial. Thanks.
Thanks.
Microphone number 2, last word is to you. We do have to move on.
Marcel Shepherd, Conklin. Since we were recognized as a poly community, I've had my subsistence license. And it's registered with Lac La Biche. You have to take your card and register with Lac La Biche, and they start a file on you. And every year you get a fishing domestic license for a net, but you're on file. Your membership is on file. And now they tell me that your Métis card is all the number you have to put on there because the license numbers to put on flags was getting longer and longer. And on top of that, you had to change the license number every year. This way you can make one flag, put your Métis number on there, because they can identify you. Mostly these permits, the licenses are just to identify whose net it is when you phone in. But when they look in your file, your number's there too. And if you have to go to court, you know, they know that you are a subsistence person, you know. It's all there. Okay, that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Marcel.
Thanks, Marcel. I can comment on that. You know, you are correct. You know, we are working on having the ability to not use our domestic fishing license and only using our cards. You know, that is in the works. I think it's in legislation with the Environment Parks Department of the Alberta government. You know, they are out there telling everybody that they don't need a license, they don't need to follow regulations, they don't need to do nothing. And our message from the M&A is that, you know, we're currently still following the regulations, and we still need a domestic fishing license. So that's what we're pushing right now. When that happens, we will announce it and we will move forward with that. So that's definitely something. Also, I just want to mention that you don't have to go to Fish and Wildlife or to the government to have your Alberta Realm account updated. We do that in-house. I actually do that. I update when the citizens email us a colored picture of the front and back of their card and their WIN number to harvesting@métis.org. I update their Alberta Realm account so that you're considered a recognized Métis harvester.
Okay. Please join me in thanking Secretary Lacombe and Manager Craig, the Tender of Harvesting. We're a little off schedule, but we will catch up, I promise. I will now invite your Chief Electoral Officer, Del Graff, to come and deliver the 2024-2025 by-elections report.
Sir? Thank you, sir.
I have 20 minutes.
Ish.
Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Del Graff. I'm the Chief Electoral Officer for the Otipemisiwak Métis government. That was quite a discussion that was just going on. I was sitting back in the corner thinking, oh, there's going to be a short break after that, but I guess not. We're going to power through. I can tell you that it's a pleasure for me to be here at Métis Crossing for the 97th Annual Citizens Gathering. I was talking to people earlier about what a special place this is. You know, when I come over the hill and I see this area, it really is something. And I'm here to report to you about the activities and the results from our work in the Chief Electoral Officer's office since we last were together at the Citizens Gathering in 2024. So I want to start by introducing you to our office, to who we are and what we do. It's also important that we identify who we serve. I'll provide information about the elections we've had in the past year and the results of those elections. Following that, I'll describe some of the ways I think we've made improvements regarding our work in elections and where we continue to see progress. As well, it's important to acknowledge some of the challenges we've had in the past year, what we have learned from them, and how to best address them. First, I want to tell you who we are. I'm a Métis citizen, first served as the Chief Electoral Officer for the ratification vote of our Constitution in 2022. I also oversaw the Special General Assembly in May of 2023, as well as the 2023 general election and the setup of the OCEO office. I have worked since then as the Chief Electoral Officer for all of the district elections and by-elections with the Otipemisiwak Métis government. Anita Clayton is my executive assistant, and she began her work with us in the summer of 2023. She brings outstanding experience in projects and supervisory administration from the engineering industry, as well as several years of working with vulnerable people in communities. She's a First Nations person who brings an Indigenous perspective to her work. She provides executive support to me and administrative leadership to the OCEO team. She's kind of like the glue that holds us together. Marta Shilko is one of our Deputy Chief Electoral Officers, and she joined us in 2023. Marta has extensive background in managing campaigns across various municipal, provincial, territorial, and federal elections. She's also worked as a policy advisor for municipal and provincial governments. Marta is a key contact between our office and districts and departments in carrying out elections activities. She leads staffing logistics, data analysis, and implementation for each election. Devin McKenzie is our second Deputy Chief Electoral Officer. He joined us in the summer of 2024, and he is a Métis citizen. He was engaged before coming to us in nonprofit work focused on addressing the needs of marginalized populations and their families. He successfully supported the 2024 district elections as a returning officer, and he's a key contact between our office, districts, and department in carrying out elections activities. He also leads ballots and material logistics and implementation for each election. And Valencia Galbraith is our administrative coordinator, and she is a Métis citizen. Valencia is our newest addition and brings extensive experience and administrative experience in clinical research and health. She is usually the first point of contact for our office and leads the administration for the office and supports a broad range of elections activities. Those are the people that work in our office. The OCEO was established as an arm's-length office to support the Otipemisiwak government elections. As the Chief Electoral Officer, I'm not an employee of the government, which enables me to be in an arm's-length position. My office provides guidance and supervision respecting the management and conduct of an election or referendum to ensure fairness, impartiality, and compliance with applicable Métis government legislation. Our stakeholders are why we're here, and they include Métis electors, including citizens, candidates, and communities. As well, the Otipemisiwak Métis government elected officials and leadership and staff are also who we see as our stakeholders. In addition, departments help us in critically important ways, and this includes self-government, who provides election support and transition guidance to engage with districts, Citizens Council, and Cabinet. Registry, who provides our voters lists, audits, and electronic voter verifications. Finance, they pay the bills, and they provide support for elections expenses and deposits. And communications. Communications provides all of our public communication from the point of us issuing a notice of vote all the way to announcing the election results. And human resources, who provide us with staffing support, audit, and the recruitment of elections workers. These are some main documents that that guide us through our work. The Elections and Referenda Act provides information and guidance about the authority, preparation, conduct, and conclusion of elections for the Otipemisiwak Métis government. The District Councils Act provides guidance and authority for the establishment and responsibilities of district councils, including, among other things, elections. And the Campaign Finance Regulations identifies the financial limits and reporting requirements for activities related to candidate campaign finances. Candidates for provincial office, citizens representative, and district captains must complete and submit campaign finance disclosures following an election. District Council bylaws identify the positions to be elected, the residency requirements for councillors, as well as the duration of a council's terms. The other two cornerstones that we see as critical to our responsibilities are the Otipemisiwak Métis Government Constitution and the Code of Ethics. The Constitution is the foundation for what we're trying to do, and the Code of Ethics tells us how to conduct ourselves when we do it. I'm going to provide a bit of an overview of the elections timeline. Election cycles from start to finish in the Otipemisiwak Métis government are most often over a period of about 90 days. As an office, this cycle is considered our active election period, where we implement the main activities for an election, such as notice of vote, reviewing nominations and confirming candidates, ensuring voting methods and locations are in place, preparing and implementing the voting period, and certifying the results. We also have many pre-elections and post-elections tasks that keep us busy. The timeline graphic identifies what elections have taken place since the last citizens' gathering, from notice of vote through to the certification of results. In some cases, there can be an overlap of elections, as seen in our spring of 2025 elections. As well, there is an election currently underway for Lesser Slave Lake Métis District, Fort McMurray Métis District, and Lac St. Anne Métis District to elect their district captains and councils. The notice of vote is out now, and the voting period will be from October 20th to 27th. As well, another election is being planned for later this fall. Please check our website for information as it becomes available for that election. This slide shows the number of positions of officials elected in each district since the last citizens' gathering. To summarize these numbers, for the 2024 district elections, there were 4 district captains and 17 district councillors elected. For the 2025 spring district by-election, there were 2 citizens representative and 1 district captain elected. And for the 2025 spring district elections, there were 2 district captains and 26 district councillors elected. Another important role for our office is being engaged with districts so we can plan elections that are specific to each district. We attend as many district meetings as possible to learn where districts are in their transitions to councils, and also to provide information about the electoral process to citizens. These are the district meetings that we've attended since the spring of 2024. This slide identifies areas of progress and improvements since last year. Engagement with citizens. We've seen an increase in our engagement with citizens who come by our office or call us seeking information about things like where to find the rules for elections, what are the requirements to be elected, how to vote, or how to get a nominations package. Staffing. We have a growing group of Métis citizens who work in our polling station and are increasing their experience, skills, and expertise. In fact, in the last 2 elections, almost all of our election staff were Métis citizens. I think that's a great improvement. Procedures. We've improved our practice and increased our documentation of procedures so we can be more consistent and continue to make progress in our efforts. Things like documenting elections training, setting up voting stations, managing secure materials. These may not be exciting things, but documenting our procedures of them makes a big difference in terms of our consistency and our accountability. Processing results. We've improved our processes for voter recounts and for certifying elections results. Engagement with M&A departments. We have good relationships with M&A departments. They provide us with incredible support and make huge contributions to elections. You may not always see them, but their efforts are always present. If registry, communications, self-government, human resources, and finance didn't help us, we could not do our work in elections. That's just the way it is. We've also seen significant improvement with district mapping, which is a critically important part of elections. Our legislation requires voters' residential address to know which district they are entitled to vote in. The more clearly we can identify this, the more accurate we can be in our elections. I'm going to talk a bit more about this. There are tools that can help citizens to identify their district or sub-district based on their residential address. Although we had a district mapping tool previously, in the past year, we have improved it dramatically. It uses Google Mapping and can more accurately identify the district or sub-district for most residential addresses, including rural addresses. The QR code that's on this slide, if you point your phone up to it, you can get to our district mapping tool, and you can put your address into that tool, and it will tell you what district or sub-district your residential address is in. As well, we've recently sorted out how to improve our information to identify larger groups of citizens within districts. This technology can help us to be more accurate and comprehensive in establishing voters lists. We're not quite there yet, and there is more work to do, but these developments are very encouraging. If you've not updated your information, your residential address and other information, please visit Registry's Contact Information portal to confirm your information is correct. Taking this action will really improve the accuracy of our voters lists. I'm not sure you figured it out, but voters list is part of our challenges. For those of you who aren't familiar, the voters list is a list of eligible voters based on the requirements in legislation. Citizens must be 16 years of age to be entitled to vote. If a citizen is ordinarily resident in a district for at least 90 days before the close of voting, they are entitled to be on the list of voters in which they are ordinarily resident. This requires registry to have your residential address. The voters list is a critical list that's used to communicate voters in elections. It's provided to candidates to enable them to engage with voters for campaigning. It's used to confirm eligibility to vote across all methods of voting. It's used to send information to voters related to elections, including sending citizens their mail-in ballots. We've continued to hear about the challenges of the voters list from both candidates and citizens. And while we've developed a capacity to improve the accuracy, it will take time and effort to achieve. And we're fully engaged with registry, and together we'll continue to work at it. But some of that responsibility rests with our citizens to make sure that your information in registry is up to date. If there's something that I could encourage you to do, it would be just to go onto to their portal and check just to make sure. If you make sure, then you know. We have so many return to envelopes or return to sender envelopes from our mail-in ballots, and that's a result of not having accurate information in registry. So please use that portal. Citizen participation has been and continues to be challenging. We're hopeful that we can gather information about what actions would lead to the greatest improvement in participation regarding elections. We're focused in two areas: citizens becoming candidates and citizen voting. There are some patterns that tell us we need to find ways to more fully support and encourage citizens to consider candidacy. For example, in the 2024 district election, only 12 of 24 positions were elected by voting. In the 2025 by-election, all 3 positions were elected by voting, which is great. However, in the 2025 spring district election, only 5 of 26 positions were elected by voting. We need more candidates. With more candidates, citizens will be able to decide by their votes who represents them. With citizen voting, we also do not have the levels of voter turnout we hope for in elections. Multiple voting methods can make a difference, but so does citizen engagement. It's something that it will take a significant effort for changes to be realized, but it can happen. If you didn't get a chance to come by our booth yesterday, we had a suggestion box to gain some insight from citizens on ways we can improve the voter experience, to get more people out to vote and encourage more candidate participation. We've brought our suggestion box here today as well. We have 2 questions. What would motivate Métis citizens to vote in elections, and what would motivate citizens to run in elections? Our suggestion box is right over in that corner, just beneath that speaker there, where Devin is. There's slips of paper if any of you want to fill one out very quickly and give us some of your ideas for how we can make improvements in these 2 areas. We would consider them very closely. Here are some photos from our past elections. For the one with me at the podium, I'm doing a live announcement of the 2024 district election results. For the remaining pictures, they're from the 2025 district election with some of our polling staff, and I've been advised that we definitely need to do some work on our photo albums. I want to thank you very much for the time to report to you about our activities in the elections office. The reason we are here is to serve you, the citizens of the Métis Nation. And where we fall short, we need to acknowledge it and learn from it. And where we do well, we need to celebrate it. But please know that we will always strive to do better for you, for me, and for our children's children. I guess I get an opportunity to respond to questions now. Thank you very much.
Precision is important in a chief electoral officer. I said 20 minutes, he did it in 19. Well done. Questions for the chief electoral officer? I'll go to microphone number 2, and then we'll go to microphone number 1. Go ahead, Secretary Wolf.
Good morning, Tansei. Thank you very much to the Chief Electoral Officer and your staff for all the work for bringing the Ottawa government up to where we are today. I know your office is so super busy, so thank you for all the information. I do want to say and let everybody know that Lac St. Anne is under our election process right now. So I want to congratulate people that are moving forward in that process. But I also want to let people know that if you are from the Lac St. Anne region right now and you're here, please come and see me. I do have some flyers that you can post in your community. You may be interested in maybe running, or somebody that you know may be interested in running for one of our district councillor positions. I do have the flyers here for information. Please come and see me directly. I'm sitting right here, and I'm the citizen representative, Lisa Wolf, for Lac St. Anne. So thank you, and to anybody that's running, congratulations. Come and see me. I want to promote you. And thank you to the Chief Electoral Officer again. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Wolf. Microphone number 1.
A couple questions. Who has access to the people that are on the list, you know, for the people that are on the list for voting? The reason why I asked that question is because I had an individual prior to last, was it October, September's election, this individual says, hey, I know some of your info. I got it from the list, from the office in Edmonton. And I says, oh, really? So does the public have access to other people's info on the list?
Chief Graf?
Certainly that's been a concern that's been raised a number of times. What happens is that once a candidate is confirmed, so they've met all of the criteria through the nominations process, we provide them with access to the list of voters, provided that they sign a declaration that says they won't use the list for any other purpose than to campaign. And we also make clear on our website that if citizens don't want to be on that list that goes out to candidates, that they can contact our office and we will remove them from the list. Part of the reason that we do it this way is because with access to Métis citizens in districts, it's not where you have your own kind of geographic area like these blocks of people where everybody in that area is Métis. So candidates need to be able to find Métis citizens, and sometimes they will communicate with you through mail, sometimes they'll through email, etc. But they're given the list of voters within the parameters of what they're running for in terms of their candidacy, with that declaration. And if you hear of somebody using the list wrongly, then please contact my office. We will take action about that.
Okay, but you can only get that info from the district that you're in, right? Like this individual is from St. Albert, you know, and but
yeah. Okay. We could discuss it further offline, okay. But I can tell you that the voters list, including the names that are in a district for a candidate from that district, is available. It comes from registry, and we facilitate them to make sure that those declarations and that all candidates know the rules.
Yeah.
And follow them.
I know there's like general apathy among, the citizens. The numbers speak for themselves in terms of how many voted, considering that there's about 75,000 citizens in Alberta. So trying to get people engaged in the electoral process, it's a challenge. And I think more needs to be done. How? I'm not sure at this point in time. But I always say, if you didn't vote, shut your mouth, So, I can't be more direct. Don't complain. Did you vote? No? Well, shut up. But that's where I'm at as far as that goes.
I would say if you didn't vote last time, vote next time.
So there's a diplomatic way to put that, is what I'm hearing, Chief Graf. Very well. Folks, it's getting a little loud in here. I know we're right up against lunch. I need you for a few more minutes, and then I promise we'll get you to lunch and you can go back to socializing. Microphone number 2.
Good morning. My name is Walter Andreef from Lesser Slave Lake, Métis District. My question is, I don't know, it might be registry related, but certainly it has a lot to do with addresses and where people live. So we have a particular person within our area who has a trap line a little north of Lesser Slave Lake. They tend to reside in Athabasca district, just a little bit on a farm a little bit east of Smith. Now, at the current time, we try to treat, you know, because he was born and raised, literally, he took me to his house that he was raised in when he was a boy, and it's no longer, nobody's ever, not even living there anymore. But I'm just wondering how is it possible for a member to have sort of a primary and a secondary address that might address some of these issues with both voting and or membership and benefits within the respect of different districts? I know we treat him like a member in a way because of his history.
There are provisions in the legislation for what ordinarily resident means, and I'm not sure if the circumstance you're referring to would fit into that or would provide some guidance to that. But in a general way, ordinarily resident is where you stay most of the time, and the legislation would reflect that. So sometimes there are difficult decisions that need to be made about that, but they're usually a very exceptional kind of circumstance, and then we deal with them as exceptional circumstances.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Please join me in thanking Chief Electoral Officer Delgraff for the report on the 2025 by-elections. With that, I'm going to invite Chair Designate Tyler Fetch to come up and give some lunch direction. Oh, sorry, I'm seeing waving. I think we have one more question. No? Okay. The floor's all yours. Take us to lunch, Tyler.
Thank you. So once again, we're going to call on Elder Norma to provide us a blessing for lunch.
Is this on? Is it on?
It is now.
Thank you. Please join me. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Heavenly Father, we are grateful for this day and the joy of this wonderful Métis gathering. May our Métis ancestors be in our hearts and in our minds as we share this lunch together. We ask for your blessings on the food we will receive and remain ever grateful to all those who work so diligently to make events such as these so very special to each and every one of us. Thank you, dear Lord. Amen. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Thank you again, Norma. So if you are an elder or someone who is differently abled and you'd like to be served, they're coming around with a cart. If you see them, flag them down, make sure you get fed. And then we'd ask if you're an elder who would like to serve themselves that you go first. And I think they said there was 3 lines, but I'm not sure where they are. Yes. So there's 2 lines outside and 1 inside. So
Hello. If you are missing a pair of, I believe they're purple, glasses, we have them. So if you know anybody that's missing a pair of glasses, we're going to put them on the table. Thank you. Hello. We've got a little guy who's looking for his mom and dad. If we have Blanche and Chris, we've got your little one up here.
Okay, folks, we're going to go ahead and get started, and we'll call the meeting back to order. I have 1:09 p.m. So we've got a few things to get through that we're set for this morning still. I'll give folks a minute to find their seats. Okay, so the next order of business on our agenda today is the Citizens Council report, and I will invite your president, President Sandmaier, to come and deliver the report on behalf of Citizens Council. Please welcome the president.
Tanse and good afternoon, everybody. I hope everybody enjoyed lunch. I sure did. Let's give a round of applause to Métis Crossing staff. Thank you. I know we've covered a lot of ground already, so thank you for your continued engagement and all the great questions this morning and comments. I'm pleased to stand before you not only as president, but a member of the Citizens Council, and to share this year's annual council report with you. It's hard to believe, but this fall will mark 2 years since the first Citizens Council of the Otipemisiwak Métis government was sworn in. 2 years since our Constitution came into force and we began the important work of breathing life into the government that you as citizens fought so hard to build. This Citizens Council is made up of 25 elected representatives, a president, women's representative, youth representative, and citizens representatives for each of the 22 districts. Together, your Citizens Council represents the diversity of our nation, not just across geography, but also across age, gender, lived experience, and community connection. Our responsibility is to be your voice at the table, to bring priorities forward and to make decisions that balance the needs of today with the opportunities of the future. And as you'll see in the Citizens Council report, we've been working hard over the last year to do just that. Since April 2024, Council has held 14 regular meetings along with several briefings, information sessions, and workshops. And as the chair said, I believe yesterday, our last council meeting was 12 hours. It was a long day, but a great day. We've debated legislation, updated our rules and procedures, and advanced work across every territory, guided by our Constitution and driven by the voices of citizens like you. One of our key roles is lawmaking. In the past year, the Citizens Council passed 2 pieces of legislation. The first, an act to amend the District Boundaries Act, improved how we appoint members to the District Boundaries Commission to ensure each territory has an equal opportunity to participate in the process. The second, an act to amend the Elections and Referenda Act, together strengthen protections for nominees and candidates in our elections, helping ensure that every citizen can participate in our democracy without fear of intimidation or interference. Beyond passing these laws, we've also been focusing on improving the legislative process itself. Together with our administration, we're refining how legislation is developed from an idea to a fully drafted law so that the process is clear and accessible to all members of Council. Another core function of Council is our committee work, and in this past year has seen several committees working on major priorities for our government. We created the Traditional Economic Practices Committee, chaired by Secretary of Harvesting and Culture, Grant Lacombe, to promote and protect practices like trapping that are central to our identity and economy. We transitioned from the Legislative Proposal Assessment Committee to a new Legislative Review and Engagement Committee so that we can review and improve our laws in a way that includes all Council members and reflects the feedback we hear from citizens. We continued the work of the Nomination Committee, which has played a vital role in making sure our government appointments are fair and merit-based. I'm proud of the work this committee has done to fill critical roles on the Judicial Tribunal this year to help ensure equity and integrity every step of the way. We've also strengthened our emergency management capacity through the Emergency Management Committee, endorsed our first ever emergency strategy, and brought forward work that was developed through citizen survey data to help them in the face of crisis. On a different note, we've also made progress on a cultural front. The Artifact Repatriation Committee has begun important work on reclaiming the items and stories that belong to our people. We are building relationships with institutions like the Royal Alberta Museum and the Glenbow to ensure repatriation is done in a respectful and community-led way. As a council, we've also taken important steps this year to strengthen how we govern. That includes beginning the process of establishing a Council of Elders and Knowledge Keepers, a constitutional requirement, but more importantly, a step rooted in our values. Elders and Knowledge Keepers have always played a central role in Métis governance, and we've had multiple workshops this past year to shape what this council will look like, guided by the wisdom of those who came before us. We've also started working on a new rules of procedure for Citizens Council, informed by both historical Métis practices and the practical needs of a modern, self-governing nation. Our first workshop took place in March, and more will be planned for the future. These rules will help make sure future councils will have a strong, consistent, and transparent foundation to build from. As many of you know, we also welcome two new members to council this year. Trevor Ward, representing Rocky View Métis District. Where is that? Not sure. And Cindy Moore, representing Wabasca-Desmarais Métis District. Both were elected through by-elections in the spring and bring deep community ties, impressive experience, and a strong commitment to their roles. We're lucky to have them on council, and I'm looking forward to the amazing contributions I know they will bring forward coming in the year. Our work is far from done. As a council, we know that our decisions matter not just for today, but for the next generation. We know that good governance is something you nurture, grow, and improve every day. And that's what we're committed to. We will keep showing up, asking tough questions, listening to citizens, and working together to make this government stronger, more transparent, and more accountable with each passing year. Before I close, I want to thank every member of Citizens Council for your dedication, your long hours, and your commitment to our government. And I want to say thank you to our citizens for continuing to hold us accountable and for walking alongside us as we build something truly historic together. Thank you, and I'm looking forward to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Are there any questions in respect to the Citizens Council report this afternoon? Now everybody's full. There is a question. Microphone number 2.
Good afternoon. I'd like to thank you for this opportunity. My name is Guy Leroux. I'm honored to sit as captain of the Foothills District. I'm a former member of the Harvest Council under former President Audrey Portra, and I still have some very strong feelings about that organization. And that council had asked me one time if I would try and write a wildlife act. And why they asked me? Well, because I just come from Nunavut, where I spent 2 years and wrote their wildlife act, their first one, with a drafter by the name of Patrick Orr from Ottawa. And so I went home after that meeting and I phoned Patrick and I said, Patrick, would you help me write a wildlife act for the Métis Nation of Alberta? He said, I'd be honored and I would not charge for that service. And by the way, I was paying him $1,800 a day when I was in Nunavut, so he didn't come cheap. Incredibly bright man. So he said, put together what you want, send it to me, I'll send it back. You go through it again, send it to me. We did it 4 times, and we come up with a piece of legislation that we thought was viable. And so Madam Portra said that we could probably use this once we have a constitution. Well, we have a constitution. That act kind of went to the wayside until my good friend Ben House introduced it today. I'm asking you today, if we could resurrect that act and introduce it as part of a Harvest Council and bring Ben House and myself to sit on that council. We'd like to sit on that council and have a voice. I have the act, Ben has the act, and that act, by the way, is open for addition. It's not written in stone. So that's all I had to say on that point.
Madam President.
Thank you, Guy. Earlier, when Ben got up to talk about that Wildlife Act, I looked at Grant and Secretary Lacombe and Craig Latondra sitting up here, and we all smiled at each other because we actually just had a meeting last week about this, about having our own law when it comes to wildlife management, conservation, all of those things. So I think this is very important. We feel it's very important as well. And it is something that we are going to do. We are committed to that. So I think both Craig and Grant are willing to sit down and have a conversation with you guys. So.
Very good. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you.
Any other questions to the Citizens Council report? Seeing nobody approaching the mics, we'll thank President Sandmaier for the Citizens Council report. And I will invite President Sandmaier back one more time, and as well I'll ask Nicole Shepard, the Manager of Transition, to join me on the stage, and I'll be turning over the chairmanship of the meeting to Chair Designate Tyler Fetch.
As a part of my role, I'll reintroduce President Sandmaier to speak about self-government and transition. President Sandmaier.
Thank you, Director Fetch. Chair Fetch. Acting Chair. Good afternoon again, everyone. As you know, I serve as the portfolio holder for self-government. It's a portfolio I take on with a big sense of responsibility and pride because self-government is at the core of who we are. We are the Otipemisiwak, the people who own themselves. That's right. Our right to self-government wasn't given to us by Canada. It's something we've always had. But as we all know too well, it's a right that Canada spent generations denying, ignoring, and refusing to recognize. That's why the work we've done and continue to do to assert that right is to claim the space and to build something for our citizens and our communities. It matters. Last year at Gathering, we celebrated the fact that our Otipemisiwak Métis Constitution had come into full force and effect, that our first Citizens Council had been elected, that we were transitioning into our new structure under a constitution that received over 96% support from our citizens in the largest Indigenous ratification vote in Canada's history. And since then, we've been doing the work. Behind the scenes, our self-government team, under the leadership of Senior Director Garrett Tomlinson, has been putting in the long hours to bring this Constitution to life. That means building the structures and processes that uphold our laws, working across departments to make sure every new initiative reflects our self-government, supporting our Citizens Council as it passes and implements legislation, working with the Cabinet to pass regulations under our Otipemisiwak Métis government laws, supporting the transition to district councils, and holding Canada to its commitments in our self-government recognition and implementation agreement. This hasn't been a small job, and the transition hasn't always been easy. And I want to thank the staff in the self-government department and across our whole government who have taken on the difficult task and often invisible work of implementing what our citizens have asked for. That work doesn't make headlines, but it's what makes self-government real. The road is still long. We are building something big, something that generations of our ancestors dreamed of and fought for. But with every step forward, every law passed, and every new agreement signed, we are walking further into that future. And we're doing it together. Now, to tell you more about the work that has been done over the past year and where we're headed next, I'd like to invite Garrett Tomlinson, our Senior Director of Self-Government, to give his report, and Nicole Shepard, Transition Manager, will also be available to answer questions on transition. Thank you.
The great thing about having the president as your secretary is my reports get to be shorter because she does all the heavy lifting for me. As President mentioned, my name is Garrett Tomlinson. In addition to being your chair, I've had the privilege of working with the M&A since 2018, originally in the Métis Rights and Accommodation Department, which became the Consultation Department, and then in Self-Government. Joining me is our Manager of Transition, Nicole Shepard. I'll talk a bit about the work of the department. Self-government is a bit of a catch-all, covering the work of administering the Otipemisiwak Métis government as envisioned in our Constitution. It's a big job, it's a big government, fulfilling and bringing life to the document that you, the citizens, put forward. It's no easy feat, and it's not something that can be done very quickly. We do the work in a way that is deliberate, because it's also complex, but it's critical that we get it right. And when we don't, we go back and we do it again until we do get it right. So what that looks like, our department has multiple teams. We have the transition team, the governance and policy, strategic governance, and government administration team. We manage the ongoing transition to the governance structure set out in the Constitution. We provide administrative support to governing bodies and public officials. And we support the development, as President said, of our policies, laws, and regulations. With that, what that looks like in bringing that Constitution to life, we do have a video that I'll play just so you don't have to listen to me talk. You've heard me a lot over the last 2 days. So I'll invite you to turn your attention to the screens, and it'll go through what building this government really looks like in this transition process.
For centuries, we as Métis people have fought to protect our unique identity, culture, and rights. The Métis Nation within Alberta has been working hard towards self-government for years, including signing multiple agreements with Canada, forging our path towards self-government to establish the Otipemisiwak Métis government. In this video, we'll explore our journey towards self-government, the process of transitioning to our new government, and how our new government functions as we continue to work towards a brighter future for all Métis citizens in Alberta. Let's begin in June 2019, when, after centuries of fighting for recognition, Canada formally recognized the Métis Nation within Alberta's inherent right to self-government. The signing of the Métis Government Recognition and Self-Government Agreement created a pathway for the Otipemisiwak Métis government, then called the Métis Nation of Alberta, to be recognized as an Indigenous government in Canada. It also established a formal process for us to transition into a fully recognized Métis government. This compelled us to develop a constitution that defined how we want to govern ourselves. After the signing, we spent 3 years gathering citizen feedback through community consultations across the province to assist in drafting our new constitution. Our constitution serves as an essential tool for our self-government. It outlines how we will be governed and is the foundation on which our government is built to uphold its values and laws for citizens of the Métis Nation within Alberta. At the Annual General Assembly in August of 2022, we presented the final draft of the Constitution. After a month-long voting period, we announced in November of 2022 that 96.9% of citizens that voted said yes to ratifying the Constitution. Fast forward to February of 2023, when Canada and the Otipemisiwak Métis government, then called the Métis Nation of Alberta, signed a new agreement, the Métis Nation within Alberta Self-Government Recognition and Implementation Agreement. This new agreement builds on the previous 2019 Self-Government Agreement and means that Canada recognizes the Otipemisiwak Métis government as the Indigenous government representing citizens and communities of the Métis Nation within Alberta, with lawmaking powers and authority over citizenship, elections, governance operations, and Métis children and family services. This agreement also includes a commitment to negotiate a self-government treaty between the Otipemisiwak Métis government and Canada within 2 years. This will officially recognize our right to self-determination regardless of any external factors, such as changes in political power within the federal government. In September 2023, citizens voted in the first general election of the Otipemisiwak Métis government. marking a major milestone in our transition to self-government. Citizens elected the first Citizens Council, including our new president, women's representative, youth representative, and 22 citizens representatives. Districts with no existing local councils also began to transition to district councils by electing district captains, organizing the nation under a new constitution for the first time. Our transition journey is ongoing, and work continues in 2025 to establish the Otipemisiwak Métis government. Let's take a closer look at the ins and outs of transition.
What does transition mean? In this context, transition refers to the multi-year process of supporting self-determination and self-government for the Métis Nation within Alberta. Broadly, transition involves structural and governance changes to implement the Constitution and improve citizen representation at all levels of the Otipemisiwak Métis government. Essentially, transition is the standing up of the new government structure brought about by the Otipemisiwak Métis government constitution. Under our constitution, there is greater representation of the interests and needs of citizens. Our government is now made up of 4 branches: the Citizens Gathering, the Judicial Branch, the Citizens Council, and the District Councils. The new government structure transitioned the annual General Assembly to the Citizens Gathering in August 2024. A gathering is held once per year, giving citizens a place to table proposals, provide input, and hold their government accountable. The Judicial Branch is our final judicial authority. It ensures our laws, actions, and decisions are consistent with the Constitution. It includes the Judicial Tribunal, which is responsible for dispute resolution within the Otipemisiwak Métis government, including establishing and implementing application, hearing, and appeal processes. In the future, other bodies of the Judicial Branch may be established in law for specific purposes, such as appeals. Our government also includes 4 officers who are appointed by the Citizens Council. The Chief Electoral Officer supervises election conduct, reviews nominations, enforces campaign finance regulations, and ensures compliance with our legislation. The Auditor General is responsible for providing financial transparency and accountability to citizens, including presenting an annual financial statement at the Citizens Gathering. The Ombudsman is an impartial officer who investigates complaints, mediates disputes, and makes recommendations to our government. Finally, the Chair presides over all council meetings and citizens' gatherings, remaining neutral and impartial when it comes to making decisions. You can learn more about our appointed officers and their roles by visiting albertamétis.com. The Citizens Council shares similar responsibilities to the Provincial Council, but it offers improved representation for citizens of the nation. It has dedicated elected roles for a president, a women's representative, a youth representative, and 22 citizens representatives. The Citizens Council serves as the legislative making body of the nation. It meets at least 12 times per year to address key issues, set priorities, and make decisions for the nation's benefit, while representing and serving citizens in self-governance. The Citizens Council is also responsible for managing lands for the benefit of the entire nation, negotiating modern-day treaty relationships, overseeing institutions to develop and deliver programs and services, and so much more. Selected members of the Citizens Council are appointed as provincial secretaries by the President to form our government's executive body, the Cabinet. Provincial secretaries have specific responsibilities. For example, there is a Secretary of Citizenship and Registry, and Harvesting and Culture, each with a deeper understanding of their specific area. You can learn more about the provincial secretary mandates by visiting albertamétis.com. In addition to the Citizens Council, each district may have its own district council. In this transition, the 6 previous regions and numerous local councils will become 22 district councils. Our district councils, made up of a district captain and at least 2 district councillors, focus on smaller geographic areas. They represent their citizens at the local level, while citizens' representatives are their voice at the provincial level. Captains and councillors handle operations in their respective districts, including holding meetings, facilitating consultations with the Crown, industry, and other Indigenous groups, seeing institutions that deliver programs and services for the benefit of citizens residing in their district. Transition to the Citizens Gathering, Judicial Branch, Officers, and Citizens Council is complete. However, the work to transition to 22 district councils is still underway, as transitioning locals to districts is intricate and complex. Let's take a closer look at what the transition to district councils looks like and what it means for citizens.
Due to the complex nature of transition, a resolution was passed at the 2021 Annual General Assembly to establish a transition committee to guide the transition process to districts and institutions. This committee consisted of 16 members, a chair, a vice chair, 2 representatives appointed from each region, and 2 youth representatives. The committee was responsible for creating a transition plan outlining the process for transferring the interests, assets, and liabilities of the Métis Nation of Alberta's local and regional councils to district councils. It also outlines how affiliates will transition into institutions as part of the establishment of the future Otipemisiwak Métis government. There are many steps in the district transition process as outlined in the transition plan, and it can look different for each district. Generally, districts with 1 or more existing local councils are provided with model bylaws to amend based on the unique needs of their citizens. Once the new district bylaws are created, they go through 2 review or reading cycles at the Citizens Council and are then passed at a special local meeting, which can happen between readings, but must happen before being submitted to the Alberta Corporate Registrar. Finally, once the registrar accepts the changed bylaws, the local president and council become the interim district captain and council. This acceptance is also the start of the election clock. Elections must be held to elect a district captain and councillors within 180 days. Districts with no existing local councils begin by electing a district captain before following the same process. It's important to remember that while the transition process will not look exactly like this at all districts, the Otipemisiwak Métis government will be there to offer support at every step. What does the transition to district councils mean for citizens? All district councils get funding to support their core operations while maintaining citizen access to benefits and services. Plus, each district council has a new level of authority and responsibility, including conducting consultations on behalf of their citizens. Most importantly, this transition brings our Métis government closer to our citizens, ensuring individuals and communities maintain their legal rights and are better represented in decisions made by their government. As for the transition of affiliates to institutions, the Otipemisiwak Métis government will collaborate with each affiliate to align with the new government structure, ensuring continued control and benefits for citizens. All affiliates will remain unchanged, and citizens will receive the same benefits and resources. As we continue our self-government journey, we are actively supporting local councils in their transitions to district councils, holding elections to elect more government officials, and continually onboarding elected officials to their new roles.
We're at an exciting point in the transition process, and we thank you for taking the time to follow along on our journey. Visit albertamétis.com and métiselectionsab.com to learn more and stay up to date with the latest activities of the Otipemisiwak Métis government.
So as you can see, there's a lot that goes into the work of self-government and a lot that goes into the process. So over the last year, I'll cover some of the highlights of the department work, and I'll do it fairly quickly because the chair designate is now clocking me on not being on time. So, as of right now, we have 12 of 22 of the district councils formally established, as of spring of this year. Citizens continue to be engaged through information sessions and council meetings. The self-government team and transition team have developed resources, written, audio, and visual, as you can see, to support that transition process. We've supported the passing of multiple pieces of legislation for Citizens Council. We've developed an enhanced public registry for ease of citizen access to make sure that your laws are available to you, that you can see the progress that's being done and developed there. We also provide support to elected officials. This last fiscal year, there were 14 Citizens Council meetings, so more than one per month. We provide governance and training workshops for elected officials. We are also assisting and supporting the design of the Council for Elders and Knowledge Keepers and the structure. And we provide the onboarding for new elected officials like district captains and citizens representatives. In addition, the self-government department provides support to the officers in the judicial branch for their administration while also maintaining their independence. In the coming year, the priorities that we are looking forward to as a department will be refining Citizens Council meeting policies for accessibility, improving their policies and practices and supporting them in the development and finalization of their rules of procedure, advancing our negotiations on a self-government treaty with Canada, which is a critical element of self-government, and working to develop culturally relevant solutions to strengthen our Métis self-government. We'll address gaps in current structures and practices and try and create innovative approaches to build a resilient, accountable government for our future generations. And we'll continue the support for the development of the Council of Elders and Knowledge Keepers and getting those institutions and those documents up and running. The contacts for the self-government team are there should you need them. For transition, we have our manager, Nicole Shepard, who covers transition. Internal administration is managed by Dakota Bailey. Governance and policy is covered by manager Maren Jensen Joyce. And Nicole Sparrow is our director of strategic governance who provides support to the office of the president. Mr. Chair, I'll turn it back to you.
So are there any questions? I see mic number 2.
Okay. Hi. I do have a couple questions. I know with this new government, it takes time, and I know that we all have to be patient, or patience, is that how you say it? And I always have to remember Rome wasn't built in one day. It's going to take time. But with that, there's frustration, And I know when there's a new government, you got to do a lot of restructuring, probably different staff, modules that you look at, what's best fits for the government and how they can best serve the citizens. Now, I don't know if this question would apply to this session, but the one thing that I'm not really happy about is when I submit receipts or reimbursement, I have to wait 3-4 weeks, And I figure, well, I'm an elder, at least that's what people tell me. And, living on pension, we only get paid once a month. And so if I'm waiting for a reimbursement, I end up buying, our complement products, the yellow products, because I don't have no money. But nevertheless, to me, when I used to work with the GOA, of course, they do it differently. I worked with them over, 31 years. I would submit an expense claim on a Monday. By Thursday, it's in my account. And I know after submitting a couple expense claims, I think the gentleman I spoke to was, oh boy, I forgot his name, Victor maybe? But nevertheless, he's in finance, Oh, we're looking into it, And so I'm thinking, maybe 6-7 business days would be okay, but gosh, I remember submitting one at first week in December. It was 2 days before Christmas when I got it, and it's, I know that's part of the transition. You can either hire more staff to deal with those reimbursements, and I know you guys probably have a lot of vendors that you have to make payments to, that, I can understand that, but it's something that you need to look at, because I suppose I do have patience because I was married 3 times, so. Anyways, that's.
Thank you for your question. I just want to let you know that there is the financials and the our financial officers will be up later on here, so that'd be better suited for them to answer, just so you know. Okay. Mic number 2 again.
Thank you. Yesterday I was discussing some topics with one of our elders, and he wanted to know what has happened to our elder council. I know Madam President made mention of it in her speech this morning, but there's need for where are we at, when is the council going to happen, is there going to be money for travel, and that sort of thing.
President.
So, yeah, I briefly did speak about the elders and knowledge keepers work that we've been doing to make sure that we are getting it right. The elders and knowledge keepers work that we're doing as a council is for our council. The Elders Council works with, will be working with Citizens Council. Every district can do the same thing. You should be doing that work as a district, making sure that you have your own elders council, or I think some of you even put in your bylaws to have an elder elected or an elder representative at your council meetings. So that is up to each individual district council to establish their own way of doing things as far as how you, if you want an elders council, or how you want to include elders in your decision making or your council. The work that we're doing, like I said, is with regards to what's said in the Constitution, which is the elders council that will assist and be there for the Citizens Council. That work is being undertaken, and I know that they had in the showcase, the self-government team had some handouts with regards to where we're at with that. Perhaps we can maybe get some brought into the room here and passed out. I'm not sure if there's any left, but we are working towards that. We do have a travel and honorarium. We approved that motion at our last council meeting. And I will say that our SEO, Aaron Barner, was very pleased that we did that, because that policy we're hoping to take to all our departments as well, so that everybody's kind of on the same page as to what we're paying honorarium, what we're paying for travel, all those things. But the work is being done. But like I said, District Captain Leroux, you can do that work in your district as well.
Yeah, thank you. We do have elders in our council, at least one elected elder. But that person was asked to come to Edmonton and sit on your elders council. And so the question is, when is that going to happen?
We haven't asked anyone to sit on that council yet. It will be a nomination process. Oh. And so we're working out those details now. And like I said, if we can get self-government to hand out some of those information pamphlets that we've done already to show what we have been doing. But no one has been elected. It won't be an election. It will be a nomination process. So that will be happening in the fall.
Thanks for clearing that up.
And I just want to remind, for the recorder's purposes, to just remember to say your name and where you're from, so that we can make sure that we capture who's saying. So that was District Captain Guy Leroux. Yeah, that was the previous speaker. Yeah, mic number 2. Yes. Yeah.
Good afternoon. My name is Esther Auger. I'm from the Métis District 21 Lesser Slave Lake. We're just going into the nominations are probably going to be submitted, and we'll have our elections probably in October. You know, in plain language, can you please tell me, I know that video was really good, but you know, sometimes I don't really understand, and I don't know if I'm the only one that don't really understand, but what are the roles for the captain, for the district captain, district council, and what's the other one again? District representative. What are their roles? And with the one we have Grant Lacombe for our harvester, like he has a role at your table as a harvester rep and culture, but how much involvement is he supposed to have with our District 21? Like, I want to know the roles, because I'm not clear, and I would like to know in just simple language. I know I'm a little undereducated here, but it would be nice to know the roles, and and what are the expectations of the government in our own offices. I don't know if everybody's clear on that. I don't know, I'm not. But anyway, merci.
Director Tomlinson?
Yeah, so in a nutshell, your Citizens Council, so Secretary Lacombe, who's also the Citizens Rep for District 21, deal with matters that are provincial in nature, legislation that applies to the whole of the province, similar to your provincial MLAs would. Your district captains and your district councils are really your local community representatives. They're the go-to for your community, for leadership, for program design, for input, consultation, things like that that impact your community locally. Citizens Council, again, they look at things more, the areas that are more broad, national treaty, provincial matters, and things that aren't specific to one community. That's their role. So Secretary Lacombe also fulfills a role on Cabinet, as you mentioned, for harvesting. And Cabinet serves as that executive function within the Citizens Council, where they're a little more nimble and can make faster decisions because it's a smaller group of folks. When we have things like, if we had to go into an emergency meeting with Alberta or we had litigation pending, Cabinet could meet very quickly and start taking on those matters and provide executive advice to the government in that way. Does that make sense? Very good. And Esther, as for being uneducated, I know you've forgotten more things than I'll ever learn, so.
I just want to.
Yeah, President Sandmaier.
I'll just add my view of it, and what I guess it's the simple way of explaining it. I always explain that our Citizens Council and the representatives are like MLAs, and the district captains are like mayors of a city or a town or a municipality, and councillors are like councillors that sit on a town council. With the portfolio holders, the secretaries, such as Secretary Grant Lacombe, who holds harvesting and culture, he does that work for the entire province. So when you have a portfolio, you're doing that work for all citizens, not just in their district. Thank you, Grandmother Esther Cookham.
Thank you. Back to the mic number 2.
Hi, Christy Zhignac from District 11. I'm just curious about the transition process. We had our election, our by-election in June 24th, and you mentioned onboarding, but there's not a lot of onboarding for council. We haven't been given a lot of direction on what that looks like. We've been asked to put together a budget, but we don't have clear outlines on what to put in that budget. And especially the roles, like we did the day of training on, what the governance is, the governance training, but not on our day-to-day roles, and that's what we're really looking for. We're talking to some of the other council members that have been newly elected. Everyone is feeling the same way of, yeah, we were kind of put into these roles, but not given enough structure behind it. So is there a plan to make very outlines of day to day? This is what this should look like. This is what your minutes should look like. This is how you can reach the citizens. When your geographic area is quite big, we have no way to reach our citizens. Yeah, and I don't know what the ways that we can get around that are.
Good question.
Yes. Manager Shepherd?
Yes, everyone's looking at me, as they should, so. So right now, it was very lovely to meet you in our governance training in Nisku. Currently, we are reviewing and finalizing training modules to assist. You will be, we don't send the citizenship list until after the folks like yourself are elected. So once this big event's complete, that will be going out to your district captain, Captain Martin, and then you will be able to get a hold of your citizens through your captain. And then I know other captains like Captain Boyd Lasante that have been around for quite some time have had to develop some policies, finance, things like that themselves. And we also have Dakota's department, give a wave, And they've been collecting documents, and everybody's been sharing with one another because we are building this government together. It's the first time it's ever happened, and I really don't want anyone to feel that way, but these frustrations and feelings are all part of this being very, very new. But we will be reaching out to you very shortly after this gathering, and those training modules should be completed in the near future.
Director Thomason.
Yeah, and I'll just add, one of the challenges in developing the training modules, and even though we've got half of the districts stood up, is there is no one-size-fits-all model for districts, right? Districts have authorities that they can pull down in the Constitution that they can choose to deliver on, or they can choose to not and have Citizens Council deliver on. So we had to find a way to develop the modules on that basis where districts can decide what they want to do without us imposing what their day-to-day might look like. So that has been some of the delay, is developing that and seeing what some of the districts might want to do and what some of the districts might not want to do. But as Nicole says, we're looking forward to delivering those to you guys early in the fall, as soon as gathering is over. As you can imagine, this takes a significant amount of the team's heavy lift from all of our departments. So once that's through, we'll be happy to connect for sure.
All right, thank you. One more. No, I don't think there's anybody there, so back to number 2.
Okay, thank you. My name is Guy Lebreu. I'm learning. I'm from the Foothills District. I have 3 more points that have been brought up. I'd like to get them over with so I can sit down and quit shaking here. One was which Métis housing. Our members are asking why we're not getting any Métis housing. There's a real need down in the foothills. So I just wondered if there's any way that you can help us get this thing going.
I think you just provided a perfect segue. That's our next presentation.
Okay, thank you. All right, that's good. That's an easy one. The other one that is quite a bone of contention is with our annual budget allotment. We just got ours. Fiscal end starts April 1. Should we be submitting our proposals around January 1 so that we can get these in a timely fashion? How are we going to handle this?
When should they be submitting their proposals for core funding? January?
Before April 1st. Well, generally before April 1st, unless you're operating now.
So now, I've just been advised by the Senior Executive Officer, now that we have the contribution agreement process in place, which we developed in the spring and through the summer, you'll be able to submit them as long as it comes in before April 1st, and that mechanism is now in place. So there shouldn't be any further delay on those as fiscal years carry on. What we needed was to develop that mechanism for that governance transfer because it didn't exist before. So that took a little bit of time through the beginning of this fiscal year, but we're glad that it's now in place, and it makes things a lot clearer for us and the districts both so that we can just do those straight contributions.
Well, thank you. Is there any thought of increasing that allotment?
Yeah, so it has to be increased. Right now, we're under an interim fiscal financing arrangement as part of our self-government transition, our self-government agreement, and the process to get the treaty signed. That interim fiscal financing agreement is to stand up our government and do all the things that are outlined in our Constitution. The problem is our government is absolutely massive. You look at just the number of citizens we have compared to the other Métis governments that have signed self-government agreements or are in the work to get treaties. We're quite a bit bigger. And so that money right now is actually a bit short on where we need to get even to do all the things in our Constitution. We've supplemented our self-government funding with existing resources that we've used from the Government of Alberta, so you'd be familiar with the old framework agreement, the 169 for the regions and that, so we've reprofiled that in there to get just to the point where we are today to get that level of funding. Now the good news is we're in active negotiations right now to finalize that fiscal financing agreement. In order to do that, all the Métis governments that are in this negotiation process are coming to a table with Canada and working on developing one single formula to finance all Métis governments. We've led the work on that. We've costed out every little detail within our Constitution, right down to districts, district councils, those type of things, and it's in there. And so now that we've done that work, we're working towards getting that final formula done for to fund Métis self-government. And in that formula, there will be enough to make sure that the districts are having enough resources financially to ensure they're able to do the things they need to do within the Constitution and in the district. And then the other thing is that once all that stuff is kind of looked at, chopped up, and carved out and budgeted through the final agreement, there will be dollars left for the elected officials and for these proposals that'll come, things like that this afternoon, that the direction in which our government goes can be guided by our citizens and by elected leadership, which, if you kind of rewind a little bit to what Tyler talked about yesterday, is something we're really good at, is often putting ourselves in a position to be the Indigenous government, the Métis government, that is best positioned to take on grants, contributions, contracts that often are the priorities of other levels of government. So this is going to be a big change. And again, it's one of these things that it's brand new. No Métis government has ever done this. These final fiscal arrangements are what you see, like agreements and relationships that provinces and territories have with the federal government. We're negotiating one of those. And so once that's done, I'm very confident that those questions about how are we going to do this or that, those will all be resourced, and we'll be able to stand our Constitution up in a way that it was meant to be.
Good enough, thank you. The last thing that is of a concern to a lot of our citizens is when they telephone Edmonton, the OMG, they get no response. And that lends to a failure to get involved because the impression is nobody cares. May I suggest that an automatic answer, we received your message or something like it, and we'll get back to you in whatever hours you think are suitable, 24 or 36. At least our citizens then will feel they're being heard. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Not seeing anybody else standing up, and in the interest of time, I'd like to thank everybody for their presentation and answering questions, and I will hand the chair back over to Chair Tomlinson.
Thank you, Tyler. And thank you, Madam President, for joining me as well, and Nicole as well. I will now take us into the next order of business, which is the the report on Métis urban housing and Métis capital housing. And I will invite Secretary Val Quintel to the stage, who will deliver the report along with Senior Executive Officer Aaron Barner. Please welcome Secretary Val Quintel.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. My name is Valerie Quintel. I am the Provincial Secretary of Housing and Infrastructure within the Ottapamsuak Métis government. For those of you that don't know me, I am from Conklin, District 18. I was raised in Conklin along the railroad tracks, and I still live there today. And I just want to take a moment to thank all the citizens from Conklin that have come out to learn about the new government. It's nice seeing everybody here. And it is my pleasure to stand here in front of you and share the progress we have made to advance the mandate given to me by our President Sandmaier. We have made significant progress on all the key areas impacting housing and infrastructure in Métis communities. At this time, I would also like to acknowledge the Board of Directors from the Métis Capital Housing Corporation. Our chair is Audrey Patra, Aaron Barner, our CEO, Diane Lavoie from Peace River, Laura Wenyandi from Fort McMurray, Shannon Hicks from Calgary, and Solomon Auger from Slave Lake. I'm not sure if everyone's here, but thank you. We held an Alberta-wide community engagement to gain an in-depth understanding of housing and housing-related supports. The summary of these engagements is published in our annual report. Based on the available funding, we are developing a new strategy to address housing needs across Alberta. We are also focusing on advancing infrastructural needs across Alberta to ensure we have adequate facilities to operate and administer Alberta-wide priorities. OMG is investing in a new office space, including administrative offices for the elected officials. OMG's housing institution, Métis Capital Housing Corporation, has significantly added over 130 affordable units to its portfolio this fiscal year, whereas planning and construction of another 197 affordable units is underway. These new projects include a variety of homes, from transitional housing to long-term affordable rentals. Earlier this year, I had the opportunity to attend various events involving new housing partnerships and projects. I attended the event held by the Fort Vermilion and Area Seniors and Elders Lodge Board, where we recognized our shared commitment to working collaboratively to promote the health and wellness of our elders and ensure we have the resources to support the project's capital and operational needs. I will continue to prioritize the housing solutions for elders and seniors in our communities. We are also advancing in our advocacy for more affordability when it comes to increasing rental stock, as well as securing additional funds to continue this growth for another decade. With this, I will now invite Senior Executive Officer Aaron Barner to share further details about our two housing institutions.
Yeah. All right, good afternoon. I'm going to start off with the overview of Métis Urban Housing Corporation. So originally founded in 1982, Métis Urban Housing Corporation is wholly owned by the Métis Nation of Alberta, the Otipemisiwak Métis government, Métis Nation within Alberta. Provides subsidized housing to Indigenous families across the province. The funding we receive comes from the provincial government, Alberta Seniors and Housing. Our rent that we charge is 25% of the household income and plus a fixed utility charge. Right now we have 513 housing units across 13 locations in the province. Our key stakeholders are, of course, the Otipemisiwak Métis government, Alberta Seniors and Housing, and Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation. Our second housing institute is called Métis Capital Housing Corporation, and it was founded on September 14, 2007, and again is wholly owned by the Otipemisiwak Métis government. It provides affordable housing, and our rent is a bit different than our other institution, where it is 20% below market. Right now we have 471 housing units in 5 places across Alberta: Calgary, Edmonton, Peace River, Medicine Hat, and Grand Prairie. The programs that this institution administers on behalf of our government, including beyond the affordable rent, are our home repair program, our down payment assistance program, mortgage assistance program, rental supplement program, student rental supplement program, our Reaching Home program, and the energy efficiency retrofits program. Stakeholders from Métis Capital Housing Corporation include the Otipemisiwak Métis government, Alberta Seniors and Housing, Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation, Crown Indigenous Relations and CERNAC, as what I call them, Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs Canada, Housing Infrastructure and Communities Canada, Environment and Climate Change Canada, in particular our focus on the Indigenous Leadership Fund. All right, an overview of Métis Urban Housing Corporation. So Métis Urban Housing is the institution where we charge rent based on income. So we have right now with applications, there's 1,430. We've seen approximate 11% increase in applicants over the year. We have, of the 1,430, 451 are Métis. Right now our occupancy rate across this portfolio is 81%. Our rental arrears, so when people are behind on payments is about 5%. Programs that are home upgrade program that we're focused on right now is a little bit of a different one. We have $300,000 in funding to do environment and climate change retrofits to 20 homes. We're also, in the last year, we completed 146 homes were renovated and cost us just under $4 million. Priorities for fiscal year 24-25, a big focus on ensuring we have proper staffing in place, always working to make sure that we're improving our customer service and our ability to respond to citizens and tenants. And this is really important for us across the board because we are running so many different programs under 2 different companies, and there's a lot of demand for a limited amount of resources. So people tend to, if they're waiting or they're not, they tend to, you know, get upset, and they should, because this is an amazing program. So we have to do a better job of managing expectations when we know there's limited resources. And again, managing arrears. And then our replacement reserve fund is a big focus. So under our agreement with the provincial government, basically this program is what I'd like to kind of describe as deficit kind of funded. So if a home costs us, let's just pick a number, a month, let's just say $100, and you know, we collect rent and maybe that's $50, then we'd be looking to make up that difference in our funding application. Now, what happens is if somebody lives in a house for a really long time and normal wear and tear, we need to bring that house up to a standard. Also, the odd time where people might get a little rambunctious and do some significant damage in quite a short amount of time, you know, we need to prepare for these things, and how we do that a lot of the time is through our replacement reserve fund. Unfortunately, right now, we're in a position where our replacement reserve fund is underfunded by the provincial government. This is not necessarily surprising. This is a legacy issue. Probably 7 or 8 years ago, President Patra, myself, our board, we worked really hard with CMHC over a number of years, and we did settle a major grievance on that previously of approximately $50 million. So we're in a similar situation where we see the reserve fund need growing and the funding from the province kind of being stagnant. So we're doing the exact same work we did last time to make sure that we're able to try our best to recoup that. So a little bit on the reserve fund. Métis Capital Corporation services and priorities. So right now we have 364 applications. That's a 5% year-over-year increase. Of those, 187 are Métis families, and our occupancy rate is 92%. Rental arrears have gone up this year. They're 8%. We're working very hard to get that down. And it's an interesting one where we're at with that, because we have another program called the Reaching Home program, and that's for people that are, I guess, experiencing or on the verge of experiencing homelessness. And these are difficult kind of situations that people are in, and we're working with them. And a lot of times we're working with them and getting them into our homes. And we know we have to have some grace period and these type of things, and often they're coming in, and I think there might be some correlation between there and our rental arrears, and so we're working on getting that down in a way using our programs. Again, on renovations, we completed over 100 major renovations at just under $1 million. Student rent supplement program, and our rent supplement, we received 386 applications. 125 were approved and paid. 43 were terminated or denied. 218 did not provide the required documentation. The down payment assistance program, 193 applications received. 85 received approval for funding. 30 were denied, and 78 could not provide the proper documentation or did not. Home repair program, 446 applications received. 194 received funding, 39 denied, and 213 did not provide the required documents. Mortgage assistance program, we received 44 applications, 29 received funds, and 14 denied. Reaching Home program, 806 unique Métis citizens supported. 1,600 encounters, emergency housing, housing setup, housing placement, prevention support, food security, clothing, transportation, and more. This is an amazing program that helps a lot of our citizens. We've done a housing needs assessment as well. A lot of what we're finding on the needs side is definitely shrinking as far as the people in need because of the programs we're offering. But the need that has existed forever is still there for the people that haven't been able or not yet able to access any program. So lack of stable housing, lack of adequate housing, transitional and emergency housing, emergency home repairs, and a rent-to-own program is things that people like to express they wanted. Construction projects that we completed in the last fiscal year, Cecil Belrose Manor and the 11-unit apartment, I believe, in Peace River. And we have a number of projects underway, including a seniors lodge, our province-wide infill development, where we're taking homes in those cities that I had mentioned on that list earlier. A lot of them are older, on large lots, and so if we're going to renovate and spend money, a lot of times we do have the opportunity to completely renovate and turn duplex, triplex, and sometimes even fourplexes in there. We have the family reunification phase 2 that's almost ready to be open in Bonnyville. We have our transitional housing project that's under development, as well as Hope Village that we talked about in the the health presentation, which is part of the recovery continuum, of course, starting with detox, moving into pre-recovery housing, transitioning to recovery, transitioning into and we'll call it something more meaningful than sober living, but transitioning into there, and or transitioning, if you're looking to get your children back, if there's somebody in that situation, transitioning into the family reunification program. This is an example of how the OMG is working together on health, on transition, on housing, and of course, directly with our citizens. And it's something that nobody in the world is doing. Nobody. So I'm really proud of that. That is going to be amazing when it gets up and running. All right, as far as reasons to contact housing, I guess, purpose to contact, there's a number of them if you're looking for information regarding subsidized housing, affordable housing, access to support with homelessness, if you're experiencing homelessness through the Reaching Home program, the rental support or student rental support program, the down payment assistance program, the home repair program, the mortgage assistance program, the access to the energy retrofit program, and people are always asking if they can work with us as contractors. There is certain things that all contractors have to have, such as insurance, WCB, get the paperwork done and start being able to bid on jobs. And if you're interested in that or any of the other things I've mentioned, there's some key contacts on the side, and that concludes the presentation on housing.
Thank you, Mr. Barner. I'm going to invite Secretary Quintel back up to deliver the report on Métis Nation Holdings. And then we're going to do questions collectively for both of them because it's the same officials.
Okay, description of the Métis Nation Holdings overview. In 1997, the Métis Nation of Alberta reactivated an existing corporate entity, formerly known as Métis Nation Productions, and renamed it Métis Nation Holdings Limited. The Ottawa Métis government retains 100% ownership of the company's shares. Métis Nation Holdings Limited holds title to the Ottawa properties, including the well-known provincial office, the Delia Gray building on Kingsway Avenue, and the secondary youth building on 123rd Street. In addition, M&H owns 50% share in the Métis Veterans property on 111th Avenue in partnership with Apitogasan Métis Development, Inc. The holding company structure enables arm's length lease transactions while providing limited liability. The Board of Directors of the Métis Nation Holdings Limited is comprised of the current M&A executive. The stakeholders of M&H are owned directly by the Outaouais Métis government, and we partner closely with all departments and affiliates, acting as a property manager for the primary administrative facilities. You can expect to see the M&H team actively engaged across our facilities and events. Beyond managing spaces and supporting activities, we prioritize building strong relationships, fostering collaboration, and supporting where we can. And once again, Aaron will provide more details.
All right, I'm doing this presentation for our director, Sarah Maguire. She's with her sister in the labor and delivery room this afternoon. So, Sarah, I'm sure you're watching on your phone. Good luck, you guys. And congratulations, too. Thank you very much for the introduction. I'm reading Sarah's speaking notes, so it says, "My name is Sarah." That is not true. Sarah Maguire is the Director of Facilities and Operations for the Outaouais Métis government and is currently responsible for overseeing the operations of Métis Nation Holdings. As mentioned, Métis Nation Holdings' key function is to act as the property manager, which means they're responsible for managing the overall infrastructure portfolio of the Outaouais Métis government. This includes supporting acquisition, development, and ongoing operations. Our role is to provide safe, functional, and well-maintained spaces that support the delivery of programs and services, enabling administrative teams to focus on their core mandates without disruption. Our priorities over the last year include the acquisition of a new head office, overview of current building operations with a lens on sustainability, and the restructuring of the Nikanan Lodge. In April 2024, Métis Nation Holdings proudly acquired an 83,000 square foot facility, a major milestone in our journey towards supporting the transition from the Métis Nation of Alberta to the Outaouais Métis government. Designed to serve as a central hub for our community, this building will bring together key departments, affiliates, leadership, and services under one roof, strengthening collaboration and advancing our self-determination. Renovations are now underway to transform the space into a modern, culturally grounded, and functional headquarters that reflects the values of the Métis Nation. The property also includes a parking business with 73,000 square feet of underground parking stalls and 197 stalls and 27 stalls above ground. These parking areas are currently being rented out. So this building is located in probably one of the most sought after areas in Edmonton right now. It is right across the street from the Royal Alex Hospital, right on the light rail transit line in Edmonton, and of course, just a stone's throw away from the old head office in the Kingsway district.
Is that in that little strip mall?
No, it's that big, I don't know if there's a picture in here, but it's a big orange building on Kingsway corner by the hospital. Yeah. I messed up on my slides, sorry. All right, another key priority over the past year has been a thorough review of all the Outaouais Métis government building operations. Our goal is to ensure cost-effective management, maximize vendor performance, and streamline processes that strengthen accountability, enhance service quality, and create efficiencies across our portfolio. Looking ahead, we are committed to continuing with this work with an added focus on sustainability, making our facilities not only efficient and cost-effective, but also environmentally responsible and aligned with our long-term goals. In fact, in December 2024, Métis Nation Holdings welcomed our first sustainability officer, a pivotal step in advancing these commitments. This role is dedicated to developing and implementing an operational framework to ensure all buildings meet our environmental goals. By embedding these standards across our portfolio, we are reducing our environmental footprint while promoting long-term responsible stewardship of our portfolios, of our facilities. A final highlight from the last fiscal year is Niikanen Lodge has recently been restructured to support the needs of the Otipemisiwak Métis government. While it was originally adapted as housing for Métis Crossing staff and program personnel, its vision has since grown into creating a welcoming cultural space that celebrates Métis culture. Today, Niikanen is being developed to host a wide range of programs, cultural activities, and educational initiatives. It offers a place where individuals and families can come together to connect, learn, and celebrate their identity. With flexible programming areas, space for cultural workshops, and social events, Niikanen is designed to foster community engagement, strengthen cultural connections, and create meaningful opportunities for growth and collaboration across the Métis community. We are excited to continue to advance these priorities in the year ahead as we carry out our role as property manager. Should anybody have any questions, please feel free to connect with us with the information on the screen. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Senior Executive Officer Barnard. I see we're queued up, microphone number 1.
Tanse Kakioya Kaya Lisa Richard Nitsigason, Métis Citizen ID 000878. I just have a couple of quick questions regarding one, the home repair program for fiscal year 2024-2025. I haven't seen the audit, but you did mention a $4 million allocation for that. However, the approved rates add up to 320, so I'm wondering what happened to the rest of the money. Also, when you vet the applications for the home repair program, what's the transparency in that? Reason being, I've been there at 9 o'clock in the morning when the office opens, rang the doorbell, handed my application, it was date stamped, and I wasn't approved. And that's okay. I understand there's limited funds and an abundance of applications. However, the first thing that really surprised me was that as a citizen, we're not allowed in the door. I think that it's an overflow from COVID, whereby everybody has to stay outside and stay 6 feet away, but it just didn't feel welcoming to me as a citizen to be pushed a piece of paper out the door. Okay, so that's the first thing. Also, I'd like to know about the approval process. How is it vetted? How are the applicants vetted? I had everything that was there. Like, I was ready to go and get new windows, but unfortunately I wasn't approved. And I'll keep applying for sure, but at the same time, I wondered if perhaps the money is also being used to renovate existing Métis holding properties.
Right on, you got it, lady.
Senior Executive Officer Barnard.
Sorry, there was a number of questions there, and so as regards to your personal application, I don't have any information, but as you can see when I went through that slide, a lot of these applications receiving hundreds of applications at one time, and I don't remember which program, if it was the home repair program, we received 446 applications. Almost 50% did not provide the required documents. I don't know if that was your document, or that was yours or not, but that is an issue. That's something that we need to work on improving our communication with, is making sure that people know what documents they need to submit. As far as using, I'm not sure what that question was. Are we using program dollars, like our own money, to renovate our own homes? So we don't use these programs that are designed for citizens to renovate our homes. Those homes are, what's that?
Can you prove that?
Well,
So I'll remind citizens to maintain order. Allow the Senior Executive Officer to answer the question that was asked.
well, there's the financial presentation after.
So the financial questions will be addressed in the Auditor General's report, which will be right after this.
So yeah, and just it's really tough to focus when people are yelling questions from the peanut gallery while you're trying to answer them. So I'm not sure where even I left off.
Did that answer all of your questions? Very good. Microphone number 1. Oh, sorry, microphone number 2. I didn't realize that Quorum Esther had the microphone. Go ahead, Esther.
Again, my name is Esther Auger, District 21, Lesser Slave Lake. Recently, my youngest daughter, Venus, she bought a mobile home, which is an older model. She bought it, and then she started doing home repair on her own with her own money. And then it came out that there was an opening, there was an offer for home reno through this program, and it was out. Next thing, they were already filled. Like, she didn't even get a chance to even submit her own application. Like, how come it's just so fast, so quick? And then I said to her, why don't you just apply like that without, even though if the date is closed already? So what can she do? Like, you know, her house, she needs a back door, and you know, regarding fire regulation, fire safety, like her place is at risk right now, and I might have to dish out some money for her.
So.
But anyway, when it comes open, and I said to her, apply like that before even they open, even if it's not open, apply like that. Can she?
Yes. So if we have another program called the emergency program, so something like a door, something that's an emergency, and the process there is to get a hold of your an elected official in your district, have them make the referral to usually my office, and we work through that process. It is a lot different of a process than these other ones, but it has to be an emergency. It has to be something like there's no door and there's going to be a fire, or those type of things, and we do work with citizens in that regard. We do have to remember that there's almost 80,000 citizens of the Otipemisiwak Métis government, and everybody is able to apply for our programs. That means when we have a program where we're, something like a home repair program, where there's 194 that got approved for funding, it's a very interesting dynamic where 194 people are probably over the moon ecstatic, and probably everybody in this room is ecstatic for them. But let's just do the math. 194 out of 80,000 got help. That's not a good ratio when people need help. But that's the reality. We can't help every single person that applies, and so we do our best. People have to apply. If you're applying, seems to me making sure that getting the paperwork really, really in order and that is the really important thing, because we're getting about 50% of the applications without the proper paperwork. So it's not a game of pick and choose and all this. The reality is we got almost 80,000 citizens and we're only able to approve 194. So that's some of the reasons. And if you want to get in touch with Grant or something about if it is an emergency, then I'd happily work with you guys on that.
Yeah, that was my next question, because right now we're in the process of nominations and who's going to be our elected officials, and so who would she go to? Would she go to Grant then?
Yep.
All right, and thank you very much. Thank you. Samaga.
Thank you, Esther. Microphone number 1.
Marie Pasula, District 9. I have a few things. I'll just run through them and then you can respond. The Secretary talked about affordable housing, yet rent increases in Renaissance Place have gone up $300 per month, and a lot of those seniors are going to be stretching it. I have numerous cousins who have lived in Métis housing, but when they got their $300 rent increase 2 years ago, they had to move out. They could not afford it. And I have a question about the partnerships you're doing. Like Renaissance Place was partnered with the city, EC4, and you guys. So who owns it? I would like to see the nation outrightly own the things they're putting their name to. Is it the same with Cecil Belrose Manor? Is that a partnership? And then who owns it? You know, that's a concern for me. Because like with Renaissance Place, because it's a partnership, the rules and regulations those people have to go through are ridiculous because it's part city. And even in your own Métis housing, people cannot have a garden. So they cannot be food sovereign. What is with that? They can't have a fire pit. They can't do this, they can't do that. Housing inspections come in and they're sticking their nose in cupboards and closets. I've had firsthand experience with that. And it's not right. And also with your new, what did you call it? Energy retrofit program. On the email when it first went out, it stated, first come, first serve. My son was in there 10 minutes later. He got an email, you're approved. Hours later, he got another email. Oh, sorry, there's so many people in the Fort Saskatchewan district that you're taken off the list. Like, what is this? You don't keep your word? First come, first serve? I'm done.
Senior Executive Officer Barney.
Okay, so Métis Urban Housing Corporation is probably almost 40, if not over 40 years old. If some of us remember what was happening about that time ago, there was massive issues with interest rates spiking in Canada, and people were walking away from mortgages. We picked up a lot of housing stock back then. Those houses came with operating agreements and a mortgage. The operating agreement allowed us to collect rent at 20% of the income, and also allowed us to pay CMHC, pay off the mortgage. Once that 20 to 25 year, or even some are 30-year progress is done, we own those homes outright. The issue is when you own something for 30 years and you're collecting 25, often much lower than you would get rent, those houses are not, something might be worth something, a couple $100,000, but for us to rent it or live into it might cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. So that's one of the things we deal with when these houses transition into full ownership. So once the mortgage is paid off, we own them. As far as Cecil Belrose Manor, that was a partnership with Canada Lands Corporation. It's on Griesball, which is an old army base. We worked with Canada Lands Corporation. We got the land 90% below market value. We worked with probably every government level available, every program level available, and we built that place. It's big units with 4 bedrooms, lots of space, a daycare, parking, beautiful, and we own it outright. It is ours. Now, when it comes to things like the Renaissance Tower, which we also own outright, when you get government funding for things, think of that as almost like an advance on a discount rent for the tenants. So, in order to live in Renaissance Tower, you have to fit within a certain income, age, demographic. Full stop. And there is a rule, core need income thresholds for rent and all these things we have agreed to with the funders when we built that building in order to get the money. Because it wouldn't be fair if you take government money and you get to charge whatever you want for rent. So the rent in that building is controlled by the agreements that we use to get the funding in advance, not by us. As far as programs, like I said, we got 80,000 citizens. I'm sorry your son didn't get approved. I can't imagine somebody came into work that day and decided to pick on your son and not approve him. Mistakes happen. We do our best. I'm sorry that happened. I don't have an answer for you. But mistakes happen, we do our best. I can promise you nobody came in and looked up your son's name and crossed it off a list. So we do our best with the resources that we have.
Microphone number 2.
Hi, it's Terry.
Madam, I'm going to ask you again to maintain order. Microphone number 2.
Terry Rudick, District Captain for Jasper House. Just under a couple years ago, Métis Housing took over 8 houses in Marlborough, Alberta, and I didn't see Marlborough on the list. And so I just kind of wanted an update about what's going on with those 8 houses.
Sure. Would it be okay if we spoke after? I'd have to refresh my memory and speak to our Senior Director of Housing on that. And it's just because, you know, there's a lot of little details, and I'm sure you know a lot of them, Terry, so if that would be okay.
No, that's why I'm asking.
Okay, yeah, I don't want to mess anything up on
Okay.
that. Okay.
Sounds good. Thanks, Aaron.
Thank you, Captain. Microphone number 1.
Hi there, my name is Charmaine Fundurahe Henry, and I am just interested if you guys are planning on doing a long-term care facility in the major cities at least for our seniors, as well as maybe having a dementia care home. And if you guys offer support, if you guys offer support for those that are currently in homes that don't have elders or support.
So we don't offer anything other than referrals right now, unfortunately. We are working on, so we had our seniors lodge in Edmonton, which got to kind of a decision point we had to make where it had asbestos and things that you couldn't disrupt it with the amount of people living in it. And so when people would move out, we wouldn't replace them, so we were losing money, but we didn't want to displace any of our seniors. So we got to that point where we were able to move everybody out in a good way, and we've knocked it down and we're rebuilding it. And so that won't be like long-term care dementia support, but that will be more like, you know, for people that are needing help with laundry and food services, but can kind of be on their own. So that's happening. We did a lot of work on developing plans and positions for long-term care. We know people are aging, and we know the expenses. We're not there yet. We went through that list of programs. We didn't land those things in the last rendition of the 10-year housing accord. Believe it or not, we're already going to be starting, hopefully soon, negotiations on the second one, and those gaps have to be filled. So that's our goal. We're always out looking for those things, and so thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Microphone number 2.
Hello, can you hear me? Charlotte Vivier, Calgary Elbow. I have 2 questions. The first one is, can other places, I'm in Calgary, so I'm speaking for our citizens, expect to see larger scale housing, particularly housing for our seniors, because I understand there's very few 1-bedroom apartments. And I'd also want to add to that our single people and our young adults.
Yeah.
Can we hope to see some of that development?
Yeah, good comments and good question and great observation. When we look at where our waiting lists are at, we're seeing growing demand in an area we didn't expect. But it makes sense in hindsight. We're seeing growing demand for 1-bedrooms. Why? Well, when you look at the programs that we just talked about, almost all of them are usually family kind of related things, and they seem to be working because we're removing the demand for those higher bedrooms, but we do have a lack of 1-bedroom things. We do have the rent supplement program that a lot of the people that are accessing the 1-bedrooms are also looking at. Calgary has been a very interesting process as far as working with. Their housing department, call it kind of their Indigenous arm, just went through, and I know Mr. Lucier can talk about it a bit, like they just went through a transition, and I'd say a meaningful one. We have worked with them. We went through the Indigenous streams, we applied for things, and we wouldn't get it, even though we are the only Indigenous owned and operating housing provider of this size and scale in the country. You know, non-Indigenous ones with other things, they would get it. Our senior director recently worked with the Calgary on a project for some land, and we got, you know, kind of through the process only to realize they were going to require us to do transitional housing for everybody, and with a strong emphasis on everybody. And that just wouldn't have been it wouldn't have flown with you guys or our board or anybody else. And so we're working to make inroads there. We're really looking to try and get something similar to that Greaseball land that we had in Edmonton. So a federal land initiative, Canada Lands Corporation. Then you get another level of government, and then the province comes to the table and we'll get it. So I think there's a really good opportunity to see something in Calgary. And I'm just going to keep being kind of dogged and determined with the city and see what we can come up with. So thank you.
Thank you. The second part of my question is, I just wanted to tell people I was formerly in subsidized housing when I was a young person. It's how I got through university. And change of circumstances in life, I find myself a current capital tenant and a, fairly good experience. Métis Housing also gave me my first job as a summer intern for 4 summers. So as a tenant, I'm hoping an easy, structured, reasonable protocol be created for when tenants have grievances, concerns, or a type of mediation. And the reason I say that is I too believe there's been meaningful changes because I received a lovely letter from a director and a manager. I had some concerns, but I've been brought to tears many times over inconsistencies and confusion. And my home is my only place for my kids. So I'm hoping that we develop, and I think it would be easy, a protocol to mediate small grievances for tenants. Because I can say, too, I can attest, many calls have gone unanswered. Many confusions, inconsistencies, and I know that it can be corrected because I've had many, many good years living and working in housing. Thank you.
Microphone number 1.
Thank you. District 14, Sylvia Johnson. Thank you for your report, Val and Aaron. I'd like to say that in Peace River we had 2 apartments burned to the ground. So I'm very grateful to the Métis Urban Housing that built 11 family units to house some of those displaced people. It's going to help immensely. It's a very good thing at this present time for us in Peace River. Couldn't have built it at a better time. Anyway, I wanted to say that as an small apartment owner, I get many calls and they want 1 bedroom, just like you addressed. They are students going to school, or they are seniors that are not ready to go into a nursing home or into a senior's residence, and they would like a 1-bedroom apartment. So I wanted to bring that to your attention, that is what is needed in, I'm sure, every community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sylvia. Microphone number 2.
Joseph Rene DeMels. I'm the District 9 captain for Fort Edmonton. And one of the jewels of Fort Edmonton is the Renaissance Towers. And people reach out to me in the district and basically air their grievances. One of the big ones that I've been hearing over and over again is the rent increases for Renaissance Towers. The one citizen that reached out to me said her rent was $850 and it was going up an additional $350. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the Landlord-Tenant Act states you can't raise people's rents more than 10% a year. That's a 33% increase in 1 year. And our seniors really can't handle that. My question is 2-part. 1, why such a big increase? And 2, is more of a statement. I think maybe we need some kind of seniors rent stability program, because our seniors are working on a fixed income, and they really can't take the ebb and flow of these kinds of rent changes. And I really do think we need to support our citizens in a way where they can have some stability. Their checks aren't getting any bigger, but the rents keep getting bigger. And right now, as we all know, with inflation and food and all the things that's going on in the world, the last thing they need is an increase in rent. So that's all I have to say today.
Thank you, microphone 2. Mr. Barner, do you want to quickly address it? I know you've covered the rent issue already.
Yeah, so I covered the rent issue already. As far as a rent subsidy program specifically for seniors, I think that's kind of what you were getting at. We have one for students, and we have one for everybody. I think that's an awesome idea. I think there's some, especially if we're seeing people under pressure in that, and then happily bring that back to our board of directors for consideration. So thank you.
Yeah, because just one more comment. I mean, it is very similar to the Reaching Home program because these seniors, they can't afford any more rent.
Yeah.
So it is kind of part of that system. If we can just maybe have some more accommodation for seniors, that'd be great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. So I am going to do my very best to try and get through the speakers at the mic. I'm going to take this to about 3 p.m. because I know you guys want to get through the financials, and we are also legislatively required to get to citizens' proposals. So I'm going to get through as many as I can up to 3 o'clock, and then at break, if there's still questions, please follow up with either the Secretary or Mr. Varner. Microphone number 1.
Thank you, Brian. Sylvia says her district. I realize mine is District 17. So Brian Fayette from District 17. Obviously, Aaron, this is a very interested topic of interest to people here. So I do have a couple of things I want to say. The homeowner program really went over well with us in McMurray. So we're grateful for that. I too, where we work, we get calls from people on a pretty regular basis for housing and needs like that. So I'm just going to ask you a couple of questions, and you can put it in perspective as you will. Or will you be building more houses in our area? Or if not, would you partner with us, I guess at the district now, would you partner with us in getting more units? We had an opportunity with Wood Buffalo Housing. They had 40 units for sale, and then that flew by. Actually, things happened in my life, and I was unable to put the bid in. So in any case, there's still opportunities to do that. And I really appreciate the Reaching Home program that's available in McMurray, but I know that you talked about it, but you guys have it. Is there a way you could provide resources to the districts as well to provide that kind of resources to some of the members that request that or require that? It's not all people need a house. They need to sometimes just get their rent paid, get that month in or the deposit in. So that's kind of what the other piece I was looking at. So yeah, I'll let you go from there.
Sure.
Thanks.
So we're always after resources to continue to build. The province-wide infill that's happening right now is going on. A big component when we do any new development is that there has to be, and that's what we mean by partnerships, is there has to be ways to make something that should cost a lot of money and mortgages and high rents. There has to be a way to make it affordable. And that usually involves like counties, towns, municipalities that have service land available. For example, we did a tour in Lac La Biche, and the town has a bunch of land, some of it that people didn't pay taxes on, this and that. Like, for instance, there was a cool opportunity, and I like it when there's something to, like a hook. So there's, it was like a service that the town owned, kind of smaller mobile home park. So something like that, you're looking for resources. Maybe there's something that's, tiny home, shovel ready, service, ... needs to be done in 6-month program. Well, we got this idea here. So we're always looking for things, Brian, but we need to get partners to the table to make sure the resources are there. And as far as the Reaching Home program, there's not enough funds right now, even close, to start standing up districts to do that work. It is, but again, where should that work happen? Right, in the community. Having it done out of one central area when someone's having a hard time in a different area, that's difficult. But we're just not resourced to that level yet. So,
thank you, Mr. Varner. Microphone number 2.
Hi, hopefully this is a simpler question. Mike Hanley from District 8, Lac St. Anne. A couple of years ago, the federal government announced $4 billion to Nietzsche. Has that been able to benefit us in any way?
No.
And is there any way that we can advocate for change so that $4 billion helps what we're doing?
Yes. So Nietzsche Institute did not fund a single Métis application that I know of in the prairies anyways. There was a request for proposals and a whole rejig done that we're part of. I'd like to say we've done really well in that process to realign that. It's under embargo, can't say much. And, you know, the opportunity there is for us to show our 40 years of experience and do something on a bigger level. Nietzsche failed the Métis Nation. And where did we need all that development? All the areas in which they were mandated to do it. So we're very well aware of that. I'm very well aware of that at the highest levels of CMHC and the federal government. So,
thank you very much. I'll do my part and make sure I write the letters to all my federally elected officials.
Thank you.
Perfect. Microphone number 1.
I am from District 18. I'm just concerned about the accommodations for the community. There's like, our community is old, housing was old. We did receive housing from the Synovus projects, but not everyone is maintained yet. So the older homes there in the community have mold still, and some people still live in their homes. Is there any way that the Métis Corp, Housing Corp can put together emergency trailers where this mobile can go from resident to resident in the community, where they can like just use it to prep up somebody's home, or so they don't have to leave. They don't have to leave their land, their yard, where this emergency trailer can come in. Like, does the Métis Opitimus provide that for the people? Because I know that our community is still in need for transparency into new units, or to even fix their homes up. And also, like, they're fixing up their homes, their furnaces, their water tanks are starting to break down. So, like, in the last few years, I know for a fact that the community tried to assist most of the seniors. This was seniors only that they helped, but there were others in the community. And like I'd say, in the last few years, they've changed out probably 4 furnaces, 3 hot water tanks, and that's a lot in 2 years for our community seniors to go through. And they won't leave our community as well. They will not go to home care. They'd rather live at home and be there for our families. So if there's anything like that that you guys do, can you let our leadership, District 18, know?
Sure.
Mr. Browner, before you start, could I just get your name one more time? The recording secretary didn't quite capture it.
Sherry Quintel.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Browner.
Sure. We don't have anything like, I think what you're saying, that traveling kind of thing, but that's a pretty cool concept, so I think it's something we could look into. As far as homes that are needing those type of repairs, like I mentioned, we do have that the emergency home repair, which requires, you know, to get in touch with an elected official and it to be vetted that it's an emergency and go through that process, and we do have that. And so there's, you know, there's that avenue available. There is, again, just like all the other programs with that, of course, limited funds. But, you know, there's that available. So I think that was kind of the 2 questions you had. But no, there's not much on as far as the mobile thing, but I think that's a cool idea, actually. So.
Yeah, look into it.
Thanks.
Very good, thank you. Microphone number 2.
Hi, I'm Haley Mills from West Edmonton, so I think it's District 22. But I have a question, because I know a few people who have been on the Métis housing waiting list for 8 years or plus, and in that time, the person that I'm thinking of has been displaced twice in emergency because their house has been unfit to be living in. But in that meantime, I know people who, like, Métis housing isn't for emergency, and people are told that it's not for emergency, you're not going to get bumped up. However, I know I met several people who have been bumped up. In one incident, one family received a house in a month within applying. So why is it that some people are on such a waiting list and then others have, like, get in with right away?
Sure. So our waiting list, there's 1,431 families on it, and there's probably, you know, times that by 4 or 5, so we're talking, you know, thousands and thousands of people. That list could be a little bit deceiving. So you take a town like Lloydminster, we actually sold houses there because we did not have a single person waiting on our list for that. So instead of spending the money to renovate, get them, so when somebody moved out, we made that decision and we repurposed it elsewhere. So for example, if somebody was waiting for a house in Lloydminster, they wouldn't have waited very long. If you're waiting, say, for a 3-bedroom in Edmonton or Calgary, there's going to be a longer waiting list. If you're waiting for a 1-bedroom, for example, in Calgary, you'll be on that list forever, because I don't know if there's many available at all. So I'd say that's maybe some of it. And there are probably some circumstances I can think of where maybe some families are moved in through a program or sort of transition they might have. So one would be the family reunification program that we talked about. So when the mom, or sometimes the dad, but usually the mom, is graduating, right, we move them into, you know, as part of their transition and their plan into a home. So there's that. So it might not just be as that as you will, but maybe it is. And if there's something, you know, where somebody waiting on a list for 8 years, it's probably worth having a conversation and seeing if there's maybe something we can do about it.
But that's not the case. So this person in particular that I'm thinking of, their house, they didn't yeah, okay, they had like some health issues in the home. No connection of somebody living in a Pacific Métis housing, but they were just moved in within that month, just because they knew someone in the department.
Okay, so if you have that, I wouldn't mind knowing the specifics of it so I could look into it, because that's not supposed to happen.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Microphone number 1.
Yes, my name is Dean Olson, Local 193, District 18, I believe, right, Val? Well, I'm here to applaud can I have some vocals here? I'm here to applaud the past leadership, and I hope you all applaud with me, and the current leadership, because all the work they've done to get us here is amazing. And what we all, as Métis, have ahead of us here is something else. You guys have put us in quite a predicament, which everybody's going to have to work hard. So I would like everybody we have to get behind our leadership. We must applaud them for what they've done and what they are going through right now. Because I know exactly what you're going through, and it's a lot of work, guys. And I personally thank each and every one of you. Sugar diabetes, we got to watch out for our sugar, guys. Don't be afraid to go in and get your blood work and check your sugars. Thank you, everyone. Applaud them again. Applaud our leadership again. Woo! Awesome, guys. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Dean. Appreciate it. Perfect. Microphone number 2, last word to you. Please try your best to be concise, and we'll go into a break.
How do you beat that?
I don't know.
Yeah. Guy LaRue from Foothills District. Again, I ask, when can we expect some help to provide housing for our citizens, our elders, our battered women, and kids at risk? That's all I need to know.
Thank you. So, you know, I know in the south there was an opportunity a few years ago with the city of Lethbridge, and there's some Aboriginal Housing Society down there. And so we have looked into it. I know when Jeanette Hansen was on the board previously, she had worked with the city of Medicine Hat. I think we got pretty close there, but we didn't quite get the city to turn over that land. And so those are the type of things that we need to get that kind of to that next level, and then we got to go after the government funding. And once we kind of get that, I do think we can do something. And hopefully Nietzsche can step in and help too later on.
Yes, please include me. By the way, that Aboriginal housing, there isn't one Métis family in that house. So.
Well, I think that's why we didn't partner with them. So, yeah.
Very good. So we do need to go into a break so that the financials can be disseminated. So we're going to, if there's one more question, okay, very quickly, please.
Esther Auger, District 21. I just want to share a little bit about me. I was living in High Prairie in a little tiny sugar shack, and then I moved from there to Edmonton and to a basement, and from Edmonton to Slave Lake. I had to move because I lost my grandson in 2020 of suicide, and I had to get out of there because I used to cook for him every day. So anyway, I moved to Slave Lake, and I stayed at my daughter's place, then my grandson's. Then after that, and I'm looking for housing, and then Northview Red hadn't had apartments open. So they had 1 bedroom, ground floor, washer and dryer, fridge, stove, dishwasher, fully carpet, and then the rent was $960 some. So I applied for subsidy through the Métis, and I got it. And they told me, we're only going to give you for 2 years. And I said, 2 years is fine. That's better than nothing. So for 2 years, I was under them, and then they wrote me a letter. Excuse me, your subsidy is going to end here in a couple of months or so. I don't know, you can apply through province or something. So what I did was I went to Slave Lake Housing, which is also part of Heart River Housing, High Prairie. And I applied, and I told them, this is how much my rent is, and if I can get subsidy. And they said, yes, we will subsidize you. Now my rent went up, and I told housing, and I said, my rent went up. And they said, how much? And you know what? They helped me. They moved up what they were giving me. They moved up according to, I don't know how many %, but anyway, I'm happy where I'm living. I live alone, and I'm on ground. I'm just, so my rent is $600 a month. I'm just happy. But that's how it went. That's the best story. Merci.
Thank you, Esther. Appreciate that to take us into the break. Okay, we will stand in recess for 15 minutes so that we can get the financials out. I will invite you to thank Secretary Val Quintel and Senior Executive Officer Barner for their presentations. And for those of you who still have questions, feel free to chase them down during the break. come to order. The noise in here is very loud, and I've got some messages that folks can't hear. So if we could come to order and give the Secretary our attention, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Also, in the Secretary of Treasury's mandate is advocating for secure and sustainable funding by supporting negotiations that secure long-term funding models for governance and program delivery, overseeing citizens gathering financial reporting in collaboration with the administration and the Auditor General to ensure comprehensive and accurate reports, protecting the nation's resources through prudent banking and investment strategies aimed at maximizing returns, and safeguarding the nation's finances by ensuring cost-benefit analyses are conducted for major initiatives and by fulfilling the duties of one of the two required signing authorities for the Otipemisiwak Métis government. Over the past year, Secretary Ekberg has focused on strengthening transparency, accountability, and long-term financial planning. Through enhanced oversight, better reporting systems, and strategic investments, the Financial Department has worked to ensure that financial decisions are both responsible and forward-looking, aligned with the priorities of our citizens. Looking ahead, the Department remains committed to maintaining fiscal discipline while pursuing strategic investments that benefit our people now and for generations to come. Up on stage with me, I would like to introduce our Senior Executive Officer, Aaron Barner, our District Director of Finance, Ryan Fleming, and our Auditor General, Reuben Jeffrey. I'll now turn it over to Auditor General Jeffrey for his financial report. Thank you.
Yeah, I know, that wouldn't have been good. Good afternoon. It's getting hot in here, so I'll go as quickly as I can. Before I get started with the presentation, I'd just like everyone to see you've got the financial statements on your chairs or on the tables. They're pretty comprehensive, 220 pages or so, and it takes a lot of work and effort combined internally from your accounting department and from the leadership within the nation to get these done in the time frame that they are. So first thing I really want to do is say thank you very much for all the hard work during the audit. Okay. What we've done is we've created a quick presentation very similar to the prior years that just goes through and does a comparison of the 2025 financial results going back to the March 31st, 2021 financial results. They get you to click. First thing I was going to do is let everyone know, oh, I got a clicker here, okay. First thing I was going to let everyone know is in the financial statements, there's an independent auditor's report, okay? And this is on page 1 and 2, it says on the statements. It's actually about 5 pages in because of all of the index, and the index has about 5 pages to get to it. One of the things I like to do is just read the opinion, and this audit report was signed August 13th, 2025. The opinion is that we have audited the financial statements of the OMG, the nation, which comprise the statement of financial position as at March 31st, 2025, and the statements of operations, changes in net assets, and cash flows for the year then ended, and the notes to the financial statements, including a summary of the significant accounting policies. In our opinion, the accompanying financial statements present fairly in all material respects the financial position of the nation as of March 31st, 2025, and the results of the operation and its cash flow for the year then ended in accordance with Canadian accounting standards for not-for-profit organizations. The report is a 2-page report. On the second page, you're going to see that it's signed by the independent accounting firm, Kingston Ross Pasnock. I'm going to go into my presentation now, if that's okay. I'll try and get this thing to work. Okay. All right. So the first slide that we have here is a 5-year comparison of the revenue. And now it's not $182,000. This is for March 31st, 2025. The total revenue for the year is $182 million. Okay? And so when you can compare that to the prior years, in March 31st, 2024, the total revenue was $115 million. And there was $62 million of carry forward that was recorded as income this year, and there's $89 million of funding that has been deferred to next year. You can certainly see the growth over the last 5 years. Click to the next page. This is a breakdown of revenue comparison by a variety of departments, okay? So this slide has a lot on it now. What we really tried to do is focus on providing the information on a lot of the bigger departments. The biggest one that you can see here, which is an individual department, is the fuel charge proceeds, which is the largest department of revenue generation this year, and it was $32.154 million. And this is one-time funding from the federal government. The second largest is the Early Learning and Childcare Department, and this year the total revenue recognized is $24.4 million. The Indigenous Community Infrastructure Funding is the third largest department in the revenue generation, and you can see this on here, which is $15.457 million. The Housing Department is the fourth largest, and you can see this, it's $13.5 million of revenue for the year. The Recovery Center Design and Construction is the fifth largest department, and this is $10.4 million. The internal financial management, the internal financing agreement is the sixth largest, and that's at $8.2 million. It's interesting because the core operations for the year has a total revenue of $15.3 million. Governance is also on here at $9.2 million. You can see the number on here of $42.196 million, and this is all the rest of the programs. So there are 127 programs in this financial statement that add up to a total of $42 million. I know they're pretty big numbers. The next page, this is a comparison of expenditures incurred for the nation over the last 5 years. The revenue typically, it's fairly typical, it ties very close to the revenue because of course the organization and the nation earns a lot of funding from funding arrangements, and then it's required to spend the funding in accordance with the funding arrangements. So for this year, the total expenses for the year is $179 million, okay? Last year it was $113 million, and so it's $65 million higher than 2024. This slide is a total of expenditure types broken down between 3 categories. You can see we've broken it down between travel, wages, and program costs. Sorry. I don't know how to go backwards, but I'll get it for you later. Oh, someone did that for me. Okay. Yeah, that one's kind of hard to read. So program costs are $47 million. Travel is $2.5 million, and $24 million is for wages. Okay, and that's more. There's going to be more detail in the slides moving forward. Surplus. So the total surplus for the fiscal year is $3.3 million, which is compared to last year. The surplus was $2 million, 6.7 the year before. So it's a good comparison to see what it's been over the last 5 years. Now we move into a few of the departments, okay? The first one that we wanted to put on here was the core operations. Core operations is the department where the majority of the funding surplus is for the nation. And you can see the total revenue for the year was $15.3 million, and the total expenses is $10.9 million. Okay. This slide is the framework department whose revenue increased a little bit from last year, but we have total revenue of $1.8 million and total expenses of $1.8 million. This slide is the governance department, and as you can see, the revenue over the last 4 years has been the exact same, and so have the expenses. This is the breakdown of the salaries, the total salary comparison over the last 5 years. So you can see in March 31st, 2025, there was total salaries of $24 million. As compared to 2024, it was $16.3 million. Travel. 5-year comparison for travel. Travel is actually down this year. and it kind of peaked in 2023 when it was $2.8 million. 2024 it was 2.7, and this year it was 2.5. Funding by source. This is an interesting one. This just shows the three levels of, well, really the two levels of government. The primary ones are the federal and provincial government, and then other funding, other funders. So for this year, 88% of the funding came from the federal government, 10% came from the provincial government, and 2% came from other areas. If you look at last year, 91% was from the federal government, and 5% was from the provincial government. And the biggest change this year is really the recovery center, okay, which was $10.4 million. Okay, the next one is revenue recognized. So, total revenue received during the year is $209 million. Total revenue that was recognized is $182 million, and the amount that's been deferred is $89 million. And that's our presentation. So, you want me to say that? Okay. Give me a sec here.
Very good. Okay, are there any questions in respect to the Secretary of Treasury and Auditor General's report for 2024-2025? Microphone number 1.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you all for being here. We have a question at our table as to why this is just given to us now, and we didn't have time to review it at least a week in advance. My name is Shannon Boucher. I'm from District 19 from Lac La Biche, Alberta.
Thank you, Shannon.
They were just approved last week, right? That's right. Yeah. Yeah, these were just approved last week by our Citizens Council, and so that's the delay. Our audit is very big. In fact, we typically do it in 2 or 3 parts. Either divide the year into 3 or divide the year into 2. And so this year, I believe we're dividing the year into 2. So our actual audit starts for the first 6 months in October. So we do want to get it out sooner.
Is there an email that can be provided for those of us that are going to review it, and if we have questions to email questions to?
Sure.
We'll make sure that we get your email, Auditor General, is auditorgeneral@métis.org, correct?
Yeah, and just so these will be posted on our website as well, and they will be filed with Alberta the corporate registries, so
Yeah,
they are accessible.
I've worked with budgets for years, and I know that we usually get budgets in advance to review it, and this is just really unprofessional.
A budget? This is an audit.
Audit, but we usually get them in advance. Where I've worked before, and we've had a time to review them.
Okay, well, okay.
Thank you. Microphone number 2.
Alan Boucher, District Lac La Biche anyways. I agree with Shannon. When I got the financial statement, I said, oh my goodness. Again, I'll reiterate what she said. We should get this at least 3 or 4 weeks before, because that's a lot of pages, But nevertheless, it's here. I'm just curious about the salaries, and the amount of, I know people deserve, good pay, to attract, good quality folks. But when I look at the salaries, and then I compare them to the government, and I was a manager with the, GOA for a number of years. I mean, my salary was nowhere near the amount that some of these folks are getting paid. I'm not saying they don't deserve the pay, but how did you folks come to that decision that this is the amount that people get paid? Did you compare it with the feds or other government agencies? That's one question. And I see you got a 3.5 million surplus there. You would think that with that surplus, you would buy us fly swatters for today. Thank you.
Mr. Barnard, do you want to address the salary question?
I'm not sure. The salaries. So the salaries are posted for the elected officials on page 35 of the audit. As you can see, they range from $71,000 for what looks like a partial year to the president's salary. And that was, a lot of work was done to comparisons and setting those up in relation to other governments. As far as staff goes, whether it's at the OMG or affiliates, generally, if you were to compare what a manager at the M&A, and it sounds horrible here, it's actually the opposite of what you said. If you were to compare the average salary of a manager at the M&A versus the GOA and all the things they get for their pensions and the benefits and all that, our managers make quite a bit less. So we are working to actually implement a salary grid so that people can, kind of reflect their salaries a bit better in regards to other governments. So it's kind of, to me, it seems like, at the staffing level, it is a kind of a little bit different, and then as far as the elected officials, it is on page 35.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Brenner. Microphone number 1.
Tanseka Kiaoya Kaya Lisa Richards Sigaswan I Métis citizenship number 000878 District 11. Whew, that's a mouthful. So when I used to work for the federales, surpluses were flagged as much as deficits were, just because it means that those program dollars haven't been utilized and spent. So the big surplus there of $4 million, can you speak to that, please?
Sure. So, sorry, there's a surplus, I'm looking at page 37, which is...
governance.
And governance.
First
Okay,
page,
well, I'm
page
going to look
3.
at
Core operations.
Yeah, sorry. So yeah, it's not, it's a bit more than that. What you'll see here is revenue of 17 million and some deferred contributions, and then you'll see negatives at the top where we transferred out to other programs, and then a bunch of expenses. This account picks up, so when a lot of our funding programs, we take an administrative surcharge off the top, because when we run programs, things like power, rent, legal counsel, all those things, bank accounts and all that is not generally included. And so we do that, and we credit all the pages that follow this. Usually 10 to 15% goes into that revenue column, and then expenses that don't fall within go here. We also have about a $4.4 million surplus. $4.4 million is a lot of money, but $4.4 million of $200 million in recognized, or 182 in recognized, 202 in actual. That's such a small razor-thin margin. It's like 2%. So it does sound like a lot, but again, if we look at 80,000 citizens, 127 programs, 700 staff-ish in there, when you look at it from a margins perspective and how quickly things can go, that's about as thin these last 2 years as we'd want to get on that program.
Okay. Another quick question. So speaking to my point earlier about the home repair program and the shortage there of $120,000 in relation to the amount of people that were approved at $20,000, is that an actual number? Because they don't jive. A plus B plus C doesn't equal D here.
Yeah, and so there's a number of factors in regarding that. So one is I would have to actually go through and do the math. Like, there wouldn't be actual slippage when it comes to like money not getting allocated to people for those things. So the amount is 5% up to a maximum of 20,000, and then we have issues with timing. So a lot of times this funding, it says April 1st, we don't get it in. The fiscal year for housing, we just changed it to match ours here, so it was a December 31st year end and a March 31st year end. So I'd actually have to go back and do it, but I'm very confident to say that the money that, whether it be the $4 million here and how that translated to those other things, that all that money went into those things. It just might be kind of geared over 2 kind of years or funding timing, but all the money did go out.
Yeah, and then regarding my last point, so apparently there was a comment about the peanut gallery. I would like to have an apology for the citizens after hearing that. I didn't hear that earlier, and I think that was really disrespectful as a Squawak and as a citizen.
I wasn't talking to you. There was a lady that was
But
told
it's
two
still-
times.
she's
What was
still a
told
woman,
two times.
And she's still a
to-
citizen.
Yeah,
And I found it very disrespectful to be addressed that way.
And so she was yelling out of turn from the back. I was trying to answer a question, and it was very difficult. And so instead of saying, making a reference to somebody acting unprofessional and rude and calling it the peanut gallery, I shouldn't have called it a peanut gallery. I should have just said, please stop acting rude and yelling out of turn
And
beyond
it's
the
the
mic
chair's responsibility
and,
to do that.
and let me answer my question. So I'm sorry for saying peanut gallery.
Thank you, Mr. Barner. Microphone number 2.
Hi, good afternoon. Alana Newton, District 4 Councillor. I'm looking at this budget and I understand the complexity and how deep it is and the work that's required to provide. However, I do feel like some of the other citizens that this is not enough time for us to be able to sit down for 10 minutes and review this budget. So that's the first one. Second one is I see there's a $4.4 million surplus, and when you pay each district in the province $87,000, it works out to $1.9 million. That's quite a bit difference than what's going on. And as a volunteer counselor, just to get sometimes mileage paid and to work out our budget and the way we had to do it was quite difficult. We had to redo it 3 times for it to jive for our council to approve. So I think that behooves this organization to do the same. Like we are accountable to our citizens as you are accountable to us as well, and I'd like to see that happen. Thank you.
Thank you, microphone 2. Any response, or should we move on? No. Microphone number 1.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much. Gary Gagnon, District 11. Page 114. So that's the Big Lake and Sturgeon River. I'm not sure if I'm from St. Albert, I'm old family from there. I'm not sure if we really had any involvement with the M&A in regards to consultation or not. And I know Theo is in charge of this program to some degree, but I see a lot of expenses in regards to salary, the honorariums, meeting costs. I'm not sure if we've really been consulted in that, and all I'm going to ask going forward is that you consult us in that area in regards to this as well, and let us participate with you. So we just I want to be involved with that, because I used to swim in that river, I used to skate in there, we used to fish in Big Lake, and to me it's just kind of meaningful that you include us in that, and you got grant money for that on our behalf. So, but I just haven't seen any involvement of our people, and whether it's monitoring. There was a bit of an oil spill there at Big Lake through the residential thing, but we were not notified. I found out by other people. So it would be just kind of just courtesy I'm asking for, and I'm not trying to give heck to anybody or question too much. And the other thing, with the surplus of money we have, maybe we can explore some AC in the place. So that would be kind of nice here. It's really hot, man. So, but anyway, thank you very much. If somebody can answer that for me and get back to me, because we do want to be involved in St. Albert with this. So, and I'm not sure, by the way, one more thing. I understand if I read this grant, because I looked at it, the end date is coming up soon too. So, thank you.
I'd have to look into, Schedule 79 here and see actually what happened. I'd refresh myself with it, so I'll follow up with you, Gary. Thanks. Yeah, I got your number. I can call you if you want.
Microphone number 2.
Rhonda Baglow of the Calgary-Albo Métis District. I want to echo the acknowledgement of how much effort it would take to pull together 210 pages of financial data. So I believe I asked this 2 years ago, and I'm going to repeat myself today. Is there any way that we can be provided with the summary slides that you present? Because for me, that's sort of a capsule of information, especially as we're going through a transition. I mean, we're going through a major organizational structure transition, and so year-over-year comparisons are, quite informative. And if there's something that sticks out, then we can maybe delve into the 210-page document. That's all.
Check, check. Hello. There we go. Yes, we can post those on to the website for everybody to access.
Microphone number 1.
So this is huge. And you know, I was thinking that my name is Brian Fayant again for the several times. Hi, Ruben. But I want to offer some other advice because I think it's unfair to expect us here to review a financial statement in, whatever, 15 minutes. If I could suggest a process, and I've often thought about it, and we had debated or discussed this during a commission piece, where you have a treasurer department with people that are actually qualified to review these complicated documents, and have another process where you report throughout the year, not at the assembly in our last sort of moments. It's too much. And I think we're pretty cool about it. Like, yeah, I'd like to talk to you about some of these pieces. They've become very complicated and sophisticated and complex. So we need to have a process that's equally complex to digest this kind of stuff. So I'm going to recommend that for now, and I don't know how you guys can do that, but we have to act like a government. The government in itself does not go to all Albertans and ask them what they think of their financial statement. So I think we time to grow up and time to us to look at a deeper process or a bigger process. So that's going to be my suggestion to you. I appreciate all the programs that you're doing. I'm going to just reiterate my own issue that I raised, and I've been raising for the last 2 days, is that in your budgeting, it will be nice when you start putting budgets for districts so that we can take care of ourselves. So that's a piece. And my last recommendation is we should maybe have fans up there so we can, I don't know, they're all offering suggestions. So.
Thank you, microphone number 1. Am I getting the sense it's warm in here? Is that a fair statement? Oh, very good. Microphone number 2.
It's so warm, the flies have actually gone outside again. My name is Haley Mills, District 9. I said 22 earlier, but it's 9. And there's 22 districts. With past 3 years, there's been new people coming onto government, at least 2 in each district, getting paid $98,000 a year. And what a lot of people have noticed is that there's a mass meetings and sign-ups of new people to become citizenships, to gain the citizenship. I'd like to know if these mass sign-ups are to help pay for the new wages, and how much is one citizen being signed up? How much money is coming in to the department when you sign up one person as a new citizenship?
Mr. Barber?
If that made sense, I don't know.
I think I know what you're saying, and I might take a few liberties to expand on a few things. So Métis people, as far as our registry drives, we want to knock down every barrier to citizenship that exists for somebody. So registry drives are that. Whether somebody has a card or not, you know, who they are and their rights, you know, they're the same, but once you get the card, you're able to start doing other things, vote, come and access programs. We don't get an allotment per person. We don't. But when we look at the overall cost of doing things as a government, we do need to plan for massive events at large scales, you know, because we have the potential for up to 80,000 people showing up. I mean, that's probably not likely, but that's how we do it. And so no, there is no allocation per citizen that becomes a citizen, or when they become a citizen, and that is not the reason we do the registry drives.
So where does the money come from? Where, like, what department of the federal government does the money come from?
Pretty much, we have a relationship with most federal departments. The Department of the, I don't even know what it's called, CERNAC, INAC, DIAN, Department of Indian and Northern Development, for example, is typically where most of our funding comes from.
Microphone number 2. Last questions to you.
Thank you. Vernon Hagan, St. Albert Métis District. Got a question about page 96. I see there's potentially some funding available there. That speaks to the Métis Credible Assertion Program. In St. Albert, we're looking to provide a document as far as Métis evidence of our historical connection, but that costs about $40,000 if you hire a researcher. So that's, I'm asking that because there's, confusion right now in the Métis Nation as far as credible assertion. But anyways, my question is page 124. If you can explain the fuel charge proceeds, and also it just says trust here, but if you can also explain where this money came from, where it's going. Thank you.
Mr. Barner?
So this was, so Andres Falea, our Director of Environment and Climate Change, was an initiative he began working on prior to the onset of the carbon tax, going back years. We had meetings with other Indigenous leaders, other Indigenous governments, and basically said, like, this carbon tax thing is going to have impacts on our nation, and they said no, and then we said yes, and then, years and years and years went by, and right before the writ drop year end, Andres was able to negotiate this money coming over to the OMG to establish an endowment trust fund. So this money will now, this expense allows it to go and sit into a trust out here. The idea is that money will be held in perpetuity, so forever we're going to create kind of like an endowment type thing with trustees, and then the interest and the income earned off that will go into environment and climate change initiatives.
Thank you, Mr. Barner. Any other questions? Seeing no one approaching the mics, let's join me in thanking our Auditor General, our Secretary of Records, and our Director of Finance for their presentation. I will allow the folks who support Treasury to take their leave and invite President Andrea Sandmaier to join me on the stage to deliver the report on 2024 citizens' proposals. And I will also ask Senior Executive Officer Barner to join me as well.
Good afternoon, everybody. We're almost there. We're almost there. I'm happy to deliver the Citizens Proposal Report, which is a requirement in the Self-Government Act. As many of you know, this report responds directly to the proposals that citizens brought forward and passed at last year's gathering. When you bring forward a proposal, you're helping shape the direction of the nation. And once a proposal passes, it doesn't just sit on a shelf. As part of this responsibility, we not only review laws and proposals, but we also take time to recognize the moments that shape our citizens and our nation. So proposals go to the Citizens Council, which we have the responsibility to take it seriously, discuss it, and decide how it should be addressed. Sometimes that means direct action. Sometimes it means more research and more time. But every single proposal gets a thoughtful response, and that's what you'll find in the report. This is how we honor our accountability as elected representatives, and it's how we show respect for the time, thought, and care that citizens bring to this gathering. Now, you'll see in the report that some proposals led to new policies or new mandates. Others prompted more exploration, the kind of groundwork that makes long-term change possible. And some weren't moved forward, but even in those cases, we hope the response gives you an insight into the why. This process isn't always fast, but it is real. It's thoughtful and it's ours. And I want to thank the Citizens Council, all of my colleagues, for your hard work and making sure this report is thorough, transparent, and responsive to the voices of our citizens. I also want to thank each and every citizen who stood at the mic last year, who took the time to put a proposal forward, or who supported the work behind the scenes to make it happen. Your voice matters. And I hope this report shows you that the work we do here doesn't end when the gathering closes. It carries forward into the months ahead, into council meetings, staff work plans, and future programs and policies. Before I wrap up, I just want to take a moment to speak to a specific proposal made last year and recognize that this past week marked 1 year since residents of Jasper were allowed to return to their homes after leaving the devastating 2024 wildfires. For many of us, it was a reminder of how fragile home can feel in the face of disaster. And for many of our people, it also reminded us of the deeper history of Métis people being forced from those lands when Jasper National Park was created. At our meeting in Jasper in March, the Citizens Council resolved to recognize August 16th, which was the date residents were permitted to return, and to honor that moment at this year's gathering. So let's honor the resilience of the Jasper community and residents, in particular the citizens that live there, with a round of applause. I also want to mention that Secretary Kayla Mitchell, who is a resident and citizens representative of Jasper House, has written an op-ed on the history of Métis people and Jasper National Park and the deep connection to that land. It will be published soon, and I really encourage you to read it when it comes out. This is another way we are telling our stories and ensuring they are not forgotten. So with that, I'll leave it there and move on to the question portion. If you haven't already, take some time to read through the report. Copies are available at the registration desk, online, and think about what new ideas or directions you want to see brought forward this year. With help to answer questions, I have Senior Executive Officer Aaron Barner and Chair Garrett Tomlinson.
Thank you, Madam President. So, as you can see in the report from 2024, no shortage of work done with the proposals from last year. Are there any questions to the President's report on citizens' proposals for 2024? Mr. House.
Ben House, District 19. Just to touch bases again on the proposal, Guy Leroux, I had to get permission from him. It was his document with his signature. I couldn't introduce the proposal myself. I asked him to do it, and I'm just going to touch bases on it again. I got the Fish and Wildlife Act myself, ready to move it forward and hand it over to the new Harvesters Council, Craig. I talked to him, and he made an exchange with me, so I'll bring him the Fish and Wildlife Resource Management Act for the Harvesters Council. It's a very important, to me, piece of legislation that's got to be taken to the new president and new board of government and our whole new system here with this Patimsawak transition. It's something that I think is going to be vital and it's going to be important for them to utilize and show the government we're not just about hunting and gathering. We're not just about taking animals. We're going to be conservationists, and this act is going to govern us and ensure that we harvest in a proper manner, which is accountable for everyone involved. So I just want to reiterate that to you guys. We're going to hand that forward to the Harvesters Council. And also I just want to touch bases on the funding aspect. You know, the Harvesters Council, I believe there's only two, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know what your structure is, but I think there's only two sitting there. You know, a few more maybe from each territory or region within the Patimsawak structure is needed. You need a few guys there. You have people from different regions that way discussing wildlife in their areas and keeping account of the animals harvested in their areas. So it's very important. I think you got to expand your council a bit. I'm because of health reasons, I can't sit on the Harvesters Council. I wish I could. I really do, because I'm passionate about, I always have been. I'm a hunter-gatherer myself. I still do it today, and I teach kids how to hunt and gather properly. So I'm passionate about it. I can sit and advise. I can talk to Greg, and I can talk to Guy Leroux. Guy Leroux is a Fish and Wildlife officer from down south, so he has extensive knowledge when it comes to hunting and gathering. So we got that to offer to you guys, and anytime you know, you want to invite me to a meeting and sit down with government, I'm willing to do it. We've done it before. We've lobbied the government. We as a council back then reintroduced this harvesting rights to the province again when they shot us down in the first time. Mr. Norton there was against Métis having their hunting rights. Well, we revamped that, and I think we did a pretty good job, because today we're one of the few provinces that have our harvesting rights. So we got to build on that and work on it. So we're here. We're willing to help. We're willing to work with the new council. We're willing to work with the new Opetimsawak government, and welcome us aboard. We'll help you guys. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. House. Any further questions, comments to the 2024 Citizens Proposal Report before we move into this year's? Seeing none, I will ask us to thank the President for the 2024 Citizens Proposals Report. Okay, I'm going to propose that we take a very brief 10-minute break so that we can clear tables and get some staff set up for the Citizens Proposal session. It does take a little bit of administration to work through that session, so that'll give us a few minutes that we need, and then we will head into the Citizens Proposals and Special Resolutions section of the agenda for the day and close out our gathering. So we are in recess for 10 minutes. So one more reminder, if folks need the guide for citizens' proposals, it is available up on the front table to my left if you'd like to talk to staff and talk through your proposal to make sure that it is in the format that's necessary to be presented. They are over here to assist, and they're more than happy to help.
Hi everyone, I just want to let you know we found a gold ring. So this might be your gold ring. I've turned into Lost and Found, and there's a really nice pair of sunglasses. So if these are your sunglasses, please let me know.
Anything left behind is going with me. This is the 5-minute warning, folks. We'll go ahead and get started very shortly. Okay, this is the 2-minute warning. Find your seats. We will call to order and get started. Katie, you want to go get Tyler? Hmm? No. That's a good idea. Sorry, it's holding me to go. If it's not valid, tell me why. Okay, folks, we will call the meeting back to order for one of the last orders of business on our agenda for today, which is the citizens explanation of citizens' proposal and special resolution process. If I could get the room to come to order. No need to. Okay. If I could get folks to take their seats, and we will get started. So, I will talk a bit about the process for special resolutions and citizens' proposals one more time, just to make sure we're all on the same page. So, this year, you haven't heard me talk much about special resolutions. We received two documents that purported to be special resolutions this year. One was withdrawn and will be presented as a citizen's proposal. The other did not meet the criteria for a special resolution, as it did not purport to amend the bylaws, which is one of the requirements. Therefore, there are no special resolutions to be heard for the 2025 Citizens Gathering. The citizens' proposal procedure. Citizens may bring proposals to the gathering for a vote. The citizens' proposal period will be beginning shortly. A proposal should address a specific issue or topic relevant to the Métis community. It should clearly explain the idea, suggestion, or recommendation, offer a recommended action or solution, and it must be presented verbally here at the citizens' gathering. I am obligated to deem a proposal out of order if it seeks to implement new legislation, changes or repeals existing laws, or purports to be binding on the Otipemisiwak Métis government, its branches, or direct government officers. To adopt a proposal, proposals are introduced verbally by the citizen. The proposal, if deemed valid by the chair, is voted on by the eligible citizens present in this room. To present a proposal and to vote on proposals, you must have a blue wristband and have registered over in the corner with registry. The proposal, if deemed valid by the chair, is voted upon by each of you. The proposal is adopted by ordinary resolution, which is 50% plus 1. To deem a resolution valid, I will have the assistance of the the governance and policy team within the self-government department, and both chairs designate. They will do the heavy lifting, just in case I miss anything, because it is very hard for me to read all the laws, memorize them, and repeat them back to you verbatim while you bring your proposals up. So, Once you adopt a proposal, Citizens Council must submit a report of any actions taken regarding the proposals adopted at this year's gathering. That report will be made public no later than 21 days before the next Citizens Gathering. Are we all agreed? We're solid? Ready to go? Ready to rumble? Perfect. Okay. In that event, I will call on microphone number 2, and Grandmother Esther is going to present the first citizens proposal of the 2025 Citizens Gathering.
Now you can see me. Now you don't. Chat.
Before you start, Grandmother Esther, it's going to be very critical that we keep the noise down in this room so that all of the policy analysts and governance staff can hear very clearly the questions. It's also going to be very critical that you state your name as the mover and the name of the seconder, and if they're complicated spelling, please follow up with the recording secretary so that they have those spellings. They are over here in the corner. Go ahead, Esther.
Good afternoon, my Métis citizen friends. Hello, Mr. Chairman. My name is Esther Auger from Lesser Slave Lake, Métis District 21. And this is my seconder, Barb Emmerich from Lesser Slave Lake, District 21. I'm really having a hard time with this. Can you lock this? Lock this. No, I think I'm good. Thank you. I would like to address an issue. By experience, I find there is lack of respect for knowledge holders, language keepers, and elders with a reluctance to fairly compensate us for our time and knowledge, which is generously shared by holders of the cultural knowledge and heritage. Also, it was noted that some knowledge keepers are not respected for their knowledge, as on one occasion, other people were asked to verify what this elder shared was in fact accurate. To address this issue, I propose when consulting knowledge keeper, cultural leader, or elder, that they be fairly compensated according to proper protocol using clear communication in English, person's preferred language if they choose. This should be verbalized and written documentation provided for the participants, referenced prior to any event. I move to propose that guidelines for proper Métis protocol be established, drafted, and used within the Otipimsuak Métis Government Office and all OMG employees, including affiliates, to undertake training and use it in practice when consulting with Métis knowledge keepers, cultural leaders, and elders, so they may learn how to properly address and treat our esteemed citizens. This protocol will be drafted from the knowledge of elders in each district or territory and adopted by the OMG/MNA. Furthermore, I move that Métis elders, knowledge keepers, and language holders be compensated monetarily by honorarium for any knowledge or skill they share with employees of the OMG and affiliates. The reason for this proposal is because I feel I have been a victim of lateral oppression, and I don't doubt others in the nation may have experienced this as well. The oppression suffered by the Métis people has existed since we were identified as half-breeds. We have suffered this oppression from federal, provincial, and local governments. Otipimsuak means people who rule themselves, and yet it appears we still oppress our own people. There is a general lack of respect for our elders' time, knowledge, language, and teachings. This has to be addressed, and in order for our nation to learn and grow. Ixamaga, merci.
Thank you, Grandmother Esther.
Barb Emmerich from District 21, Lesser Slave Lake Métis District, and I second that proposal.
Thank you, Ms. Emmerich. I don't want either of you to go anywhere because I have one question that I would like to clarify for you before we move on. Your proposal, if I read the proposal statement, is I move to propose that guidelines for proper Métis protocol be established, drafted, and used within the Otipemisiwak Métis Government Office and all OMG employees, including affiliates, to undertake training and use it in practice when consulting with Métis knowledge keepers, cultural leaders, and elders, so they may learn how to properly address and treat our esteemed citizens. That's ultimately the crux of your proposal. I wonder if you would adopt the language that Citizens Council consider drafting guidelines and protocols, because the proposals must be for consideration by council as opposed to direction. Would that be acceptable?
Could you please consider and adopt a proposal?
That council consider adopting guidelines for proper Métis protocol, that council consider establishing guidelines for proper Métis protocol to be drafted and used within the Otipemisiwak Métis government.
Merci.
Very good. So the proposal is then to propose that Citizens Council consider establishing guidelines for proper Métis protocol to be drafted and used within the Otipemisiwak Métis government and all OMG employees, including affiliates, to undertake training and use it in practice when consulting with Métis knowledge keepers, cultural leaders, and elders, so they may learn how to properly address and treat our esteemed citizens. That is the proposal statement. Is there anyone who wishes to speak in opposition to the proposal? Seeing no one who wants to speak in opposition to it, which I had little doubt, I'm going to call for a vote on this proposal. All those in favor of the citizens' proposal, please raise your hands. All those opposed to the proposal, please raise your hands. Any abstentions? The first proposal of the 2025 Citizens Gathering is carried. Thank you, Grandmother Esther. Microphone number 1. No pressure.
Hello, Mr. Chair. My name is Troy Stuke, Nose Hill District, Calgary 5, and my seconder is Karen Wilson, Nose Hill District 5. I'd like to address the finalization of the expansion to the Veterans Monument here at Métis Crossing. The planning.
Microphone 1, if I could get you to just hold one moment. I really need the conversations in the room to come down so that we can hear the microphones for this process. Please begin. Thank you.
Okay. I'd like to address the issue of the finalization of the expansion to the Veterans Monument here at Métis Crossing. The planning for the expansion of the physical monument is completed, I've been told, at this citizens gathering, and all that remains is $75,000 short to ensure the work is completed. To address this issue, I suggest that we ensure the funding that the Métis National Council has already indicated is available and it's for this purpose, and that it be immediately accessed in order to commence the work for November 26, 2026 completion. And I move to propose that the Citizens Council consider directing resources so that the funding and/or communication around this request for the expansion enables it to be completed by November 1st, 2026. And this would enable that veterans, first responders, families can celebrate this effort at Indigenous Veterans Day on November 8th, 2026. And the reason for this proposal being somewhat urgent is I just see that democracy and trust are at risk, and our citizens, and especially our youth and children, deserve to understand the extent of recent and current sacrifices that are being made and in order to protect our democracies. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder for your proposal?
Hi, I'm Karen Wilson, Nose Hill, District 5.
Very
I
good.
second.
Thank you kindly. Is there any discussion or opposition intended in relation to this proposal?
So I'm
Microphone
listening
one.
back there, and I didn't quite hear it, so to vote on it, I need, can you read that back?
I'll ask the mover to read just the proposal portion of her citizens' proposal.
So is it the first or the second part? Yeah. So I move to propose that the Citizens Council direct resources regarding funding or communication that's needed to ensure that the monument's expansion is completed by November 1st, 2026, in order that veterans, first responders, and families can celebrate this effort on Indigenous Veterans Day, November 8th, 2026.
Thank you, mover. Is there anyone who intends to speak in opposition to this proposal? I'm seeing one hand who wishes to approach a mic. I'll ask you to approach either microphone number 1 or number 2. Okay, we're just waving at our friends. That's lovely. Perfect. Okay, seeing no one who wishes to speak in opposition, I intend to call the vote then. All those in favor of citizens' proposal as stated, please raise your hands. Is there any opposition? Any abstentions? The proposal is carried. Thank you. I'll ask you both to give your names and spellings to the recording secretary. Well done. Next, promise. Microphone number 2.
Tansei, greetings all. My name is Jocelyn Lamette, District 9. Métis artists play a profound and multifaceted role in enhancing the overall well-being of the Métis Nation. Their contributions span cultural preservation, identity affirmation, community cohesion, and even physical and mental health. Too often, Métis artistry is considered a hobby or, quote, side hustle. Yet its importance to the overall well-being of the Métis Nation remains integral. The Otipemisiwak Métis government has started building a body that supports our artists in building their skills, knowledge, and confidence as artists that contribute to moving from a hobby to a viable career. This movement is aligned with Section 13.1 of our Constitution, which states, the Otipemisiwak Métis government's purpose is to advance the social, cultural, and economic well-being, education, and health of the Métis Nation within Alberta, its citizens, families, and communities of its territories. To further this movement, I propose that our government maintain a strong inventory of Métis art for the promotion of our artists, including through gifting and other methods of exposure. I move to propose that the Citizens Council consider building a diverse inventory of Métis art and promote the art and artists through the Kisito Skatanao Otipemisiwak Métis Government Artists Collective. Merci.
Do you have a seconder for your proposal?
Yes, Suzanne Cunningham, Suzanne, District 9.
Thank you both. I'll get you to read just the proposal portion one more time.
That the Citizens Council consider building a diverse inventory of Métis art and promote the art and artists through the Kisito Skatanao Otipemisiwak Métis Government Artists Collective.
Thank you. No one's handing me notes, so that's a good sign. Is there anyone who wishes to speak in opposition to this motion? Seeing no one approaching the mics, I'm going to call for vote. All in favor of the citizens' proposal as read. All those opposed? The proposal is adopted. Thank you kindly. Mr. Wanich, the floor is all yours.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I'd like to address our elected officials as well, our brothers, our sisters, our veterans. our respected elders of the nation. And before I get into my comments of my resolution here, if I may, Mr. Chairman, there's a comment I'd like to make before I get into it. There's something else I'd like to add. I listened to a lot of comments made today, and my mindset now has developed into something more positive than, I have to say, I'm going to make an apology for something that has happened. I allowed myself to listen to negative, and I carried it, and I distanced myself from people in the nation, our former president, like Audrey Patra. Audrey, I am sorry that I distanced myself from you. The comments that you made were very, very positive, and that's made me think about the new powers that we have in place now. I am prepared with a more mindset that's more positive. You know, we tell our people that we are Métis strong. Well, let's prove that we are. We need a more united nation, not a divided nation. You know, we can't allow ourselves to listen to negativity.
Well said, my friend.
And another thing that I see here in this room, people outside, the product, we are the product of our ancestors. How do you think they made it? How they survived? Well, we are here because of them, of what they had to put up with and fight for. So let's make them proud by doing the same thing. We have to teach our children. Our ancestors, our Kokums, our Musoms, were the survivors of yesterday. We are the survivors of today. And we teach our kids, educate them, and they will be the leaders and the survivors of tomorrow. And now I will go into my resolution that I want to present. I would like to address the issue of increasing citizen access to employment, leadership, decision-making opportunities within the Métis government of our institution and our institutions. Also, to address the issue, I suggest that we give preference to the Métis citizens in consideration for employment, leadership, decision-making roles within our government and institutions wherever possible. And I move to propose that the Citizens' Council consider implementing legislative or policy requirements that would ensure the Métis citizens are prioritized, supported, and even given preference for employment, leadership, and decision-making roles within our government and in its institutions wherever possible. Reasons for this proposal is because the previous bylaws of the Métis Nation of Alberta Association contain the requirements that at multiple points that our government would, where possible, employ members of the Métis Nation based on merit and qualifications. Today, our Constitution says, excuse me for the way I pronounce this, I may make it wrong, because even though I'm Cree, I'm going to have to bypass that, but my tongue gets I get twisted. So it's our Métis government goals and responsibilities are to ensure citizens have meaningful ways to be consulted and participate in the initiatives of the Métis government at all levels. As we build our government and our institutions, it is important that the resources and the opportunities that are intended to be benefit of the nation, of the citizens of the Métis Nation within Alberta reach those people however possible. It is only by working together as Métis people that we can ensure that our nation and our government is not lost to colonial ways and practices. And therefore, my people, my sisters, my brothers, the veterans, the respected elders of the nation, I call upon you now. I need your support. I'm ready to take on this task. I may want to call it a challenge, but I don't think it will be a challenge because we're going to be able to work with our people that we have. And I also need you to stand with me to take on this challenge. And I thank you again. Thank you for giving me the opportunity and the time to be up here and say what I have to say. Thank you.
Do you have a seconder for your proposal, Mr. Wanich?
Joseph Rene DeMel, District 9.
Very good. I'll ask you to read just the proposal section of your citizens' proposal one more time.
Which one is that?
Just this, the proposal section. I propose.
I propose to move the purpose that the Citizens Council consider implementing legislative and policy requirements that would ensure that Métis citizens are prioritized, supported, and given preference to employment, leadership, decision-making, roles within our government and its institution whenever possible.
Thank you. Is there anyone who wishes to speak in opposition to this motion? Seeing no one identifying themselves to approach a mic, I'm just going to confer for one moment with my colleagues. Please excuse me for one moment. This proposal is deemed accepted. I'm going to call for the vote, given that no one has identified themselves to speak in opposition. All those in favor of the citizens' proposal? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Wanich. Microphone number 2.
Hello, Tanse. My name is Cameron Bouvier. I'm from District 19. I would like to address the lack of 2S LGBTQIA+ representation and voice in the government. I move to propose that the Citizens Council consider to create a specific Two-Spirit representative role in our Métis government. The reason for this proposal is that we need a person who is a part of the 2S LGBTQIA community to be involved in the planning and decision-making so we can use our own lived experiences to create safe and inclusive spaces for all. I recently attended the Promoting and Increasing Cultural Safety for Métis Women, Youth, and 2S LGBTQIA conference, where I faced transphobic comments and remarks from some of our own government leaders. At a gathering for Two-Spirit people, I did not feel safe. I tried speaking against the transphobia, but I was outnumbered, which led to me having a breakdown. I understand that homophobia and transphobia is rooted deep in our society, which is why we have a PICS conference. It is important to have a Two-Spirit representative in the Otipemisiwak government, as we know what it is like to experience hatred and exclusion. In this Two-Spirit rep role, we can use our lived experiences to work towards gender and cultural education and to create safe and inclusive spaces for all Métis individuals. So again, I move to propose that Citizens Council consider to create a specific Two-Spirit representative role in our Métis government.
Do you have a seconder for your proposal?
My name is Georgiana Letty, and I'm from District 12. Not 12, 10. I'm very tired.
Sorry, if you could a little louder, please.
My name is Georgiana Letty, and I'm from District 10.
Very good. If you could read just the proposal section.
We need a person who is part of the 2S LGBTQIA community to be involved in planning and decision-making so we can use our own lived experiences to create safe and inclusive spaces for all. I move to propose that the Citizens Council consider to create a specific representative Two-Spirit role in our Métis government.
Thank you kindly. Is there anyone who wishes to offer discussion or debate in respect to this proposal? I'll ask that you identify yourselves. Seeing none, just give me one moment. I'm just going to confer with my colleagues on validity. would you mind bringing me your written proposal?
This is the proposal, and then I'm going to just go on further, just share this, and let them know that. Yeah. And if they ask for the proposals again, then I just got to do this. Yeah.
Okay, the proposal is deemed accepted and valid. I will call for the vote. All in favor of the citizens' proposal? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion carries. Thank you. I will have the mover and seconder. If you could present yourselves to the recording secretaries in the corner for spelling of your names, that would be lovely. Oh, she found you. Perfect. Microphone number 1.
Afternoon, Ben House from District 19. I move and propose that the Citizens Council accept and to begin the necessary work to take the draft of the M&A Fish and Wildlife and Resource Management Act and further to begin the process to enact this as legislation, and further to work to begin the Harvesters Council and put the Harvesters Council back in our agreement. I have spoken with a citizens rep who is prepared to sponsor this bill.
Do you have a seconder for your proposal?
Yes, I do.
Cindy Lattiser, Athabasca Landing, District 20.
Thank you, Ms. Lattiser. Before I call to see if there's any discussion, could I get your written copy of the proposal? I just want to take a quick look at the language. Okay. We've offered some advice to the mover, who's going to review it with the seconder, and they will reread the proposal.
Yes, sorry about that. The correction is there's two separate proposals here. One is the first one, to move and propose that the Citizens Council accept or consider and begin the necessary work to take the draft of the M&A Fish and Wildlife and Resource Management Act and further begin the process to enact this as legislation.
Very good. So we have council considering the enactment of resource management legislation. Is that, my colleagues, I'm looking to you? Perhaps read it one more time, if you could.
I know it's confusing. I'm moving to propose that the Citizens Council consider and begin the necessary work to take the draft of the M&A Fish and Wildlife and Resource Management Act and further begin the process to enact this as legislation.
Very good. So the proposal is in order. Is there anyone who intends to discuss or speak in opposition to this proposal? Seeing no one, I will call for the vote. All in favor of the first proposal from Mr. House? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion carries. The proposal is adopted. I will give you the option to go to your second proposal, given that it was our advice.
The second proposal is I had asked Council to consider the work to begin to put a Harvesters Council back in our agreement.
Very good. Do you have the same seconder, I trust? If I could get your name one more time for the record.
Cindy Ladisser, Athabasca Landing, District 20.
Thank you, Ms. Ladisser. Is there anyone who intends to discuss or debate, speak in opposition to this proposal? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All those in favor of the proposal as read? All those opposed? The motion carries. The proposal is adopted. Thank you, Mr. House.
Thank you.
I will get Mr. House and Ms. Ladisser to identify themselves to the recording secretary if they have not already for the spelling of your names, if we could. And I will go to microphone number 2.
Barbara Emmerich, Lesser Slave Lake Métis District. I would like to address the issue of the OMG M&A Annual Citizens Gathering being facilitated and hosted at Métis Crossing and any venue that cannot appropriately cater to the needs and size of the ACG. To address this issue, I suggest that the OMG M&A consider hosting its ACG in venues large enough to safely accommodate the citizens in attendance and with closer access to accommodations. I move to propose that the Citizens Council consider ensuring that all future ACGs are hosted in venues with indoor meeting spaces large enough to safely accommodate up to 1,000 citizens, and ensure that accommodations for citizens that are attending be available within a closer radius to the meeting venue. The reason for this proposal is because during the last AGA that took place at Métis Crossing in 2023, due to the weather being rainy, cold, and wet, I noted that most of the citizens gathered indoors, leaving very little space for movement. It seemed that the amount of people indoors at this venue was over capacity, my opinion, which could have led to a catastrophe to those in attendance if a natural disaster, emergency, or fire had occurred. While this is a beautiful place to gather, it is no longer adequate venue to host an event of this size. The Métis Crossing is only capable of hosting 410 seated guests or up to 700 people, all standing as noted in their Métis Crossing corporate venues page on their website. It's unrealistic to expect citizens in attendance to stand throughout the entire 3-day event should the weather be inclement. I also find it unreasonable for citizens to attend the ACG without having accommodations available closer to the event. Currently, more than 60% of the citizens are required to travel upwards of 40 minutes or more twice a day if they want to attend the event. This includes citizens that are elders, having disabilities, illnesses, or with young children. That concludes my proposal.
Thank you, Ms. Emmerich. Do you have a seconder for your proposal?
Shane Combs, Lesser Slave Lake, District 21.
Thank you, Mr. Combs. I'll need a moment to confer with my colleagues. Perhaps not. I'm advised that the proposal as worded would conflict with existing legislation. The Self-Government Act at Section 6.1, gathering must be held at Métis Crossing every second year. A proposal that Council consider amending the legislation would be acceptable. So if you wanted to reconsider the language of your proposal, we can have one of the analysts work with you to adjust your language, and then we'll hear it again if that's okay. So the analysts are all at this table over here. So we'll stand that one down, and we will come to microphone number 1.
So my name is Brian Fayette, District 17. So my motion reads as, whereas the Citizen Council has appointed a staff member as the chairperson from the UMG administration, whereas initially the Citizens Gathering accepted the staff person as chairperson at the first and second year gathering, it was never the intent of the Constitution Commission to have a staff person chair the Citizen Council. This decision borders on a conflict of interest. Now, this is my opinion, by the way. The Citizens Gathering is meant to be just that, a gathering of the citizens and not staff meeting of the administration, where a staff member can determine the direction of the Citizens Gathering and the Citizens Council's agenda and proceedings. The intent of selecting a chairperson for the Citizens Council was to be from the Citizens Council and or a Métis citizen at large. So therefore, be it resolved, this is my proposal here, that the Citizen Council revisit the selection of the chairperson, who will then be selected from the Citizen Council and or Métis citizen at large. That's my proposal.
Do you have a seconder for your proposal?
Yes, I do.
Alan Boucher, Lac La Biche. I second the motion.
Very good. Would you mind bringing the paper copy of your proposal to the chair's designate so that they might review it?
Congratulations on your motion. We've done this how many times? 2, 3 times before in the past. I'm surprised that it hasn't been addressed. It's up for debate. It wasn't really clear, so this, hopefully this, but the idea of the assembly is to clarify. If there's anybody who has a different understanding, like I talked to Audrey, so she said to me, that's not what I understand. So that's the part of debate. I need to have it. Well, because it's not clear. So once you clear it up, then yes, if you want to start with it, good. That's decision of the assembly. If not, then they go back to members at large and or the citizens council. Yeah. But that's what this is about. You're looking at it, but I expected my. Well, because we're trying to present a more civil. Yeah, it's very like a format. And then that lady today was trying to take shots from the side without actually addressing it. Yeah. That was on her behalf, even though I might agree with her.
So given the subject matter of the proposal, I think it appropriate that I turn chairmanship of the meeting over to Chair Designate Tyler Fetch while he works on this review with his colleague, and he can come back and speak to the results.
Because people might take it personal. It's not personal for me. I've been doing this forever. We have two ladies that are. two young women, no, I got it wrong, see, I'm out in trouble already. We got a young woman and one that wants to be a male, and we have to call him him. So there's those two that are for sure. Then last year there was 2 females.
That's my legal name. Okay, and this is your yes. So it's A-A-L-I.
It's intended to create discussion. So then once that's clear, so whatever way it goes, it's fine. I'm not trying to win an argument, I'm trying to clarify. Yeah. Let them clarify. What is it?
That's the kid.
You didn't look at it?
Well, do you have one or not? 'Cause
No,
they're
I
short.
don't. They weren't passed on.
I didn't know you needed tickets.
I didn't know either.
They were giving them away right like at the tent beside the registration line.
Thank you. I was a little, I didn't realize it.
Can I ask for a point of order?
So I just want to say, Brian, we're going to refer this over to the analysts again because it requires to make sure that, because it requires a change to legislation, to our laws. And so we got to make sure that we get the right pieces in place and then we'll come back. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry? There's the point of order.
I just wanted to make a point of order. If we look at the Constitution, there's a clear section on the chair. And I understand what Brian is saying, that he feels it was the intent. We didn't put that in the Constitution. We basically said the chair would be a citizen, would be selected by the Citizens' Council. So I'm not certain that as part of the commission, I can say it was our intent that it couldn't be anybody that was an employee of the M&A or an employee anywhere else. We didn't say that. We left it very open, and we did that on a lot of things because this is our first time to do a constitution that we want to make work for the Métis Nation. And we left a lot of things flexible so that we could maybe argue about it or whatever, figure out what works for us. And then we also, that's why we left it in that you could not change the Constitution for 5 years because we had to give it an opportunity to try.
Right, yeah, and then it was further detailed, the process and the selection of the chair was further detailed in the Self-Government Act, which can be changed. So, yeah, so we're just gonna, we wanna pass it over to there to make sure we get the right wording, that we get it right so that it fits what a proposal can be in accordance with the rules. So, yeah, so we'll come back. Yeah, and I'll pass it back over to Chair Tomlinson.
Thank you, Chair Designate Fetch. I believe we're at microphone number 2.
Okay, Barb Emmerich again from Slave Lake District. I move to propose that the Citizens Council consider amending the Self-Government Act to remove the requirement that the annual citizens gathering be held at Métis Crossing every second year.
Okay, do you have a seconder for your proposal, Ms. Emmerich?
Shane Combs, Métis District, this is Slave Lake, Métis District 21.
Thank you, Mr. Combs. Is there anyone who wishes to discuss or debate or speak in opposition? I'm seeing hands. Okay, this is a proposal that will go to discussion and debate. It is valid in the way it's been formed. I will look for those to approach the mic. I believe Elder Norma has a mic in her hand and wishes to speak to this.
This is such a beautiful place. I can't believe that we would go back to a place like Expo in Edmonton where none of us could breathe hardly there. It was just horrible. Or in Calgary, it was like there's no air to breathe. We're not on our land, we're nowhere. I would ask people to consider, like they do at big weddings or whatever, put another big tent out there, put the mics out there, get us all involved, but don't take away our land, our rights to be on our land during when we're doing our meetings. It just, I just can't believe that we'd be doing that, but I oppose that.
Elder Beatrice, I see that you also would like to speak to this.
Beatrice Demetrius, Region 9. Oh, I am so totally against this. This is home. It's so wonderful when we come here. Now, our ancestors, they lived in log houses with 10 kids. They were crowded. We can put up with a little bit. Come on, one day we can build this thing bigger. I'm so against this move.
Thank you, Elder Beatrice. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak?
Yes,
in respect?
Nora Turan, I guess sort of an elder, maybe not quite there. But anyways, this place is so special. And this is our land. The river runs through it. We canoe. We can do everything here. You cannot have this at a conference, a convention center, anything like that. That would be taking us back to a colonial time when we have no say, we have no land, and we have no rights. So we're dead against this story.
Microphone number 2 wishes to speak to the motion.
Alan Boucher, I'm in favor of the motion simply because it's a nice facility. However, you know, it cannot accommodate more than, I think you said 400 and some people, up to a maximum of 700. And when I looked at the gathering at the Expo Center and Grey Eagle Casino there in Calgary, I mean, there was a lot more people, probably over 1,000. And the other thing is, when you have all that space, there's more room to move around instead of being cramped together. You know, I'm at the point where I'm smelling armpits. But it's, to me, it makes sense to have it in one of those bigger centers, eh? You get more people, and of course, you also mentioned accommodations, you know. You have the tents here, RVs, but Smoky Lake is limited. You have to go to Fort Saskatchewan. At least, like, for example, if you had it at the Expo Center, you can go to, you know, different hotels there that are nearby. And I know that people, their hearts in, you know, what's happened here at Métis Crossing and, you know, Homeland, that sort of thing. And I get that. But I'm also a realistic person that in order to accommodate more people, yeah, you know, you're going to have to look at changing the venue. And I was there 2 years ago. The rain and the wetness, everybody was so cramped in here, you know, and it just, it doesn't make good for anything, you know, so.
Anyone else who wishes to speak to the motion? I'll go here, and then I'll come to microphone number 2, please.
Teresa Madron from Fort Edmonton, District 9. I was a very close friend of Dr. Herb Belcourt, and he would be embarrassed and ashamed that we would ever this quickly think of moving away from this beautiful spot. This is our land. We fought long and hard to have it. We need to have the event here at least every second year. I am strongly against this motion. Thank you.
Microphone number 2.
Yes, Marianne Stepien from District 8. I'm very, very opposed to this motion. I believe this is a wonderful place, like everybody else has said, and I think from hearing some of the comments, maybe there's a little bit more, like our elders said, that we could have maybe another tent added as we keep growing, as we are going to be continuing growing as a nation, as people, and as more people identify, you know, and I'm sure, you know, we'll keep accommodating, but I traveled, I came here yesterday, I drove home, I came back today, and I have to travel just about a little over 300 kilometers each day, but for me it was worth it. I understand some people can't drive that far, but we can't take it away from here, like the atmosphere and everybody around here. And I've been coming to assemblies for the Métis Nation for many, many years, and you know, we've had good ones, but the growth is just really wonderful, and we can't stop it. Like we said, this is our land. This is Métis land, and we want to be Métis strong. Let's keep our homeland here for our most important event. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to microphone number 1, and then I'll.
Sorry, Charmaine Fundurahe Henry, District 6. I definitely agree that this is a good place to have it. We also need to keep safety in mind. But the other thing is can we arrange some sort of bus service or something to get the elders that cannot travel here, you know, so that they can make it? That's also important.
Okay.
You know, from Calgary, from wherever, or like some sort of database so that more people can attend, but maybe we can make, like you guys had said, outside tents to promote that safety, but also make it accessible for people to travel and maybe provide more accommodation or better gas for those that cannot afford it.
My name is Wendy Walker from District 5, and I also oppose this proposal. Last year, I've been coming to gatherings since the early 90s, and I will say that last year when we were at the Edmonton Expo, personally, I thought it was awful. We were in a dark room. We couldn't see each other. You didn't know where anybody was. And I know it's a bit crowded, but you know what? Some of us grew up in big families with less space than this, right? So, and I believe that it is important for people to have the opportunity while they are here to connect to their culture, right? If you don't have those opportunities in the cities, we come here, we have that opportunity. So I would absolutely oppose this motion.
Very good. Is there anyone else who wishes to discuss this motion? Microphone number 2.
My name is Solomon Oze from Slave Lake, Region 21. I'm against the resolution because we live a distance from here and we have to stay in Redwater, 40 minutes from here. And it's ridiculous to come to a meeting like this and it's not right for us people to come from our end to come here, and plus gas money, what they're given today, kind of ridiculous. What I seen after the audit, and it seems like nothing is equal. And it should be moved to a bigger place than this. We're overcrowded here, by the way. It's a fire hazard, according to our laws in Alberta, fire safety, because we're overcrowded and a lot of flies, and so we're crowded. So we have to change because we have a right also to have meetings other places besides this end. And so we should select our own where we want to go next. Not only here, because this is not proper place for population like this, like over 1,000 people coming. It's not right. We'll be lawsuits here pretty soon if somebody ever gets hurt for other reasons. Liabilities. You have to think about these things. Yes, we'd like to be together. Yes. Okay.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak to this motion? Microphone number 1, and then we'll come back to number 2.
Ben Hose, District 19. I support this motion, and the reason being is I'm 45 minutes down the road. I could be here in just a little while, but maybe give this facility a chance where they can renovate it and make it bigger and then add air conditioning. There's a lot of Métis communities in the north, I'm sure, would glad to host this event every other year. We have Athabasca, High Prairie, a high population of Métis people, so I'm all for this motion and move this around a little bit, and people can see the country, so it's great to travel. Bring it back every second or third year, sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. House. Microphone number 2.
Hi, my name is Joanne Halcrew. I'm Esther's daughter. But I live in Edmonton. I don't know what district it is, but it's by Fort Edmonton, whatever. I support this motion simply because everyone's getting older, and everyone here, there's a lot of people that have limited mobility. We're crowded. There's not enough rooms. The only way I would say that it would be okay to stay with, to oppose it would be if everyone who had a wheelchair or a walker got those rooms up there instead of people that can walk. And that's the only way I would oppose it. Other than that, you know, it is a wonderful place. I love it. I've been here for I don't know how many years, ever since before this was even put up. But I think it's only fair to say we have to look after our elders. We don't have them for a long time. Now, if we're going to bring them here and say, let's have the meeting here, you know, we're causing them more hardships. Seniors benefits doesn't give them enough. They don't have enough for travel. They've got to decide, do I pay my rent? Do I pay my prescription? What do I do? And then they want to come here, and they're not given enough. You know, not everyone's child is going to help them. So, yeah, I support it totally.
Thank you. Microphone number 2. Is there any further discussion in respect to this motion? Microphone number 1.
Okay. Accessibility is extremely important, and I think I'll start Mike Hanley from District 8. Accessibility is extremely important, and I hope that we continue to prioritize that, and I hope that we all consider that the rooms that are available be offered to those with the mobility issues first. But having said that, I grew up as a Métis person in the shadow of being ignored, of not existing. When I came out here and seen this property, I was moved to tears. I was lucky enough to live in Calgary at a time when the Native Friendship Centre had a really good funding model. Beautiful building with a gymnasium and offices and all sorts of wonderful things, but it was a rental. And my father had the privilege of harvesting a bison long before many people in this province could ever consider that privilege. And that bison head was hung proudly in this rental building. And when economic times changed and we lost that building, when I talk to people, nobody has any idea what happened to the head of that bison. The disrespect for our history, what we risk by not holding on to what we own, it's the opposite of everything I believe we've learned as Métis people. I would be happy to continue to grow into this building with our families for something that we can keep, and honoring everything we've lost through the years. It would be absurd to me to consider not giving us time to grow into this and let it be everything we need it to be.
Thank you. Microphone number 1.
Petros Demetrius.
Sorry, we'll go to Elder Beatrice.
Hello? Oh, hi. So what I want to mention is yesterday.
Sorry, if I could get the conversations to come down in the room so that we can hear Elder Beatrice.
So our head count yesterday and again today, it was not overcrowded. And I've been to many assemblies. I bring myself every year with my friend Doreen. We're seniors. We don't expect anything. So what I'm saying, this was not overcrowded in the last 2 days. We don't always get a big crowd. I just have to say I am so disappointed in the idea that we won't come here anymore.
Thank you, Elder Beatrice. Microphone number 1.
Kathy Berglund from Nose Hill, District 5. I grew up hearing the stories. My family, as you've heard earlier, is deeply rooted in Lac St. Anne. And while we didn't follow in the Catholic faith, I know the stories that they would gather in trucks, in horses, in carts, and they would come from all over Alberta, from Calgary, from Athabasca, to by cart and horse. They'd pile people into grain trucks, and they would go to Lac St. Anne to gather for the blessings at Lac St. Anne. And I think that this is a Lac St. Anne for us now, and that we need to continue to gather and find ways to do it like they did for hundreds of years, gathering at Lac St. Anne, and continue to overcome the challenges. I can't imagine going from Calgary to Lac St. Anne in 1840 for a gathering, but they did. And so we need to continue to overcome the challenges that this location possesses. But I believe our ancestors, I know they did everything to gather despite the difficulty of travel in ways that we can't even comprehend today when we jump in our car.
Thank you. Microphone number 1. Microphone number 2, and then I'll come to...
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Karen Collins, citizen, St. Paul, Métis District 12. I speak in opposition, I suppose, to leaving our home. And all due respect to the people that see opposite of me. I've been going to Métis assemblies, like they were called back then, since 1975. Now, don't do the math, you guys. And we've come a long way from the ways that we had to provide for our people, providing tents, providing food, hamper food at the tents, and that kind of stuff, and helping with gas. All the time I always heard people going up to the mics, and they talked about land. We can only do our things on our land. We need our own land. We need land. We need land to assert our rights. We need land. We need land. Our ancestors, our people before us, the leaders before us, we need land. We're going to be celebrating 20 years in September since we opened Métis Crossing. But it took, I'm going to guess maybe about a decade before that, before it was brought to us by the Cromarty family to say this used to be Métis land. Métis Nation, are you interested? And hats off to Audrey and the councils of the day who said, this fallen on our lap, that's a gift. We got to do everything that we can. So, and everybody knows the story. So here we are, right? Lots of struggles to get what we have. It's beautiful. It's our home. When we have gatherings here, I see young people, I see elders, I see families. They go close to the river over there because the waters bring healing. You can go there and you can pray and you can leave your aches and you go down to the river. You don't get that at the expo. You don't get that in the town of whatever, unless you go purposely make yourself go do something like that. So there's those kind of gifts that we have here, that I know certainly myself, I take advantage of it when I'm here, to ground myself. I truly and totally understand the comments and the concerns, and they're very legitimate concerns with respect to safety and all the weather and things like that. Over the years since we've been at Métis Crossing, we've done more and more each time to try and better accommodate our citizens. This year, to my understanding, Métis Crossing in all of its rooms, and it was through the process of the getting rooms for the people that we've been able to, because there's six suites over there that are can accommodate some of my relatives here that use wheelchairs and have mobility issues. So we have those suites. The rest of the rooms, to the best of my understanding, our veterans and our elders who have mobility issues are in that building. So each year, we're moving toward these and trying to address some of these issues. We know, and we knew when we came here and started to build a home for us, we knew that we weren't going to be able to build a 6-story hotel here to accommodate us all, like we've grown used to. So I think it has to take a little bit of give and take. We do it every second year. Maybe that's a good thing. Maybe that's a good thing to remind us of harder times before our softer times. I heard a gentleman speak and say the challenges of our ancestors were the products. Now, the challenges that we have will be for the future generations. In my view, my personal view, if we don't consider part of that process of teaching and walking our young people down to this river, maybe to go put tobacco in the water, whatever you do, if we don't continue to have this place and be able to teach people, teach our children and teach other people that, we're losing something. We're giving it away. And as I mentioned earlier, that assertion of our rights very much tied to the land. We heard it around when the harvesting discussions. This is our land. We need to support it ourselves. There's not going to be anyone else who's going to come here and come and have this large of a gathering to help us help with the expenditures towards Métis Crossing. That's us. We need to do it for ourselves. Many of you have that audit. Look in there. How much did it cost us to go be somewhere else? We're giving it to someone else. Here, have this money. Why don't we give ourselves? Put it in our own. Invest in ourselves. We always hear that. Invest in your own people. Invest in your children. Invest in this. Invest about ourselves. I'm very passionate about Métis Crossing. 20 years ago, it was very powerful, powerful. If those of us that remember that were here, when that wagon train came from the east and those canoes came down the river and the people were here, now that was a powerful, powerful moment for our Métis Nation, and everyone was so proud that we had some river lots, Métis river lots, to call our own. It's not the time, in my view, to abandon that vision of our ancestors. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Secretary Collins. Microphone number 1. Oh, sorry, to the middle, please, sorry.
Sorry, Teresa again from District 9. Some of the points I wanted to say have been covered, and I'm very grateful that Karen spoke so eloquently, because every word she said matters. This place is super important to us, And I do know that the nation is moving in the direction of greater and greater technology. So as we get to the point where I can't even travel, I will be watching it live stream at home. So there is options. And as long as I can sleep in a tent, I will be here, and I'll drive from wherever I need to in Alberta. Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa. Microphone number 1, Elder Angie.
Oh, hi. Hello. What are you doing? You're giving me my home? Taking away my home? For so many years, we paid all different hotels, and we get nothing. And then, all of us, someday, we had a dream to have our own home. This is our home. I understand what everybody's saying. Well, we know. How far did we get? 12 years ago, there was nothing over here at all. Barn, few little buildings, and look at it. Here we are, 12 years, look at this. Look what you see everywhere. And the children, how they enjoy being here. But you know, we always, ever since I was a child, after I lost my home when my mom passed away, I dreamt I wanted a home. And I did. When we got our home here, God, this is my home. This is our Métis home. And I have it with all my heart. I mean every word of it, that every person has a piece of this, a piece of heart, a piece of your soul, a piece of your prayers, because it's so wonderful. We have to own our own. It can't forever go in somewhere else. You know what happened before when we had no money? You're coming over here? Oh. Sorry. I lost my hearing aid. I did. I was talking to my friend, and I didn't know what she was saying. But, you know, to be really honest, look at you. Look at your heart. Listen to your children. Listen to the future. We know we can build another one by coming back here and using our own money, to take our own money to buy another building that's got a bigger room. Well, you know, nothing is impossible. And this building is real evidence of what you're saying. And you're going to give it away? Come on. Open your heart. Keep your own home. We have something wonderful here. We have so much. I can't speak well enough to explain how much it really means. So many of you here, you know that too. And now, don't. I ask one thing of you, please. Don't give my home away. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to this motion? Microphone number 2.
Oh, I've already got the mic, sorry. Audrey Pacha, St. Paul, Cold Lake,
District 12, I think. I just wanted to, you know, I'm listening and I hear very good reasons why people believe we should move on, for safety reasons, for all those kind of things. I also very, very clearly hear all of those speeches about the importance of what we did to have a place for all of us to gather. And it certainly wasn't about we wouldn't gather as our government. It was about we would gather for everything that we could possibly do. But I recognize those, so what I was going to ask, because I think we have a mover and a seconder, don't we?
We do.
I was going to ask if they would consider withdrawing that proposal, and we put forward a proposal that says, well, for one thing, it won't be here next year. The motion we have in place says it has to be somewhere else in one of the other areas for next year, and give the council and the Métis Crossing board to look at options. How do we make sure we can accommodate people? How do we make sure, whether that's another tent or another building or another something, to accommodate up to 1,000 people, as the motion says? Because I recognize all those problems that people are bringing up, is that we don't want to have a safety issue. We don't want to have people driving hundreds of kilometers to come without looking at how do we accommodate more. So, because I think we could talk all night on it, and we definitely, there's enough of us that would have for or against opinions. But I'm just trying to think that maybe that would be a way of looking at all of those options, the board and the council, over the next little while, and we could still then bring a motion at the next one to say, oh, it's not going to Métis Crossing, it's going to change. I mean, we still have one more year to make that decision, rather than trying to come to a decision today. That's just a thought. I mean, I do have a seconder. If they want to withdraw that proposal, then I do have a seconder who would, from council, who would say, yes, let's work together and figure something out.
Well, the mover and seconder are right beside you, so I'll let you have that discussion with them.
What she said. But wait, I would like a chance to respond to some of the comments that were made. I see that there are a very lot of passionate people in here, this room, and that's great. I don't hate this place. I love it as much as anybody else here. The reason I made this proposal was because I didn't actually see a better way, but there's a great way. But the reason I made this proposal was because I was afraid for other people if there was a real catastrophe or a fire in this building. Now, you guys tell me if something like that happened and you couldn't get your person out, your loved one, or yourself, who's going to be to blame? Okay. Now, that being said, I didn't say no other events can be held here. There's tons of Métis events, meetings and stuff that come to this place because of its beauty, because of the service, because of the great people that work here. And that doesn't mean that nothing else can be done here. And I would like you guys to know that I also grew up in a very crowded home. There was lots of kids running around all the time. So I'm very used to this. And I want to let you guys know that I came to this with this proposal very humbly and respectfully. So, okay? And that's that.
So I just want to make sure that I heard and that the recording secretaries heard. You were withdrawing the proposal? Is that my understanding?
I'll be happy to withdraw that proposal.
Thank you kindly, mover, for withdrawing the proposal.
And I also will withdraw that proposal.
Seconder agrees to withdraw as well. President Patra, given that concludes that matter, President Patra, if you wish to bring another proposal, I invite you to just line up with the mic and we'll let the one that was ahead of that go ahead first, if that's okay.
Oh, get out of here, you're saying.
I was definitely not saying that, I promise. I think we are back to microphone number 1 now in our order.
Are we still speaking on the resolution that's up now?
It's been withdrawn.
It's withdrawn? Okay, I have nothing to say. Merci.
I think that's the first time I've ever heard that, too.
Do I need to?
So is there a citizen's proposal at microphone number 1?
Okay. I'll make a proposal.
They were in line
Oh.
though.
Who?
Kanse, I'm once again Cameron Bouvier from District 19. So transparency and accountability are key elements of good governance. OMG citizens should have clear access to information on decisions made by their elected officials on the citizens' behalf, including the actions and voting record of their elected officials. While some info is currently shared, there is an opportunity to improve transparency around voting records and decision-making within our Citizens' Council. This will promote accountability and supports the OMG's commitment from Section 13.1c of the Constitution, which states that the OMG will provide fair, responsible, transparent, and accountable governance to citizens of the Métis Nation within Alberta. To further this movement, I propose that the OMG consider implementing a way to make citizen council members' voting records public for any motions that are not unanimous, ensuring greater transparency and accountability in decision-making. This is done on all levels of government in Alberta, municipal, provincial, and federal. Our citizens should know what our elected officials vote for or against. As voters, we want to ensure that our elected officials' words reflect their actions. So I move to propose that the council consider establishing and implementing a process to publicly share Citizen Council's voting records on all motions. Thank you.
Thank you, mover. Do you have a seconder for your motion?
Yeah, Bailey Oster, Fort Edmonton District 9, I second.
Very good. If you could read the proposal portion of your motion one more time, please.
Yes. I move to propose that the council consider establishing and implementing a process to publicly share Citizens' Council voting records on all motions.
Okay. The proposal is in order. Is there anyone who wishes to speak in opposition to this proposal or have discussion or debate on this proposal? Oh, wore you out. Seeing none, I'll call the vote. Is all in favor of the proposal as read? All those opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. The proposal is adopted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Microphone number 2.
Hello, Chair. My name is Shane Combs of Lesser Slave Lake, Métis District. I'd like to address an issue of the OMG and its departments and the M&A and its affiliates by not having any consultation with the districts regarding programs, services that are brought into the districts. To address this issue, I suggest that the M&A, OMG, and its affiliates and departments mandate a clear communication of protocol to establish a partnership with each district prior to offering or facilitating programs, events, and consultations and services in the districts. In doing so, this will strengthen the engagement and participation of the citizens from the respective districts while presenting a unified nation of Métis citizens within Alberta. This also creates and strengthens a positive relationship between citizens and their district teams. I move to propose that the Citizens Council consider that prior to engaging in any program, event, or in consultation or services within a district, that the respective departments of the OMG or M&A or affiliates establish a clear communication and work in partnership with the districts to deliver the programs, events, and consultation or services by way of written or mandated protocol to utilize with each department.
Thank you, Mr. Combs. Do you have a seconder for your proposal?
Barbara Emmerich, I second that proposal.
Thank you, Ms. Emmerich. Could I get you to read the proposal statement one more time, please?
I move to propose that the Citizens Council consider prior to engaging with any programs or events or consultation or services within the district, that the respective departments of the OMG or M&A or its affiliates establish a clear communication and work in partnership with the districts to deliver the programs, events, and consultations or services by written and mandate the protocol that it utilizes for each department.
Okay, the proposal is in order and accepted. Is there anyone who wishes to discuss or debate the proposal as read? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All those in favor of the proposal as read? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion carries. The proposal is adopted. Thank you. Microphone number 1.
Hi, my name is Wayne Kosick. I wanted to first talk a little bit about this land that we're sitting on. So my uncle Herb, he and my cousin Orville and their business partner George Brusso donated this land for the people, the Métis people. From the money they earned over the years through the Métis Housing Corporation. And his vision for this property was to be a cultural space, a sanctuary, a holistic recovery and healing center for women. And he called this vision Healing Waters. He described a safe, serene environment nestled near the river, the old church, where women struggling with trauma, addiction, and abusive circumstances could receive comprehensive professional care. He imagined this 20 to 30 acre site with gardens, root cellars for food storage and walking trails and abundant flowers, spaces meant to foster both emotional and physical restoration. Now, he originally hoped to buy land near Lac St. Anne, since that's the site, the holy site, and the holy waters are the Lac St. Anne Lake, traditionally. You know, I remember that as a young child. But because of the expenses around there, that didn't happen. So, you know, if we have an 80,000 members in Alberta, but only 500 or so people can make it here, it's not a home to a lot of Métis people. And I wish it was, because this is a beautiful place, and so I propose that we, depending on the distance you live away from Métis Crossing, you get reimbursed a little bit more than what we're doing now. They used to have the stipends, and that was taken away 2 years ago. And replaced with a $50 gift card, depending on if you lived more than 150 kilometers away. So if you lived in Fort McMurray, 400 kilometers away, you got $50. If you live 150 kilometers away, you get $50 for gas. That, to me, probably the removal of that. I know Conklin still gives it out. So I don't know what's going on there, and I don't understand the differences between the Conklin region and the rest of the regions of the Métis Nation. And so my proposal is that we reimburse people for coming here, make it better, make it bigger. I'm all for that. This is a wonderful facility, and my uncle and his partners would be proud of what the Métis Nation did with it. It can be, a lot more can be done with it. So my proposal is just that. Let's make it more accessible to more Métis people.
Very good. Can I get your name for the record one more time?
Wayne Kosick.
Very good. I'm just going to get you to take your proposal to one of the analysts at the table right in front of you. They're going to give you a little bit of language cleanup and get you a clear proposal statement. We'll bring it right back, okay? Let's go to microphone number 2.
Good day. I think I might have to pull it up. Is it working? Is that working?
Perfect.
Okay, it's too short, sorry. My proposal is a recommendation to council to create a constitutional amendment committee made up of members from each territory with at least one elder from each territory and one representative from each territory. The reason I'm raising this issue now is that the Constitution cannot be changed for 5 years. That's 3 years away. It's been my experience that to undertake something like this is going to take somewhere between 18 to 24 months or more to put a package together for any amendments. And I would hate to see at the 11th hour a request come out to the membership stating, should we change anything in the Constitution? And one of the things about the Constitution is the foundation of everything that everybody put forward prior to my statement now that can be tweaked and fine-tuned in the Constitution to ensure that the foundation of the Constitution is strong and the Métis Nation gets stronger by having a stronger Constitution. And it's building on what Audrey said. This is our first step, and down the road we need to refine it and get more stuff into it and make sure everybody is on the same page, and it will work a lot better if a commission was created by the council to identify those items that need to be addressed. Because Chapter 29, as it presently reads, from my experience, would never hold up in court. So I'm just saying we might as well get started on it now and get it done, if that's all right.
Do you have a seconder for your proposal, Mr. Britton?
Yes, Rhonda Baglow, Calgary-Albo Métis District.
Very good. I'm going to need you to restate your proposal statement.
My proposal statement is that Citizen Council create a Constitution Amendment Commission with representatives from every territory, including one elder and one representative from each territory, to identify items in the Constitution that should be enhanced, modified, and addressed. That said, I know it's not due for 3 years, but the sooner we get started on it, the sooner it'll get done and get done correctly with consultation with all districts and all territories.
So the proposal as framed would be directing council to create a commission, which would be proposed to be a binding. So are you asking council to consider creating a commission?
Yeah, no, it's considered.
Council would consider creating a commission for constitutional amendments and reform.
Correct.
Very good. Okay. I'm looking at my colleagues. Can you restate it one more time for my colleagues, Mr. Britton?
Okay.
I just wanted to watch you get it all the way back in there.
I know.
First.
Trying to do it just like it's too short, or I'm too tall. One of the. It's consideration for Citizen Council to create a commission to identify amendments to the Métis Constitution ahead of the 3-year deadline that we have to fine-tune the elements that need to be addressed and reinforce and strengthen our Constitution.
Okay. Clear? Clear. The proposal is accepted. Is there anyone who wishes to discuss or debate the proposal as presented? Seeing no one, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of the proposal? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The proposal is carried. Thank you, Mr. Britton. Microphone number 1.
Hi. I just wanted to say thank you for the welcoming feeling that you get when you come out here. I come from a very small town in northern Alberta. I never really knew where I belonged. Moving to another small community that reminds me of this was Teepee Creek, Alberta, and we ran chuck wagons and chariots. The people there are like the people here, right off the shoulder. It's a smile here thank you there. So everybody should give themselves a pat on the back. I really enjoy coming here. Thank you.
Lovely comment. Thank you. Microphone number 2. I think we're getting our ducks in a row.
Oh, are you calling us again?
You betcha.
Okay. Okay, Audrey Petra, St. Paul Cold Lake, District 12. I would like to put forward a proposal to be considered, asking the Citizens Council and the Métis Crossing Board to look at all options to deal with hosting the next citizens gathering here in 2027, with options for all the concerns brought forward by the citizens at this gathering.
Proposal seems very clear, and looking at my colleagues. Clear and in order, very good, it is accepted. Do you have a seconder?
Trevor Ward, Rocky View Métis District.
Wonderful. If you could reread the proposal one more time for me, Madam President. I'm sorry.
And I forgot what I said because I changed it. No.
It'll be better the second
I would
time.
like to put the proposal forward to be considered, asking the Citizens Council and the Métis Crossing Board to look at all options to deal with hosting the next citizens gathering here in 2027, with options for all the concerns brought forward by the citizens at this gathering.
Thank you. Is there anyone who intends to? Oh yeah, that's worth clapping for, sure. Is there anyone who wishes to discuss or debate this proposal? Seeing no. Oh,
No.
Someone is approaching the mic.
I was going to say I'm in favor of it. I love the wording, and it's well thought out. I agree.
We have a comment in favor. Anyone else who wishes to discuss or debate the proposal? Seeing no others coming to the mic, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of the proposal as read. All those opposed? Motion carries. The proposal is adopted. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Representative Ward. Microphone number 1, is this in respect to the motion that we stood down?
Yes.
I will turn the floor over to Chair-Designate Tyler Fetch.
So these, you sent some smart young lady to come and correct me and straighten this out. So I appreciate it, is what I'm saying, I guess. When I'm talking about this piece, you guys need to know, it comes from my own values and my own principles. I was asked as a staff member to sit on a position at council, and I refused. So this is what I'm basing this on, my own views. So my new motion reads like this. I move to propose that the Citizens Council consider amending the Self-Government Act to remove the provision of allowing the Pimswak Métis government employees to be appointed as chair. So, yeah.
Just repeat that one more time. We're going to.
All right. I move to propose that the Citizens Council consider amending the Self-Government Act to remove the provision allowing Otipimswak Métis government employees to be appointed as chair. Apparently that's in the bylaws. I didn't know that, and so I was advised of that. So there you are.
And you have a seconder?
Alan Boucher, Lackabish.
Thank you. It is acceptable to consider, to ask the council to consider this. So to speak to it, Norma, front here.
I would. And you know, Brian, I really respect you, but it's been so nice for the last couple of years to have a staff doing this because we didn't spend all this time trying to elect a chair, nor did we have all of these divisions before we even started our meetings. People going behind one person, behind another person. We had to have secret ballots sometimes. It got really ugly. I mean, we all got a chance to talk today. I mean, how nice that is. So I speak in opposition. I really like it when we have somebody like you chairing this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Microphone number 2.
Audrey Petra, St. Paul, Cold Lake, District 12. I want to speak against the motion for the simple fact that I think, you know, for a long, long time, we always talked about trying to get, if not all, as many of our Métis people as possible to work for our nation. And I just can't see, whether it's for the chair or whatever, I just can't see us putting rules in place that say you can't do something for your own nation because you happen to be an employee. I think that's wrong. So that's all I need to say.
Thank you. Down in the middle again, Beatrice.
Beatrice Demetrius, 9, District 9. I oppose this. I remember so many different assemblies I've gone to, and we would waste the entire morning trying to find a chair, secret ballots, you name it. I am so against this.
Thank you. And I'm going to just remind, please keep it down with the chatter. We just want to make sure we can hear the people who have something to say. So microphone number 1.
Andrea Sandmaier. I am a citizen of District 12, St. Paul, Cold Lake. And I just want to talk a little bit about this. I have some notes here. We've heard a lot today about citizens wanting Métis staff working for the nation in leadership positions. We should be lifting them up. The chair... The chair position was a position where we had a committee that went through redacted applications. That includes the chair, the ombudsman, the Judiciary Council, the chief electoral officer, all of these things. And when the committee went through all of the resumes where personal information was redacted, the one that stood out most was the person that is our Citizens Council chair right now. I have never seen an example of conflict with the chair and his employment as Senior Director of Self-Government. When he knows if there's a topic that we're discussing that has to do with his position, he recuses himself, and we either have Tyler Fetch come in as the alternate, or we deal with things on our own at council. It has, I don't even know, I can't even count on one hand how many times that has happened. But there's never been any conflict. The chair we have today has a wealth of knowledge, parliamentary knowledge, and has taught all of us a lot about how to govern ourselves as council. And he has supported the operation of council for the last 2 years. He is a Métis citizen, and I don't feel that there's any need for this proposal. The chair's responsibilities are technical and procedural. Having someone with experience in government operations, our laws, our constitution ensures meetings run smoothly and the council can fulfill its duties. The current chair meets the constitutional requirement and are bound by the same accountability and cultural expectations as any other citizen in leadership. Thank you.
Thank you, microphone 1. We'll go to microphone number 2.
Ora Letty, Edmonton White Mud District. I would also like to speak in opposition to this proposal. And it comes from a few places. The first one being, I've listened to how well-loved our programs are and how much we want to put more funding in towards our programming. I look at having the option of an employee being able to have the chair position as something that is beneficial in ways as well. It means that we can direct funding towards those things that are important to us and to our nation. On another note, when it comes to Mr. Tomlinson, he is by far an amazing chair to have at our council. I do not know another person who I could walk up to and ask an obscure question on our legislation and have an immediate answer. That is the type of support and in the role of a chair that we need as our Citizens Council. He is fair. He has been excellent at keeping us on track and our meetings moving forward. And I sit here going, if his employment is the reason that he can't sit there and be a major part in our self-governance, that's a shame. We always talk about merit being so important, and we want someone who is best for the job to be there leading us. We are at the cutting edge of Indigenous self-governance. Don't we want to be led in a strong and competent way? I know I can do my job well and represent our citizens well when I have Mr. Tomlinson as our chair at that council. So I please consider what it means to be in support of this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Microphone number 1.
Alan Boucher, I was the seconder for this motion. A couple of things. The reason why I seconded was, number one, not taking anything from the chair. I think you're doing a wonderful job, and that's great. You know, I don't know you personally or your work ethic or anything like that, so yeah, you did a good job. My concern was, I'm always worried about public perception and conflict of interest, And I mean, it's a fact of human life, you know. Oh, he's an employee, so maybe there's an agenda there. That's just me, you know, because working with government for 31 years, I've seen a lot and heard a lot, So what I'd like to see is an independent chair, some mechanism put in place so that prior to the AGM that we do have a chair, a very knowledgeable chair, I agree with Norma, right? I've been going to AGMs, I think, in Athabasca from the 70s, you know, so makes me about 30 years old. But anyways, I didn't agree with the process because, I mean, man, we used to spend an hour sometimes over selecting chairs, you know, and, you know, people talking and arguing for and against. I wouldn't want to go back to that system. So if there was some kind of a procedure, mechanism in place so that we can have that chair, you know, prior to the AGM.
Thank you. And back to number 2.
Yeah, I'm okay with being number 2, as long as I can support the number 1, which is our chair. Lisa Wolf, I'm District 8, Lac St. Anne County. As a citizen representative, and this is a new role for me, although I have been involved in the Métis Nation in a number of different ways as a citizen for many, many years. I've raised my children up in this Métis Nation, and so much so that I wanted to be a part of it and be part of the new government that comes in, make real change, and get you people to treaty as swiftly, as informed as possible. so that we don't go in with any blinders on. We go in efficiently. We get there. You guys are going to see it in this generation. We do that by having a very self-sufficient, educated person in this position as chair. He takes care of us as citizen council, and you will see that when you come to council, when the openings are up for you to come. You'll see he keeps us on track as citizen representatives. He gives us the most knowledge base that we need to have to move efficiently. We can drag citizen council on for 2 to 3 days. I kid you not. It's a long job and it's a long process, but he keeps us on track so that you can see reliable results the next month coming through. And it's very important that we have somebody that has a lawyer background in this area, because some of these things, we have to look at self-government. We have to look at how our nation's moving forward. Does this impact us? Can we make a proper decision as your representatives in these spaces? We have to have the knowledge right now. We can't sit there and say, we need to go put it forward, we need to go put it back. Yes, this is one area that we're sitting here in the gathering, and yes, we'd like to have a chair, but he is the best man for the job. And if there are other people in this room that are also best men and women for the jobs, then you need to identify yourself. But right now, this is the person that we have in this place. This is who we need to be working forward for the next 3 to 4 years to move us forward. So I thank you for your consideration today. Merci.
Thank you, mic number 2 to mic number 1.
Thank you. I usually say Mr. Chair over there, but now it's Tyler's. But thank
Acting?
You. Thank you.
I'm just acting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Acting Chair. And so I have to say some things, and I know some people are going to be angry at me, and some people are going to be okay with what I say. I have a job to do. I got elected by citizens. Citizens have come to me and said, how do we do this without hurting anybody? So first off, I want to say, we have to take the person out of our conversation. It is about the positions. Garrett's a very fine man. He is an awesome at what he does. However, I need to take Garrett out of that position, and I need to talk about the chair responsibilities of our government. Now, our Constitution was built in that room over there. We recall during that time, it was that ugly time when everybody had to stay home and couldn't do nothing. But we found a way as a Métis Nation of Alberta and a Constitution Commission to do that. Then it was to come here at our home and build our Constitution. We spent many hours there, many disagreements, many easy agreements. I don't remember ever having a conversation. I remember when we had conversations about our chair and all that stuff, but never once do I remember did we ever think that it was to be a staff person. We put it out there that it would be a qualified citizen. We have 80,000 citizens. So in the process at the beginning, to do any of our officers, our Ombudsman, our Auditor General, the different officers, one of them was the chair. I don't recall us posting it to receive applications to go to the committee that our president advised us about. And she's right, we have a committee. She put a committee in place that would do that. I don't recall us doing that for a chair. So it's a little bit different process and issue that we're talking about. I will be very honest with the citizens. When we had our first meeting and we had to select a chair, I did. I spoke against having a staff person as a chair. We're a new government, brand new, even we were more new then. Because one thing, like I said, I don't remember us having that kind of conversation. So I did tell the council, I don't believe it was the spirit and intent of the Constitution for it to be staff. Otherwise, if we really believed that, we would have wrote it. So I spoke against it at that time, saying, just like I just said, and someone else said, we have very many educated, well-qualified, smart, intelligent citizens among us. I believe, and Garrett's a very smart man, I believe, had we posted that position, that maybe of our citizens, we would have received some applications, and maybe Garrett would have applied as a citizen. I don't know that because the process didn't go that way. So, at the end of the day, because I too believe in what the Constitution says, and it talks about consensus, I agreed at that table to say, I will not hold up consensus because you've heard what I had to say about that. I will not hold it up. So we moved forward. He became the chair. As a new government, just like some of people have said, we're new. The optics, the perception, and how we move forward as a government is crucial at the foundational time. And I say this because Garrett might not even want to be the chair after the next term. I don't know. But the mechanism of having a chair there remains the same as how it's identified in the Constitution and in the Self-Government Act. I don't know that. I'm here to talk about the position, not Garrett. He does an awesome job, so don't get me wrong. The other thing that I recall when we were building that Constitution in that room, the discussion we had about chair was exactly like Norma and other people have said. We can't use that process where we vote on the floor and we go to secret ballot and blah, blah, blah. Let's not even go there. So we didn't. We said that was the worst thing. It used to tie up till after lunch by the time you did 2 secret ballots to get a chair. So the Constitution was written like that. Again, we know my dear friend, late Bruce Gladue, who was a staff person, he chaired a number of meetings by the process we had in place. Somebody stands up, moves them, second, blah, 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 all in favor, who puts them in? We remember the process. So that happened like that. Now, when when I was thinking, okay, we're going into a new government, we already decided that we're not going to do the same process. Then let's do it in such a way. So we'd put it the same way as the officers. And I'm trying to also look forward. And I know somebody made a motion about constitutional amendments and, you know, that committee and stuff like that, so that might be a process of that going forward. But nonetheless, my concern, like I said, is we're a new government. We need to do it in a right way. And who knows, maybe at the end of the day, in all of this conversation, maybe it's something that Mr. Tomlinson, Mr. Garrett needs to think about and consider. I don't know. I pray to the Creator that this discussion and this situation not bring negativity to it, but that it helps us to open our eyes to say, we're only 2 years old in the new government. Even though we're 97 years old as a nation, we're only 2 years old as a new government. We're just learning to walk in some instances. We got to take those steps in a good way, because as we move and continue to walk forward, we want to do it so that it's right for the next generations to come. So again, in my closing, I want to say, take the discussion to the position and not to the individual, because I'm not here to speak in favor of the motion because I have something against Garrett. No, that's not why I'm here. Because I have something against what our president said? No, that's not why I'm here. Or to anybody else. And I see all my colleagues over there lining up. I'm here because I'm concerned about how we grow forward as a government. Citizens gatherings is the opportunity to put that in your hands to say, how do we want to grow? Again, optics, perception, all of those things, outside looking in, other governments, other Indigenous governments, other folks looking in.
Speaker, I'm sorry,
Yep,
we're just
yep,
in the
yep.
interest of time. I'm just looking,
Okay,
I'm counting
gonna
down the
wrap
line,
it
and I'm
up.
counting
I
down the
spoke.
line.
Thank you so much. Thank you so
please
much
wrap
for
up.
listening, because again, I speak in favor of the motion because it's about the position.
Thank
Acting
you.
chair.
Thank you. Microphone number 2.
Okay, hi. So my name is Rebecca Lavely, and I'm currently living in the St. Albert Métis district. I'm speaking in opposition of this proposal, and I also just want to clear some things up. So we as a council actually passed this amendment about the chair and it being employee the first year in November 2023. So there's that. And on top of that, there was a posting for chair, and President Sandmaier had said that the selection process was done unanimously with names redacted and personal information redacted. So I just don't, like, I find this like very troubling. I just don't understand where this is coming from. Like, this doesn't seem like a pressing government matter, which is what citizens' proposals are supposed to be. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but I just don't understand what's being warranted for him to be singled out this way. I think it's unfair and it's unfounded. And I just don't understand why it's a focus. And like President Sandmaier said, we just passed a proposal saying we need to uplift and support our citizens in our government to be employees. This is now limiting them. When you sign up to be an employee of our government, it's with the understanding that you're doing everything in your power to move that government forward. You work for it to be advanced, and that's what we've been doing. And I'm young, so maybe I'm talking out of my whatever, but I just don't understand why this is a priority. And like, I have full confidence in Garrett Tomlinson as the chair because he keeps us on track. He's efficient, he's professional, he's fair, and he's given so much to our nation and our government. He started working with us and got us to sign our self-government agreement, which was advancing our nation. Now he's working with us to advance our treaty. Those are priorities within our government, not talking about should we make a chair an employee or not. This is not something that we need to be here wasting time discussing. And so, and like I said, I have full confidence in Garrett because he's incredibly knowledgeable in our procedures, our laws, and the workings of our nation. I think he's the perfect chair because you could ask him to look up a section and say something vague about one of our laws. He can look it up in sections. He knows exactly what spot, which part, which section it would be in. So, like I said, I don't understand why we're wasting time here debating this when I see nothing wrong with how he's been conducting himself. And I don't see any conflict of interest here except for a personal matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Microphone number 2, back to number 1.
Thank you. Jason Cherno, Calgary Elbow Métis District. And I would like to start by echoing the comments of my colleague, KC, that in this conversation, I think it's really important that we separate the person from the position. None of what I have to say is meant with any disrespect towards Mr. Tomlinson. I actually have a tremendous amount of respect for Mr. Tomlinson. He's always been a wonderful person to rely on for advice, and he's always been a wonderful chair. So this isn't about the person, it's about the position and how we stand up our government in the most bulletproof and accountable way. And when the Self-Government Act was first drafted and then approved and ratified by the previous provincial council, it did not allow for the position of chair to be held by a staff. And the Self-Government Act is a foundational law that defines the structure and responsibilities of the Otipemisiwak Métis government, including the roles and compositions of the Citizens Council. And one of its key objectives is to uphold the principles of impartiality, accountability, and the separations of powers between the branches of government. Originally, the Self-Government Act did not permit the individual to serve both the chair of the Citizens Council and be an employee of the Otipemisiwak Métis government. However, in the first sitting of the newly elected Citizens Council, an amendment was introduced and adopted that allowed for this dual role, presented at that time as an efficiency-saving measure to reduce costs and consolidate responsibilities. This decision was made in the early days of the Citizens Council's formation, when members were newly elected and still in the process of learning the full scope of their legislative duties. Upon further reflection and experience, it's become clear to myself that the allowance of dual roles undermines the independence of the legislative branch and creates the risk of real or perceived conflicts of interest. The concentration of chair and administrative duties into a single individual compromises that accountability mechanism designed to ensure effective checks and balances within the government, and this erodes trust between branches of government and its people. Thank you.
Thank you. Just want to say, in the interest of time, like it's a couple hours past when we were supposed to be done. I'm pretty sure the staff probably are giving me dirty looks to say we need to wrap it up so they can flip it over. Oh, she says no. Yeah, but there's a banquet in here tonight. So if you're going to talk to something that's already been said, or if we could really tighten it up, and let's work through this. So we'll move to mic number 2.
Mine will be quick. I'm going to speak just to the chair position itself. When you have a good chair and they're doing a good job, just leave that chair alone until somebody has a question on that chair. Why not leave that alone? We're doing a good job. He's doing a good job. And one more thing, I need 10 seconds. We talked about the Knowledge and Elders Council. Our elders were talking 10 minutes ago. It's time to start listening to them.
Thank you. Mic number 2, mic number 1.
So I put the motion on the floor. It sounded like, from what everyone's saying, it's an interview for assessment of Garrett's role. This is an assessment of Garrett's role. He does a good job. I watched him for the last 2-3 years. So this isn't what this is about in my mind. It is about moving forward as a government and acting independent, acting objective. And so when you're being a government, you want to have that process in place. And so as we're making Garrett the center of focus of attention, this is awkward and embarrassing. This is not about Garrett. This is about a process. So those leaders who are put in those positions to talk about our government need to understand what their government is. So this is what the discussion is about, is that role when you're leading that. And so I'm sure that any government would not appoint their staff member to be their, they have chairs in the government, so I'm almost certain they don't do that. So that's all this is about, is trying to correct a piece that we didn't talk about. Actually, Audrey's point was, we actually didn't talk about it one way or the other. I wanted to talk about it, regardless of which way it goes, as long as it's addressed. That's where I'm at, and so, anyways, thank you.
Thank you. Mic number 2.
Joe Shadisky, Red Deer District 3. I oppose the motion because, you know, in 2 years I've watched Garrett, and that man knows his stuff. And we've heard before that we can ask him a question, and he knows the answers right away. And if we go back, I'll try to make it quicker. You go back into the gathering of last year. That was the smoothest running gathering or AGA ever, and I've heard that many times over the years. And we are knocking on the door to get a treaty. And if it wasn't for that man right there, we might not be there. So I move that motion gets thrown off the floor right now. Now,
We can't
I
do
can't
that. Yeah,
I can't do that, but
it's
it should.
already there. But
we should do that.
yeah.
Because there's no,
But-
as it was said, we shouldn't be talking about this. Let's go for lunch.
So, and I will remind, like the proposal on the floor was to direct or to ask Citizen Council to consider amending the act to specifically not, and I'm paraphrasing, include employees as the chair. So, mic number 2.
Thank you. Sarah Wolf, Fort Edmonton District. I just want to address a comment that was made by the mover here. We are not any other government. We are not a colonial government. We are the Otipemisiwak Métis government, and we do not need to do things the same way that other governments do. When it comes to the Self-Government Act and the position of chair, it says that it may be an employee. And to echo what my elders and knowledge keepers have said, we have extraordinarily talented Métis people within our government who could potentially, in the future, fulfill this role. And it is not fair to remove them from that system simply because they are already employed by the Otipemisiwak Métis government and wanting to give back to their government. So them not being able to serve as a chair in a system that is meant to be for our people, I don't think is right. Lastly, I would just like to remind everybody that the appointment of the chair is done by your Citizens' Council, your elected officials, the people that you elected in to be your voice. And also from the President, and as President Sandmaier said earlier, it is a redacted list. We don't see the names. We can't see, is this person an employee? Is this person not an employee? And I think to have that clause in there that states that they cannot be an employee, besides the fact that when the Citizens' Council does choose this, they cannot see that, it does not seem right to me. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. So again, in the interest of time, we've talked kind of all sides of this. I think we've gone through it fairly extensively. I'd like to actually look, because it's not 100%, we're going to look to a vote. And if we need to, we do have counters. So if it's close, we can count and we can get an accurate number. So I'm going to move to call for a vote. So show of hands first for those who would be in favor of the motion that was proposed, which is to consider changing the Self-Government Act to remove employees. Okay, all right. Those opposed? Very much opposed. Thank you. I'm going to hand it back to your chair.
Hi, sorry. You know what, can I just say one thing?
Microphone number 2 on a point of order.
Sorry, can I say one thing? You know what, it's not about you, Gay. You know, I think what has happened is I've had a question for the last 2 or 3 years, and that's never been addressed. I don't understand why this new government was pushed through so quickly to the point of everybody wearing shirts and receiving emails of vote yes, vote yes. And then the only votes that were actually counted for were the people that were at that meeting. So I think that's why this new proposal was brought forth, because you're an employee who has been with this department for quite some time. When there was a concern ever addressed, no, when there was a concern brought forth, they were never concerned. The concern was never addressed. And I know that because I used to send emails asking lots of questions. So I would really like my question answered. Why was it pushed so quickly forth and to the point of only certain people having their votes counted? And why there were emails and shirts, like people were kind of almost manipulated into this yes vote.
Okay. Unfortunately, in the citizens' proposal, section. I don't have anyone present to answer that question. Microphone number 1, your proposal.
Can I make that proposal that I wanted to make? Okay, I move to propose that the Citizens Council consider providing a more comprehensive financial support strategy that includes a subsidization program that considers travel distance to help more citizens travel to the Métis Crossing to attend the annual general meeting.
Very good. The proposal is in order and accepted. Do you have a seconder? Seconder? Anyone?
Alan Boucher, I second that.
Alan Boucher seconds. Very good. Is there anyone who intends to discuss or debate this motion?
My reason is because, like the gentleman said and others, to come here, that $50 is, I mean, for me, it'll get me to Vilna at least. But the other thing is, my train of thought, I'm hungry. Oh, okay. The question I have is, the email that I got said that anybody that lives less than 150 kilometers from here is not eligible for the gas card, okay? I'm just wondering how did that come about, the decision? Because I'm only going to guess here, many of the folks here, the citizens, are probably from Edmonton, St. Albert area. And of course, Edmonton, depending on where you're from, but it's approximately, I looked it up, about 110 kilometers from Métis Crossing. So it's a large percentage of citizens that won't get no reimbursement. But even for those that do get reimbursement, $50 doesn't go very far. So.
Thank you. Microphone number 2. Is there anyone else who wishes to discuss or debate this proposal? Seeing none, I'm going to call the vote. All those in favor of the proposal as read? All of those opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. The proposal is adopted. Thank you. Are there any other proposals that wish to be introduced with the 2025 Citizens Gathering? Who wants out of here? With that, I will invite President Sandmaier to deliver her closing remarks.
Well, everybody must be really hungry and maybe a little hangry. Before we adjourn this year's Citizens Gathering, I want to leave you with 3 simple words that I believe guided us all weekend. Heal, build, celebrate. We began yesterday by talking about our theme, healing our past, celebrating our future, and reminding ourselves that it isn't a slogan, it's a direction. Over these 2 days, you put that direction into action. You asked questions, you offered solutions, you participated in the governance of our nation. And you did it with generosity and strength that defines us as Métis. Healing is work. It's telling our stories out loud about SCRIP, residential schools, and 60 Scoop, and insisting that truth is the first step toward reconciliation. It's building pathways for citizens to reconnect with family histories and community ties, because our stories are strength. We also talked this weekend about healing families, about bringing our children home under C-92, about wellness supports that meet citizens where they are. That work will continue and it will grow. Building is governance. It's the unglamorous everyday work of self-government, from writing laws to defining processes and reporting to citizens. And it's happening. This year, your Citizens Council advanced committee work, refined our legislative pathway, and moved forward on the constitutional commitments to establish a council of elders and knowledge keepers. District by district, we're standing up local district councils that reflect our communities. Over half of our district councils are now established and more are on their way. If you've ever thought about running, serving on a committee, or volunteering, now's the time. Your government needs your voice. Building is also nation-to-nation work. We pressed Canada to fully implement our self-government agreements and to move with us toward a modern-day treaty. Those conversations are active, and we have said clearly that the Métis helped build this country. We intend to help build it again, and that requires consultation and a seat at the table. We celebrated programs designed and led by Métis people, and we heard from our secretaries, our affiliates, and partners who make those programs real. And we celebrated this land and Métis Crossing, which turns 20 this year. Yeah. This site remains a living classroom where the land teaches and community connects. Now some thank yous. To our elders and knowledge keepers, merci for sharing your wisdom and guiding us during our time together. Elder Norma, your presence and your words are always so impactful, and I'm so grateful for your prayers and your blessings. I honestly don't know how I could do this work without the elders that I have in my life. And I see some of them out there, but I don't think they're all in the room right now. To our district captains, citizens representatives, secretaries, department teams, and affiliates, thank you for the long days and steady hands. To our youth, your questions and courage keep us moving, and I'm so happy you are involved by coming here. To our chair, thank you for your incredible work over the past 2 days. And to every citizen who came to the mic, met with staff between sessions, or submitted a proposal, this is your gathering, and your voice was heard. I said in my opening that this government belongs to our citizens. After 2 days, I feel that more stronger than ever. Your questions sharpened our focus. Your stories reminded us who we serve. Your proposals pushed us to be bolder and better. This is self-government at work. I want to encourage everyone to keep talking with your district leadership. Share your ideas with secretaries and staff. Forward proposals. Bring forward proposals. Teach your children and grandchildren the stories of your families and our nation, because what we build together now will shape the lives of those who come after us. We are healing our past. We are building governance. We are celebrating our future. We are all just walking each other home. Thanks so much for being here. I hope you're able to stick around at this late hour to join our banquet and our SASH presentation tonight. But if you're heading out, safe travels home, and we'll see you next year at the 98th Annual Citizens Gathering. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. That concludes the totality of the business on your 2025 Citizens Gathering agenda. Before I invite Elder Norma to close us in prayer, I also want to say thank you. Thank you, Elder Norma. Thank you to the Métis Crossing facilities and staff. Thank you to all of the administration who've helped with this today, not just my department, but especially my department, and also all of the other staff who made this possible. I couldn't do it without you. Special thank you to our sergeants at arms who have kept us safe and healthy throughout these last 2 days. I appreciate you all. It has been the honor of my lifetime to come home and serve my government for the first time in 20 years, an Indigenous government. So I want to thank you all for your time, patience, attention, joining us, and thank you for engaging. This is what your government is about. We couldn't do it without you. So with that, I will invite Elder Norma to close us in a blessing.
Please join me in a closing prayer. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Heavenly Father, as our Métis gathering comes to a close, we offer our heartfelt gratitude for its success and impact. We thank you for the opportunities it has provided for each and every one of us to share our voices. We have shared, learned, and grown together. We are so grateful to our leadership, staff, and volunteers for the planning and hard work that ensured we had a fruitful and memorable time together. As we return to our Métis communities, we ask for your strength and grace to serve others with love and compassion. Fill us with your peace and hope, dear Lord, and may our lives be a testament to your goodness. May the love of God go with us this day and forever. Amen. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Okay, so before you run off, you guys can't leave yet. We're not done. I'm just kidding. We need the room for about a half an hour to clean it out, get it ready for the banquet. Then they'll be ready to take tickets from you. But before you leave, I require a motion to adjourn the 2025 Citizens Gathering. Is there someone who wishes to make that motion? President Patra, District 12 wishes to make the motion to adjourn. There is no debate. I declare Citizens Gathering adjourned until August 2026. Thank you.